Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to overseas visitors. Maybe it's even good evening. But whatever the case is, welcome to day 2 of the Madibaland World Literary Festival. I must say we had a great day yesterday, and we're looking forward to yet another great day of talks and poetry and entertainment from some of the country and some of the world's top writers. I must say, when I look at the video that plays, it makes me all emotional because those are all my photographs taken over many years. And it's photographs that I can remember clicking some of them 15, 20 years ago. So I hope that you got a sense of South Africa and some of the book festivals that we have in South Africa. First up, I want to introduce our speaker who's going to kick off proceedings, and that is Hector Kunene. Hector is one of the country's leading performance poets, a postgraduate student as well, worked for South African Airways. Luckily, he got out before they crashed, and he took up poetry. So we look forward to Hector. I think that it's going to be hard because he's a very animated performer. I don't know how he's hooked up there, but he may just have to sit down quietly in front of his screen unless he's done something to be able to perform for us. So Hector, welcome to the Madibaland World Literary Festival, and we look forward really to the next half an hour with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. David. I really appreciate this moment. Yeah, it means a lot to me. I hardly speak. I'm usually invited for performances, but sometimes, events like these, they call for one to actually explore, other avenues such as speaking. But of course, I will not only be speaking, as you said, I'm a performer myself, which I found it difficult. It's still difficult for me to have a performance just sitting on a chair, but I'll try my level best because, with Zoom, you need to really be still, and I'm not a still person. But I appreciate this moment, and I'm just taken aback when we met in KZN, when we had that beautiful event, and I met the great writers of the country, and it still lingers in my head, even when we also had a beautiful such event, in the Karoo a couple of years back. So I'm really excited again that, we have met again now under the current circumstances, which obviously we always have to find ways, to maneuver and not have excuses and to say we can't have festivals, big festivals like these, because of the virus. As writers, we always find ways. As performers, we always find ways, to really define what's the true new normal is for ourselves, than letting the world to tell us what this new normal means. So I'm really, really grateful. And I do have some pieces of poems that I've prepared that I'd like to share. But I'd like to start off with a piece that I wrote this morning, because I kept thinking about what is it that I'm going to be saying today. But I felt yesterday I didn't want to pressurize myself. The art usually comes at its own time, and sometimes you can't plan it. Sometimes you wake up at 3 in the morning and it comes out. So this piece that I want to share quickly, let me see, because I also prepared some sound for myself. Yeah, I hope you can hear it. Here you go. Is it audible?
Yes, we can hear it.
Lovely. Dear Tata Madiba, ever since you left on the 5th of December 2013, the gap you left so hollow to your heart. Even art bleeds on canvases. Your peace remains in our souls. I have a memory of your right hand raised for freedom, walking beside the mother of the nation, Winnie Mandela. How we miss your golden, unique voice when you say, I have fought against the black domination, and I have fought against the white domination. I miss that, Madiba. How we miss this beautiful voice, your witty, uncanny truth and wisdom. This land will always honor you. The true freedom remains a dream. Economical freedom has not touched the ground that a black skin walks in. It is still in the hands of the minority. Corruption is so visible now. Even a blind can see it. The glimpse of the light is shattered. The hope for the better is still a song. And freedom. What freedom? Whose freedom? Those who come into the power empower themselves. But one day, maybe when we are old and gray, our children will finally taste the fruit of the true freedom. And that is the piece that I had planned to start off with. And thank you so much. And we also remember some of the quotes, you know, that really touched my heart, because I really wanted to speak from the heart and share maybe the next piece as well. Mandela says, as I walked out of the door towards the gate that would lead me to my freedom, I knew if I didn't leave my bitterness and hatred behind, I'd still be in prison. And another one says, for to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. And currently, I truly feel that we haven't arrived. They say not yet uhuru. We haven't arrived. We still have a long journey to go. And we are really grateful for what Nelson Mandela did for us as a country, and even because we know that he touches the world entirely. But speaking specifically in this land where he was born and where he struggled and where he went for 27 years, and when he came out in 1990, I remember I was still a little boy. I could only hear stories about him that, hey, Mandela is coming out of prison, Mandela is going to be free. And before that, I could only hear the songs of freedom that were sang by one of the greats. You mentioned Brenda Fassie and many others. And I grew up, with that thought that one day, I will hear more, I will see Nelson Mandela. And unfortunately, I managed to see him only once in my life. I remember it was at the stadium where there was a rally. And I could just, ooze with joy as a boy, because of how much, he was respected and still is even currently. But unfortunately, the freedom that he was fighting for, obviously, it's not something that he could be, the only person that really goes into the war. But it's something that we needed to do. And I think he really paved the way, and which I truly appreciate where I am today. As you clearly stated that currently now I'm studying at Wits University. And it hasn't been easy. I'm currently doing my master's in drama and theater, but I'm really grateful for the way that he has paved, that we now have the opportunity, because indeed the truth is he made a great impact for both the Black and the white nation. So where I am currently, I'm truly really grateful, and I'm really also finding my way, because you see, it takes a unity to really make a difference. So one man cannot do it alone. And of course, we remember that Nelson Mandela was not alone when he was fighting, and he was with many other stalwarts. You mentioned your Oliver Tambos, there are so many, and also to remember that when he came out, he only had little time, and also just makes me realize sometimes how much we don't realize how precious time is. And for me, I'd like to share, connect that piece with the poem that is called There's a Time. I'll try to be still, but I know it's a piece that really wants me to move. Hope you enjoy. There's a time, hey. There's a time when one is clustered with all kinds of events. There's a time when we do not like what we see reflecting in our mirrors. A time when prison bars smell delicious for a minute, but yet again to kill. It never heals, but it's still the joy of away from these beautiful palm trees and landscapes and seas and oceans. Hey. There's a time when we wish we could just fly away, or let the train from Bloemfontein station to take me to Wandenge. Where I can see Zulus speak their language and perhaps at the sound of children laughing in the rain. Maybe that could ease the pain, but then again, reality strikes and wounds take time to heal. So I fill my tank with alcohol, but who cares? For I am faced with a face that seems to enjoy paralyzing my space. But wait a second, I hear something in my ear. Something to revolutionize this mood, for we know that this life never only promised smooth rides, but speed humps and potholes along the way. But what do you say? These depictions of inflictions are just nothing but images of confusion. So don't you dare make a decision based on your current situation, for there is a time for tough people to be tested like gold. For how can we claim victory when we have never been to the war? There's a time to unfold the pattern. What the audience sees through the revelation of a curtain is a tested and a tried product of your soul, and nobody can take your joy away. Nobody can take your joy away. Nobody can take your joy away unless you decide to give it away. There's a time. There's a time. There's a time. So that piece basically also a dedication to the great stalwart. And of course, we understand that there's so much work to be done, you know, but also we must also appreciate the current leadership, you know. It's not all gloom and doom. It's not all bad. We're not really in the dark. You know, you got to appreciate some bit of light as well. And I think, you know, the fact that, you know, Nelson Mandela planted some seeds. And we also know that some of these things, they take time, you know, to really blossom. But I believe also that, you know, with people like myself, you know, as a young poet in the country who is really pushing and who is really writing and who is really exploring, also wanting to know more about what the true freedom means. And for me, as I said in the poem, that actually the true freedom is about the people, you know, living out of poverty. It's about us moving away from this poverty that has stricken not only South Africa, of course, but Africa, the continent, and of course other countries as well in the world. But once we are free truly from the bondages of poverty, I think that is the true freedom. And I think that is what Mandela is talking about when he says, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. I think we haven't arrived at that point yet. So, and as a poet, as I say, you know, it is also my duty, because we can't say it was Mandela's job or Mandela's work or Mandela's mission or purpose to do, but also where do I come in? Where do I fit in, you know, as a citizen in the country and a citizen of the world? And this is where I really find that actually there's still more work to be done. And I'm really grateful for opportunities that are there. As I said, I'm currently finishing my master's, and, you know, the future is looking bright, I believe, for myself. And there are many opportunities, and there are so many doors that are open, even probably this door, you know, that you've opened for me, Mr. Darrell, you know, that I'll be part of this event, knowing that the whole world, you know, is tuned in today. And who knows, tomorrow I'm getting an invitation elsewhere in the world. I travel, I go, and I share this piece. And of course, on my next piece that I'd like to share, in the book that is called My Muse. Hope you can see that. So it's a collaboration that I did with a friend of mine called Jaros Ntabiseng Chafta, a lady in the Free State. So this book is called My Muse. And I picked a nice piece, a poem that I'm going to read, and it's called As the New Year Come, We Become. There is no moon in some nights. Peeping lights through the windows, our shadows follow us. Then we resurrect with the sunrise to try yet again. But 12 o'clock, our shadows are beneath us, carrying us through the day. When happiness knocks, we learn to open our hearts wholeheartedly. But we fear sorrow like there is no tomorrow. It's like meeting joys of the heat, yet unprepared to deal with the harshness of the cold. We are forever seeking to embody our heavenly fruits given to us for free if we ask, to give, to share, and receive love, to forgive others, but mostly ourselves, to be more patient and kind, to stay grounded yet firm, to fight when it's needed, to know when to let go, to be humble yet fierce, to accept loss or surrender, to be in the current, to practice which is traits on what situation. We become achievers, dreamers, sometimes conquerors, whilst other times we get defeated. In our very own battle we become. We knock on different doors to face different characters without a desire of approaching, but because of a need, we immerse our ideas on ears that are rubber-made, shut and intentionally blocked to hear us. False promises are fed at times, but because we befriend persistence and optimism, at stubborn faith, we push and we become. When robberies steal your sweat, hard earnings, we learn the power of letting go instantly. That today you might have and tomorrow you might not, yet all attainable, for we just promised restoration, just sweet one more time. When failing in the main whole pit, allowing help to stand, limp on and realize it was not a grave, therefore rise. Soft tissues might take a while to heal, but be glad, for no broken bones were injured. It could have been worse. Then you can get into accidents, cars written off, but you must live. You must live. And one other piece that I'd love to share, maybe the last piece. I'm Zulu, so I'm just going to share a little bit of a Zulu piece, but I believe that you'll catch the rhythm, and then I'll throw some English there as well. Gengo. Imbongi abantu isikhova silala isibhala umlando kamadidi ingqondo iqhuzunile intombi ilahle emlenze ngikhothi ithanga ngithi khopho wemtimande ngithi I art play the dot, cut the start and proceed to end things from falling apart. I salute Hebe Husutu Nelson Mandela Siyabonga. Here Mtibande Biga Ngomadiba uthi yebo indima uyidlalela kepha eyami impi namhlanje heyani ngibuza ngibuzisisa ngigudla ngigudluza ngizifuna ngizifumana ngikhulume ngikhetha amagama anobuhlakani ngikuvezele imicabango yami ngesimo sami nginike ithuba nendlebende nginisikele ubenge ngiqale ngoqumbo waqeda amaqanda iqale ngeqanda lokuqala maqede ngiqonde uqotsheni ngiqaba amaqatha amaqili baqale baqomane baqabulane baqedane baqoqa baqoqe ngomqemane ngikule inkonkonko molweni kamadlingozi ngisho ngibaqeda ngobongqondongqondo. Unmask your face. I can hear the footsteps going and I can see the rain drop. Gelling into a melody of tunes and splitting the ends of misfortunes. Injustice practices peel to reveal the core diseases to finally heal. The broken-hearted restored in abundance. Reluctant images painted like the coffin mating with the sand. The fingerprints in those hands that play in this band. Characterizing the full potential of the winds of change that we see with our eyes but fear to realize. Thus you must unmask your face. This case is yet to discover the base in which your race is intertwined, endorsed and paused, that it says life. You can't escape your calling. It is morning from the deep. The cries, the voices defies, the neglected and rejected purples have the binocular vision to see the drawback, for you can't parade the ship that has no captain to avoid the iceberg, or else the Titanic should not cause panic. Unmask your face and place your bets on slowest horse that knows the road that leads to victory instead of stallions that leads to destruction. Watch whose back your bums are stacked, for loins are packed with seeds intact. Aborted ideas increase poverty. Eliminate postponing, for seasons come. This land, it is fertile, yet await your seed until it hits the ground, bah, and dies. Your fate is sealed in your palms. That lies the core idea to eliminate the hunger. Aye. The tear you drop can stop the crop. And the tear you drop can stop the crop that feeds the greed. Unmask your face and redefine the pace of this race. Nisapula moya utule utitu. Nisapula moya utule utish. We form a cloud on the sky, hit an old high, by storm we fly. Run by, never try, for the vision of this mission affecting this nation. Rain, making generation. Nisapula moya utule utitu. Nisapula moya utule utish. Become a rainmaker of your generation, young and old, hairy and bold. We discover stories untold. Is either hot or cold. Nisapula moya utule utitu. Nisapula moya utule utish. We take advantage of the mandate, validate the facts and set the data, debate and rate our mate with great faith. Then the cloud that we formed on the sky falls like droplets of rain for all mankind. Then we give God the glory, for we are the rainmakers of this generation. Nisapula moya utule utitu. Nisapula moya utule utish. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Yay. Thank you so much, Hector. It was lovely hearing other languages at the festival as well, even though our Zulu isn't that good, but we can follow. It's a good strategy that you've got there. I just wanted to ask anyone if there's any questions for Hector, any comments that you may have. I'm watching the chat. Hector,
yes.
Maybe there's, I'm not seeing anything, but can you indulge me? I always remember your one poem, is it Kanga Ikanga?
The Kanga Taker.
Yeah. Can you do that for us as a closing? I'd really like that one.
Yeah, I have not performed that piece in a while, but
Oh,
yes, but let's see. I have it here on my book, so I have it in my head, but I just want to be sure as well. You know,
okay.
yeah, but it's more than a pleasure to,
Even if it's just a part of it, even if it's just a small part of the poem,
even if
just
it's
give us a taste.
okay. Um, let's see how far we can go. All right. Okay, so this piece, it's written, so the kanga taker basically is someone who takes the kanga off. And a kanga is this piece of cloth that women, more especially African ladies, they wear around their breast just to cover up their breast and also to cover until it reaches to their thighs. So I am saying in this piece that I am the kanga taker, so I take the kanga off. So here it goes. I hope I still remember the piece. I am the kanga taker. I see through the kanga, then I am aroused. It mesmerizes my inclined mind to the core of the night's brows. I unwrap it slowly with just one simple pull and untie, pleading with essence to control my emotions that run by. Look, I'm semi-nude and ready to divulge in our mandate. The kanga is out of sight as we let our beings debate. I rate this kanga, the great mate. It made my late night a date, so sensual yet so useful for your curves and breast fate. I like the way it clutches your firm shape, allowing my mind to kanga take as you shy away to task other duties. I take the kanga and put it on my face and smell your purest presence. I am the kanga taker. I am through the kanga, your lover maker. Your kanga rises my ready taste, but I'm loving the moment when your assets are revealed. Kanga, the great, it made my late night a date. So sensual, yet so useful for your curves and breastfeet. I like the way it clutches your firm shape, allowing my mind to kanga take. I am the kanga taker. I am the kanga taker, the lover maker. I am the kanga taker, the lover maker. I am the kanga taker, the lover maker.
Lovely, Hector. Thank you so much for a lovely performance. Thank you for the opening poem as well. I hope that when we put it on the various sites, I'm sure that that's going to be one of the poems that people are going to look at. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, and all the best with your studies, and carry on with that PhD. Go all the way. You're still young. Okay.
Thank you so
Okay.
much, Daryl, and the
Okay.
team. I really appreciate, and thank you to the world that has come also just to listen and to watch. I look forward to meeting you at some stage, obviously after this. Thank you so much. I'm seeing a wonderful performance there from, is it Melody Williams? I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for tuning in, and it's been a pleasure performing for you. I really hope that at some stage I'll be performing for you live and direct. Mr. Daryl David, thank you so much. Thank you, Melody. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Hector. Okay. So next up is yours truly and a good friend of mine, Philip Menache. So Philip and I are going to speak on churches of South Africa. And the way we'll do it is I will talk for a short while, and then Philip will go into his portion of the talk. And I just wanted to say that I'm going to share this now because I'm scared. So if you don't see my face, it doesn't really matter, but I just wanted to be on screen. Graham, can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, So in roundabout 20, maybe 28, 29, soon after I created Booktown Richmond, I got a call from a total stranger who wrote such wonderful words about praising me for what I had done in Richmond, and wanted to speak to me further about the project. And he said that he was going to be in Durban and could we meet. And this stranger turned out to be none other than Philip Menache. Um, and so we met in Durban at the Entebbe Hospital, which was the closest to my University of KwaZulu-Natal. They have a cafeteria there. And I met Philip and we were talking about Booktown Richmond and all the towns I had visited. And then I asked Philip, but how is it that you know all these towns? Because I literally traveled maybe about 300,000 kilometers in 3 to 4 years, traveling all these towns in the Karoo. And Philip said his dream had always been to photograph all, mainly the Dutch Reformed churches in South Africa. And what Philip didn't know at that time was that was also my dream. My dream, before I even created Booktown Richmond, was to be an author of books on churches of South Africa. And I told Philip, I said, Philip, don't get me excited for no good reason here. Do you really have all those photographs? He said, yeah, no, he's got all the photographs. They are negatives. Somewhere in his house, he'll get them. And true to his word, he got his negatives. I got my negatives out. And we decided we're going to do this book. And I remember Philip asking me, but how will we publish it? I said, never mind how we'll publish it. Let's just get the photographs. We'll get it ready. And then we'll hope to find a publisher. I must tell you, incidentally, just before I met Philip, my wife told me, all those negatives in the loft are creating an unsightly scene in that loft. Can I please throw it away? And I told her, no, I'll never throw away those negatives. And thank God I never threw away the negatives. Those were days when film cameras were still out. And Philip and I, most of our photographs for at least our first church book were on negative. And so that is how we got together. And we had so many churches between the two of us that we did book one. And if ever book one was called 101 Country Churches of South Africa. And what you must understand about what Philip and I, what we like, is we don't like the big cities. So we don't really cover the churches in all the big cities. We go and we cover the churches in the rural areas, the churches that hardly anyone has seen. And so we did book one, and we called it 101 Country Churches of South Africa. We had so many photographs, it still was in our system. We worked on a second book. We called it a Platteland Pilgrimage, 102 Country Churches of South Africa. And then, literally, I would think Philip will correct me. He's a bit older than me, but his memory is far better than mine. And then I think round about 2010, we may have, sorry, round about 2015, we may have done this book. But Philip will correct me.
Correct.
Am I right, Philip? Okay.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Okay. And so this is the third book that we did. And I just wanted to give you, with the third book, Philip and I sort of knew that we were coming to the end. And so all the unfinished business, very often you drive 1,300 kilometers, and when you get to a church, it's locked up, or it's bucketing down with rain and you can't photograph it. And so all those churches that we had missed out over all those years, we decided that that is what we were going to put into this book. And so what I'm going to show you is I had never covered the Trappist mission churches of KwaZulu-Natal. And later on in this program, you're going to see them in far greater detail, a book devoted entirely to the Trappist mission churches of KwaZulu-Natal. But my book came out before that book, and that is what I wanted to focus on. And so now I'm going to take you on a bit of a journey through these churches. This church is a church, for those of you who live in KZN or have traveled this route, whenever you come to Escort and that Shell Ultra City, if you look to your left as you're heading to Joburg, you will always see these beautiful twin spires. And for many years, I had wanted to photograph this church, but it was, you had to pay 2 tolls of over 100 Rand, and I'm a bit of a miser, so I don't like to pay. But this, once when I was heading for a conference, I parked my car on the highway and I walked about 2 to 3 kilometers with a whole lot of African people who were going to mass. And I photographed this church, and Philip will tell you, I phoned him straight away and I told him I got the front cover for the book. And he just told me, we'll see, because Philip always got the front cover for the first 2 books. So I'm very happy that this church, it's a beautiful church. If ever you got the time, make a plan to go. You can walk it, but if you take the off-ramp to Ladysmith, you will get to this church. And it's in, I think it's in an area called the Sandberg. Philip, am I right?
Sand River Valley. Sand River Valley.
Okay, Sand River Valley. Okay, I just know it. It's near the Shell Ultra City. Okay.
Gilles?
I'm just trying to see why it will not move. Let me just see. No. Aha. There you go. Okay. Now this is the first of the Trappist mission churches that I spoke of. This is a church just outside Underberg called Reichenau. You can't miss it when you're going to Underberg. And it's really one of the hidden gems. You've got to go on a dirt road to arrive at it. And if anyone knew what they were doing in Underberg with tourism, they would create a Trappist mission trail in Underberg, because they've got 2 of the finest Trappist mission churches in KZN. And this is the interior of the church. And you can see these churches are over 100 years old. But can you see the beautiful frescoes, the beautiful artwork? And what is amazing about the Trappists were an order that once you enter the monastery, you vow to silence. When you enter the monastery, you're not allowed to speak unless you're worshiping. And many of the people who built these things were not, they were not formally trained carpenters, etc. They were just ordinary people who wanted to show their love of God and the love of the church, and these are the kind of things that they produced. People have always told me that this could have been the front cover easily for the book as well. This is also just before Reichenau. This is the old church that is, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but think I pronounce it as Center Cow. Philip, do you know?
I think
No.
it's Center Co could be more accurate, but I'm not
Center
sure.
Co.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, it's Center Co. It's also there's a hospital close by, and this is the original church. And the church is no longer in use as a church, but what they did is they converted it into an art gallery. And if ever you're in the region, it contains the art of one of KwaZulu-Natal's most famous artists, Gerard Bengu. It really is something that you must go and visit. I just hope, because I haven't been to this church maybe in about 6 years, but I hope that it's still running as an art gallery, and that, you know, money hasn't been stolen and the place has fallen apart. Let's hope, because it was a wonderful project. This is the more modern, the newer church on the same premises. This is the Center Code Church, and it's a beautiful red brick building, typical of KwaZulu-Natal, and especially Pietermaritzburg and the Midlands area. This is Marion Hill Monastery, and you know, I traveled for almost 20 years from Pietermaritzburg to Durban. I used to lecture in Durban for a very long time. And I always had wanted to visit this church. And finally, for this book, you know, sometimes you need a reason to force you to go and visit these churches. And we went there. It was myself and the poet Kobus Moorman, who will be speaking later. And as my father always says, I'm one of the few photographers of church architecture who hardly ever sets foot inside a church. And so I tried to prove him wrong. And thereafter, I started going into churches. I think he had it in his mind that I should go on Sundays, but I went on any given day to photograph these churches. And I must tell you, if ever you get the chance, it is one of the most peaceful, tranquil, serene places you will ever visit. And to think that it is just off the N3, one of the busiest highways in South Africa. It is really a place that of immense tranquility that you must visit whenever you are worried or troubled. And once again, you can see the beautiful artwork. And naturally, the sad thing about many of these places, I've chosen to depict the beautiful frescoes, but there are places lower down where damp is creeping in, etc. And so a lot of these buildings are falling apart, and with less and less funding, it's actually better to see them sooner rather than later. As I said, Philip and I, as a golden rule, we never covered city churches. But I asked Philip to please make an exception and let me photograph this church in Pietermaritzburg, my hometown. And this is St. Mary's Cathedral. It's a Catholic church. It's in Loop Street, or nowadays known as Jabu and Lovu Street. And this is a church that has always, I've always admired this church. And I actually photographed this church so many times, and it's a very difficult church to photograph because the sun is always sort of in the wrong position. You can never get a good photograph of this church, but it's a beautiful, beautiful structure, as you will see in the coming photographs. There's the interior, and those arches when you sit in this church, and if you sit long enough and you watch the light, it is truly something spectacular. You know, these old architects, you have to take your hat off to them for the kind of churches that they produced. And even though my great friend Betty Govenden over here, who is a real churchgoer, I don't really go to church a lot. but I think I've served my time. I've done my work in the name of God through these books. And I enjoy going and sitting in these churches and just admiring everything. And this, my mother is born, was born in Port Shepstone. And so all our lives, we always traveled that South Coast route, the N2 to Port Shepstone, Margate, that entire route. And whenever we would travel as a young boy, I would always see that spire that you see on that tower. And I think Philip described it as a witch's hat spire. And I think it's quite a lovely phrase, although I don't think Christian people would appreciate Philip's description, but maybe that is how it's known in architecture. And I made sure with this book, because I knew it would be my last, I wanted to also capture a part of the world that had to do with my parents and my hometown. And this is a church called Rennie Shaw. And I must tell you, this was the most adventurous part of my entire journey with this book, because I had to drive through low-level bridges that were in flood. I had to drive through sugarcane plantations. And as you know, in KwaZulu-Natal, sugarcane plantations these days are notorious for serial killers. So I was very afraid when I drove this route, but it was beautiful. It's absolutely stunning. And the cemetery is probably has one of the greatest views out of all the cemeteries in South Africa. This is Emmanuel Cathedral in Durban. And as I said, we never did city churches, but we wanted to do it because we knew that one of the days they will demolish Emmanuel Cathedral. And it's so steeped in history. It's so steeped in struggle, history of South Africa. And I had never been inside. And it is, as you can see, that ceiling is something absolutely beautiful. But it was amazing to see, it's almost like a pilgrimage. It was amazing to see all the people who came in simply to see this church and pray. They would sit for hours and pray. And this is the last church that I pretty much took for this book. I say Peniel, just outside Stellenbosch. People say Peniel. And I love this church because of the mountains. When I came to Cape, I wanted to actually live in Peniel, but it's just too expensive. And so I gave up that dream, but I hold my Adam Small Festival in this church. Philip, I think it's over to you now.
Good morning, everybody, and I'm very pleased to be here at the Madibaland Festival. The objective of what we are doing is focus really on the architectural styles of the churches in this country, the architects themselves, the focus of the church vis-a-vis the town in question, inter alia. We don't focus on religion for this purpose. Now, I'm not an architect whatsoever. I had to learn all the terms from scratch, and hopefully as time went on, I did manage to improve the technique. We are focusing on the first South African architect, Wynand Hendrik Louw, and they are the dates in question. And he designed a variety of churches which could be representative, I suppose, of many churches throughout the country. We're talking about the following architectural styles: Gothic Revival, Byzantine, Romanesque, Neo-Gothic, Classical, etc., etc. And I'm just using this architect's works as an example of what we have here. So Wynand Hendrik Louw was born in 1883 in a place called Die Hoogte, or Le Borie and Picardy, just outside Paarl, almost next to the KWV headquarters called La Concorde, which he, by the way, had designed himself. And then another architect, Gerard Moerdijk, who was born in what was in the Transvaal, formed a temporary 5-year association with Wynand Hendrik Louw, where they had combined their talents. Both of them had gone to London to qualify at the Royal Institute of Architecture, and both of them, this is separate now, they're several separately because of their age gap. They traveled and they went to places like Venice, Turkey, etc., where some of their ideas were inspired. So Wynand Hendrik Louw lived to 84 years old and did design roughly 100 churches. And I had been in contact with some of his descendants in Cape Town. And one of the descendants is very keen to write a full book on Wynand Hendrik Louw, whereby we just did a sample of his architecture. I think we can start focusing on the churches now. Daryl, yeah. Now, this is his NG Kerk in Boksburg, which is actually no longer in use, unfortunately. One of his early churches built in 1912 in a Gothic format. And many of his designs were, they had these prominent gables. You know, you have gables on, you can see them on the left and the right, with what is called as a rose window near the top of the triangular gable. We have a tall stone tower. We have a cylindrical small tower in front of you. And I was there in 2015, and it was still open for business, as it were, still open for choir practice, etc. I do believe, however, of late, it has been vandalized somewhat. You see, what I'm saying is a lot of church buildings, because of the situation in what used to be called the various CBDs, where the congregations have since moved out, there has been issues regarding the preservation of the said buildings. And a lot of the congregations or former congregations could not afford to actually maintain. So this church, like unfortunately some others, not all others, may have fallen a victim to vandalism, whereas other churches have been saved for use as something else besides a place of worship. Thank you, Daryl. Next. Next. Thank you. The church in the Free State town of Lindley, named after an American missionary called Daniel Lindley, who came here in the 19th century, soon became proficient in Afrikaans. So this town is a typical low design with a triple arched entrance with the 3 doors, the prominent circular rose window halfway up the gable, quite a tall, powerful tower, and quite a decorative interior, lying high on a slope overlooking the towns. It's well placed, and there's a model of the older church, a mini model of the older church within the premises. Date is about 1900. This is Wynand Louw's church in Queenstown, Eastern Cape. And here we have one of his typical designs with a semicircular portico in front with 3 arched apertures where the doors are inside, a prominent hexagonal tower with a red spire. It's situated in Robinson Street near the CBD, and it was built in 1921. And as some of you might be aware, him and Gerard Moerdijk's churches did have a fair amount of common designs within them. Thank you. And here we have a combined Louw and Moerdijk design. This is known as a Gereformeerde Kerk in Reddersburg, South Central Free State. We have a magnificent gable structure, which is facing south. The south is the upper level, and it slopes northwards. Now, on the upper level, you'll see 7 blue glazed windows on the upper level of the main facade. We have 6 little arched windows on the lower level. Above it, this huge triangular pediment has the magnificent dentils being the border of the 3 of the triangles, a little sunburst with what they call a voussoir. I'm being a bit technical now, but that's the actual design. The 2 tall domed towers with a Byzantine feel flank the structure, and behind that is a semicircular colonnade where you can walk through or around at a lower level. 1925 is the date, June 28 is the date of the actual structure. And we think it's one of the most magnificent Byzantine structures of its kind. This is his church in Komiskroon, Northern Cape, in the Madibaland, with its what is called a candle snuffer tower, or maybe a witch's hat. It's a very solid sandstone, stone structure in typical blue-grey, Northern Cape type of quarry stone built here, with a similar apse around it, and also a lovely succulent garden in front to go with the semi-tropical climate. The semi-arid climate. Thank you. This is his church at Kakamas, Northern Cape, near the Orange River, built in the early 20s. This church has seen different designs of pastel colors, from blue, pale green, dark bottle green. Now we have this gray and white muted color. Stands in a massive garden, which a path leads for 150 meters from the street up to the church. Magnificent situation. And this is the church itself, and still very much in use. Now, what do we see here? Do we see double? We probably do. This is Van Antler's church in Elliot, today called Koa in the Eastern Cape, and it was built around 1930. And on the right is the main structure, where you see its various windows, gable, semi-cylindrical tower, and its taller four-sided main tower with a little cap on top, very much resembling Gerard Moerdijk's church at Ladysmith, KwaZulu-Natal. On the left, the miniature model actually houses various historical artifacts within the church, and it was built in 1990. And it's a very interesting, in fact, design, because there's very few buildings which have this kind of duplication replica on the church premises. Thank you. And also, the church at Bethlehem West. This was taken this was done in 1930. It's a very large, one of his larger churches, which features a sort of semi-Romanesque central tower and two cylindrical fronts, left and right, with its rather large six-sided structure. In front of the church has six large colonnades, which form the entrance of the church. It's probably the largest church in the town, Bethlehem West, as opposed to Bethlehem Central, which is 2 k's further east. Thank you. This is the church in Strand, Western Cape, 1931, where we have 3 massive gables. You see 2 in front, 1 at the back, with the large rose windows on both sides, a whole set of lancet windows on the lower levels on both gables, a sunburst in the middle, and not really a tower, but more like a flesh being a French word for arrow. And some churches have, in fact, this design of a little black or other colored flesh in the background. I believe the church can house 1,000 plus participants. Thank you. Any more?
It's only that, Philip. Yeah.
I see. I see. All right. Yeah. Look, people have asked me about interiors. Now, we have quite a lot of interiors of churches, of which I took many of them within the last 5 years, which was done after our 3 books. Our third and second books do, however, feature some interiors, although we have no more stock of books 1 and 2, only book 3. But I do, one can't always access an interior unless one makes an appointment with the office. And I've been quite successful in that regard. It doesn't have to be a Sunday when the service is on. It can be any given time. Offices are open in the mornings, and I've been inside. I must also mention while I'm here, we have Anglican, Methodist, Presbyterian, Catholic churches and cathedrals and other denominations throughout, which have got superb interiors. I would like in the future to actually prepare a PowerPoint presentation with a lot of the modern churches, I sent to Daryl because I, at this point, have no experience how to prepare PowerPoint for Zoom. However, hopefully that should be remedied as soon as possible. I must mention some of the historic churches, such as St. Michael's, St. George's in Grahamstown, the Catholic Cathedral at Aliwal North. We have the Metropolitan Methodist Church in Cape Town, which was occupied by refugees this year, which has, I believe, caused severe damage in the interior. I did, however, take pictures of said church in 2018 when it was obviously still intact. I'm just giving a very brief description of the wealth of variety of architectural styles that this country has. The Roman Catholic Church Cathedral in Pella, various mission churches such as Genadendal. The styles are unbelievable. I do hope in the near future, or whenever the opportunity arises, to present such a presentation with the appropriate interiors, but Daryl was sent the information and Daryl may be able to compile this as well. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'm open to answering in due course.
Okay, Peter Baker asked, why is the church, Emmanuel Cathedral, going to be demolished? Well, there's a lot of, it's been, for a long time, the structure has been deemed to be unstable. So that is the problem. It's not because people just want to demolish it, but it's a very old church, and maybe it hasn't had upkeep for a long time. Whatever the case is, that is it. So I made sure that I went and photographed it. Betty is saying the Anglican Cathedral in Pietermaritzburg is deliberately in an African architectural style. Yeah, the newer cathedral, the older cathedral stands alongside it. Okay, yeah, but there's 3 books. As I said, I see Hector's comments here about why are you denying us the interior. There's 3 books, and there are quite a few interiors. For instance, churches in George, churches in Grahamstown. There's lots of stained glass photographs of all these churches. Literally, Philip and I have covered the entire country from one end to the other. And Philip, if I'm not mistaken, it's like over 350 churches in 3 books. Would
Indeed.
I be right?
That is correct, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now,
Okay.
yes.
Philip, I'll give you closing comments because it's 11:04, so let's end it off. But give your last comments.
Very quickly, just to encourage the heritage story, there's at least 4 or 5 churches which were no longer used as places of worship, but we put to other use, i.e. Ladysmith, Western Cape, the old church built in 1874 is now a museum and publicity association place. Clan William, the old church, is now used for flower shows on social occasions. Robertson, the old Methodist church in 1874, is now used as a kitchen and dining room for the residents of the adjoining senior citizens home. And then there's a 4th church. It just escapes me now, but it'll come back to me eventually.
It's Centerco for Gerard Bengal. That
Yes,
would be one of them.
Yes, and there's another one, but now my mind it escapes my mind. Apologies for that right now.
Okay, but ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you've got a sense of what we try to do in these books. I hope we've entertained you for just over half an hour. And if anyone wants these books, Philip is the custodian of a few books that are left over. So you can always contact him or contact me, and I can forward your email to Philip. So thank you so much for listening to us, and we'll go into a short break, and either Melody or Graham, you can play the music, and we'll come back at 11:30.
Pato time. The dance keeps going all night long till the morning sun begins to shine.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to other people in different parts of the world. Welcome to day 2 of the Madibaland World Literary Festival. It's wonderful to see so many familiar faces from yesterday back for more. So welcome to all of you. Thank you for waking up early and being here for the start of the session. Next up, it's an all Indian themed session. First up, we've got Alka Pandey, and with masterpieces of Indian art. And then next up, we have Cosmo Brockway and Harriet Compston with Glorious Hotels of India. Now, I just wanted to make sure, because I don't see Alka here at the moment. She did say she was joining us today. Alka, are you here? Cosmo and Harriet, I see you guys are here.
Yes.
Would you, I'm just thinking, it wasn't absolutely certain, but she did send her PowerPoint, but are you expecting the entire world to descend and listen to you? Or would you mind going first in case Alka is a bit delayed?
No, we're happy to go first. That's absolutely fine.
Is it okay with you guys? Okay. And you want to try and share your PowerPoint from your side, or must we share it from our side?
We can try and share it from our side, but it may
Okay.
go very wrong. So if it does, then please take over. Let's
Okay.
give it a go. Can you see it?
No, we can't see it. But I tell you what you've got to do. You've
Yeah.
got to first open your document.
Yeah, that's open.
Then you click share screen at the bottom there.
Yeah.
And then you go back to the document and you double click on the document.
The actual document.
Yeah. I'm afraid I think you're going to have to.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
Maybe okay. Hang on. Maybe okay.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
it.
oh, great.
Okay. Okay. Now there's it coming up. So I think we're going to go first with you. So sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen, but Alka did send her PowerPoint this morning after a bit of doubt. So I was hopeful that she'd be here. But we have Cosmo Brockway and Harriet Comston to talk about a book that I just had to have at the festival, Glorious Hotels of India. Now, Cosmo and Harriet, you didn't send your profiles, so I'm going to leave it up to you to introduce yourselves and tell us who exactly you are and what is the interest in photographing hotels of India. So over to you.
Okay, great. Well, we're two travel journalists. I've been a travel journalist 15 years and have worked for all kinds of national magazines and newspapers, and edited several magazines, and then decided to go freelance about 5 years ago, which is when we conceived the book, really. And that's when we decided to take the leap and move to India to undertake it.
Yeah.
And it's been a dream of Cosmo's for many years. He's been visiting India since about 20 years. And so it's always been a dream of yours to do.
Yeah.
And so that's what sparked it. And
okay. No, thank you so much. And if we may ask, are your partners husband and wife, or just authors?
Just friends and colleagues.
Yeah.
Just friends. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No. Thank you so much. But I'll leave it up to you. And Melody, will you control it from your side?
We can control, that's fine, and we
can you control it from your side?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, that's fine. So the floor is all yours.
Great.
Well, I think we thought that there was, I mean, I've been traveling around India. I'd first come age 17 because my grandmother was doing charity projects over there. And as Harriet said, I've fallen in love with it. But what I realized is that there was no book. As I visited some of these hotels with my grandmother, I realized that there was no book that brought them to life or showcased them. And I could see, and particularly, I mean, I first arrived in India in, I think, 1999. And by the time 2013 came around, I realized, like, I could see the extraordinary sea change in the Indian hospitality scene, Indian interior scene, and just Indian society as a whole. I mean, as you would know, Daryl, you know, complete difference in the way people lived and in the infrastructure for visitors. And I really wanted a book that would celebrate that. So I knew Harriet, and I knew that she'd been to India, and I've said, you know, why did, you know, let's do this book. And then so Glorious Hotels of India was the result of that. So we both had jobs in London. We were working on a magazine very successfully. And we actually quit, and we left London, put our flats up for rent, and went and as Harriet said, lived in hotel. We actually lived in hotels for 6, 7, 8 months solidly with no break, which sounds fabulous, but in reality it's quite hard work, and because you're on the job all the time. But the reason we did that is because we wanted the book to be as authentic as possible, and for it to really be a behind the scenes glimpse of the heart of these places, and we just felt if we just drifted in and drifted out, we wouldn't be able to do justice to that. So anyway, yes.
So yes, Glorious Hotels was born, and we commissioned a photographer called Karen Puri, who is India based, because we really wanted someone who could properly really understand the scene and also familiar with India, etc. And he was fantastic. So
I mean, his photographs are absolutely stunning. If any of you've got the book, you'll see, and they're a real visual journey through what makes India. I mean, I really think the most visually stunning country on the planet. And it's a great, his images are such a great mixture of safari shots and portraits and interiors and details. And I think that we're very lucky to have, we were very lucky to have him.
Yes.
And he was a huge part of it. And I traveled personally with him for a year to style the shoots as well. So he and I had a lot of adventures, kind of hiring cars and heading off into the bush to look for some palace that in the desert. So yes.
And I think it was wonderfully memorable. And I think glorious to us is not necessarily luxury. Glorious kind of encompasses a whole range, whether it's the people, it's the location, it's the building, it's the service. So we very much, so the properties you see in the book are such a range. It's not just palaces, it's tiny boutique hotels, it is houseboats, you'll see camps. So we really wanted to get a range, and not just a range of properties, but a range of destinations as well. So they really do span India, right from Kerala the whole way to Ladakh. So we've got a good range. And so we just thought we'd talk you through some of the properties which are in the book. And yes, you can see photographs as well. So starting with you.
So first up, it's Ahilia by the Sea, which is in Goa. Goa, if any of you are familiar, is a very small, it's India's smallest state, and it's essentially a beach state. It's a holiday destination for both Indians and people around the world. It's very beautiful. And Ahilia by the Sea is, I think it's now 4 or 5 villas. It's grown, but it was 3 when we visited. These incredible looking villas, almost kind of Balinese looking, that were built on a stretch of land and in fact, the beach that it was built on is a very ancient gateway that the Greeks and the, not the Romans, the Greeks and the Egyptians landed on when they came to trade, long before the Portuguese arrived. So it's a really interesting location. And the family the Ellis family that inherited the land, who are Goan American, married into the Holkar family, who own Ahilia Fort. Prince Richard Holkar is one of India's great royal hoteliers. And so the families came together and created these villas. And I mean, they're just absolutely beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, they're wonderful. And they've got wonderful, I mean, they're great people of detail. They really are. And they've got beautiful.
Well, one of the things is their grandfather was one of India's great painters, Antonia Trindade, who is known as the Rembrandt of the East, and his paintings fill the villas, which is very what we wanted in Glorious Hotels of India, was to show these properties, how the personal nature of them, and how the people that owned them really, there's no sterility. Sterile doesn't really exist in India. I mean, it exists in some of the urban big hotels, but in general, don't you agree? They're very personal in the way they run things and create. So yes, that's wonderful, eclectic Ahilia by the Sea.
Yeah, and then so the other end of the scale, then we have the Oberoi Amavilas, and Oberoi is a big, probably the foremost hotel chain actually in India, and it's headed up by a lovely man called Vicky Oberoi, who actually I interviewed for one of the newspapers in the UK, and he's now I think 93, and he's amazing. He checks every single TripAdvisor review, so he's incredibly on it, and no one gets away with anything. So and he's a fantastic man, and it's a wonderful hotel chain. And Amavilas is particularly special. I'm sure many of you have heard of the Taj Mahal, the iconic Taj Mahal.
All of them.
And yes, everyone. And it was so exciting. First of all, people say, is it as beautiful as in the photographs? And it really is.
What, the Taj?
The Taj Mahal.
Yeah, I'd always put off visiting the Taj. I mean, a bit like the Eiffel Tower, I was a bit like, well, it's sort of a bit of a cliche and it sounds arrogant, but partly also I was saving it for something, a really special moment as well. And then partly I thought that it wouldn't really live up to the hype. And I remember because we were staying at Amavilla, so it was literally in the back garden, so I had to go and visit. And I walked through the gates and walked around the corner, and I was faced with it, and my tears just ran down my cheeks.
Exactly, yeah.
Because it was so much more than even I could have imagined. I mean, it really is. If you can go.
Yeah, and the amazing thing about Amavillas is that every single suite
has a view.
I think there are 102 suites, and it's just extraordinary. You wake up and there you have.
Well, it's that sense of it being at the bottom of your garden, which is quite surreal.
Yes, yeah.
And actually, some of the suites have got showers with views, beautiful frescoed showers, and you can stand in the shower and literally look onto the Taj Mahal as you're having a shower.
And it's done sort of Mughal splendor, so very much in keeping with Shah Jahan, who was the emperor who built it. And they're also one of the other big features of the domes, the most incredible, huge domes, where there's one in the entrance hall particularly, which sort of glitters with gold. And
it's very decadent. I mean, it's very expensive, but there's a reason that it is, and I would say it is probably the most decadent hotel in India, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it
is.
Yeah.
So if you were really going to choose one hotel, I mean, I think along with the Taj Falak Numa in Hyderabad, this would be the hotel. Whether it's a honeymoon or an anniversary or celebration, Amavillas would definitely be a property to choose.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. So moving on, and this is the as you can see the Taj Mahal just in the background, and the service is another. Oberoi really focuses on the service, and it is particularly.
It looks quite far away there. When you're actually at the hotel, it's much closer.
Yeah.
Walkable.
Well, yeah, it is
easily
walkable. And the trick is to go in the morning when there are not so many tourists. That's go sort of super early and catch sunrise, which is incredible to do. So now we have Pondicherry.
This, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Pondicherry, but it's basically, it's an old French colony on the east coast of India. And it still has, as you can see, I mean, it still feels like a southern French town. And actually it looks a bit almost South African there as well. But the policemen have still got the French uniforms and the caps. And I mean, although the French have long gone, it really is an extraordinary place, Pondicherry. So, but just outside Pondicherry, a designer lives called Jean-Francois Lesage, who is an embroiderer, and he works with Chanel and major design houses, and his family have been doing this for generations. They worked for Napoleon III, and Lesage is, so in his 50s, Frenchman, very French, very elegant and stylish, and he has worked at the opera in Paris. He's restored one of Napoleon's thrones. He does extraordinary things. I mean, he's a master, he's a genius. Yes. But anyway, he's restored one. He's got a passion for this part of the world. Madras, Chennai, as it is now, he's had a studio, an atelier there for a long time, in an incredible old bungalow, and with his partner. And he's discovered this manor house, which is just outside between Madras and Pondicherry, Chennai and Pondicherry. And he's restored it. And when he first discovered it, there was a banyan tree growing through the middle of the place. And I think it was owned by 18 different families.
Extraordinary.
And he, one by one, pursued all the different branches of the family to get them to sign the contract, which took him years, but he did it. And it was his. And it's got a big high wall around it. And there's an element of kind of reclusivity. But he will let people come and stay and take over the house. So and it is one of the most extraordinary places you could stay in India, because
Yeah,
it's
magical.
a glimpse into the mind of one of our great creative geniuses, I think.
Yeah.
So he's filled it with a mixture, as you can see, the French and Indian antiques over every floor. We don't have another picture of it, no.
I've got these.
It's incredibly atmospheric. Oh, there we go. You see there.
And two wonderful dogs. They're,
well, no, it's well, 7 of them. Weimaranas. So that's Maison Candadu. That's just another example of an interior that we have in the book.
Yes. And then we have Sujan Raj Mahal Palace, and Sujan is a boutique hotel chain in India, and they have a lovely camp in Ranthambore National Park called Sherbag, and Ranthambore is the most incredible tiger safari. So if you're looking for tigers, that is a place to go. The Raj Mahal is in Jaipur, which of course is known as the Pink City. And it opened about 5 years ago and was a massive opening. Everyone was so excited because it has an incredible history. It was home to Gayatri Devi, who was, she was described by Vogue actually as one of the world's most beautiful women. And she really was, and hosted the most.
So she was the previous Maharani of Jaipur.
Yeah. And they hosted incredible parties, and Queen Elizabeth came, and really every name you can think of. And the staircase is decorated with black. Jackie Kennedy went, and it's just decorated with wonderful black and white photographs of all previous guests. But it's now the Maharani now decided that actually it needed to be, they need basically some more funds, and so decided to turn it into a hotel. And they commissioned Adil Ahmad.
It was Princess Dia Kumari of Jaipur.
Who wrote the introduction, didn't she?
Yeah, who also did the introduction kindly for our book. But she approached Jaisal Singh, who owns the Sujan Hotel Group, and they formed this partnership, and Sujan now run Raj Mahal on the Jaipur royal family's behalf, and engaged Adil Ahmed, who's this extraordinary designer from New Delhi, to create these interiors, which you can see are extraordinarily lavish and over the top, and fitting for a city with a heritage like Jaipur's, actually.
Yeah, no, it's extraordinary. There are 46 different types of wallpaper, which is really quite an incredible achievement. And actually, it was the cover of our book. That's what was and wasn't. Oh no, it wasn't actually. No, it wasn't. It wasn't the cover, but it was in a contender for the cover, because Raj Mahal was a contender. And
for which?
For this, it was a choice. We had a sort of choice of 3,
right? And
we were so struck by it, we did wonder, but in the end, we didn't go with it. But it was it's a really just such a vibrant place that definitely is. And there's there's a Thunderbird outside, which is the most magnificent car, and that's what greets you when you arrive, and it's wonderful.
So here we have another one of the great characters in India that we've had the pleasure to meet with the book, and she's called Lulu Van Dam. Originally, Belgian family, but actually, funny enough, born in India, because her father was working in Bombay. So she's got this extraordinary privilege of being able to have an Indian passport. And she is just an amazing creative mind again. She's a stylist, she's a writer, designer. And she was born in this hill station called Kodi Canal in South India, which has incredible organic food, among other things. But she went after living in Bombay she has gone back to her place of birth, and she's built this extraordinary bungalow. We don't have an exterior shot. I wonder if I can find it in the book to show you. But she's built this extraordinary villa, literally perched on the edge of a cliff, and she lives there by herself, surrounded by lemon and coffee and banana plantations. And she's actually building a larger villa just up the hill. And if you want to retreat from the outside world, then Lulu's is definitely the place to go to. And she is she had a hotel in Goa, which Condé Nast Traveller called one of the 10 best hotels in India. Small hotels in India. You didn't come to Lulu's Land in the end, actually, did you?
No, I didn't come. But it's only got 2 bedrooms, isn't it?
It's only got 2 bedrooms. The original villa, although she's now building this bigger one, but it was when the photographer and I stayed there, she's got the most extraordinary terrace, and it overlooks the valley and everything. And he volunteered to actually sleep on the terrace because obviously there were 2 bedrooms. So I was in one bedroom, and then Lulu was in the other bedroom. And so he slept on this day bed. And he said he woke up in the night and he could hear this padding of feet, and he thought it was a local leopard. Which actually in South Africa, you actually wouldn't find that extraordinary. But of course, for an English person, it was very exotic. So, yes, there.
Nice. Amazing. No, we don't have that.
No.
So
Great.
The next one is Sakun, and that was Kashmir. And it was incredible to get to go to Kashmir because obviously there's a lot of unrest there. But you'd always want to go, and it really is. It's in a way, I suppose the sad thing, but also the good thing is that it's so untouched. And this is Srinagar, the capital of Kashmir. And we travelled actually across the mountains from Ladakh. And it was the most sort of hair-raising journey with the road, because there are quite a lot of avalanches kind of being rebuilt, the mountain road as we went along, and you can see cars having fallen down the side. So it's quite an adventure anyway. And but when we arrived, Dal Lake is beautiful. It's sort of mirror glass flat, and this is one of the few houseboats which has been restored, and they were built in the 19th century.
Yep. Well, it was very popular with the British, Kashmir, and it was the Mughals that really first discovered it. And they wrote that it was heaven on earth, and they built incredible gardens there. And then the British were there, and then obviously because of all the troubles. And in the 60s, the Beatles went. Lots of different people on the hippie trail and famous people ended up there. So it had a real renaissance. But then, because of the troubles, people have been intimidated to go there. But I have to say, when we went, although there weren't a lot of tourists, because there aren't, it felt incredibly peaceful and incredibly safe, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
We walked the circumference of Dal Lake, which is the lake you can see in the picture, which we were told that foreigners hadn't done in 50 years or something. Completed. So we were very proud of that.
Yeah.
But we did feel completely safe. But Sakun is fascinating because it is a totally eco houseboat, isn't it?
Oh, it is fascinating. You have to, as you can see, these are shikaras. Those
the little boats that take you.
They take, and in the morning you can look out and you can see these flower markets and food markets just balancing on the water. And so you really, by being in the houseboat, you really are in the heart of it. And they've, as you can see, they've done it beautifully with silk cushions and it was and you have breakfast on the deck, which is wonderful, just seeing that the mist rise off the lake. And if you can get to Kashmir, then get to Kashmir, because it's such a stunning place. And so now to Penthouse in Calcutta.
So this is Calcutta's first boutique hotel, opened a couple of years ago, and the Prakash family who have opened it have another property in outside Darjeeling called Glenburn, which is a beautiful plantation, tea plantation. It's also in the book. And Husna Tara, who's the owner of Glenburn, really wanted to, they own this building in Calcutta, which was actually a modern skyscraper, but she had a vision to create a hotel at the top of it. And she partnered with a friend of hers, Bronwyn Latif, who's this amazing interior designer. And together they came up with this kind of extraordinary fantasy on top of this modern skyscraper. So as you can see, the long room, which I think is one of the most extraordinary rooms in the country. The wallpaper that you can see is by Ixel. Ixel are based in London and Paris. They are Turkish American, and you can see that they do extraordinary hand-painted wall cover or hand-printed wall coverings, and they're very worth checking out. So Bronwyn imported these from them and covered this very long room. How long is the room? 70 foot
And it's
long?
long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's wonderful is those doors open out onto a terrace. Don't know if we have an image of it.
No.
And you can have tea overlooking the Victoria Memorial and the city. And of course, Glenburn have their own tea because they have this tea plantation. And it really is 4-poster beds and shuttered windows. And if you're going to Calcutta, it really is an extraordinary place to stay.
Mm.
And it's so peaceful. I think that's what's
Yeah.
its real USP is in a city like Calcutta to be able to stay somewhere that's so high above the frenetic noise. And yes, it is a triumph, actually.
Yeah, and very new.
Glenburn.
I mean, it only opened.
Yeah, it
about
is
sort of
brand new.
2 years.
Yeah.
And so this is the Ultimate Travelling Camp, and funny enough, this was the first property actually we did. Well, one of the first I think we visited, and this is where we went before Kashmir.
Yeah.
Leh is the capital of Ladakh, and this is just about 30 minutes outside.
Yeah.
And it's magical Ladakh. It's in the former Buddhist kingdom, and it's high up in the Himalayas, and yeah, it's just
you land at this military airport, and it's surrounded by the Himalayas, and it really is. Well, I mean, I left a bag on the plane and set off the entire military airport. I remember on high alert. But it is like another world.
Absolutely,
Ladakh,
you don't feel you're like in India. That's what's fascinating. And the Ultimate Travelling Camp is across India. There's one which we haven't been to, but really want to go to in Nagaland, which is a tribal land.
Well, they set it up every year for the Hornbill Festival, which is an incredible tribal festival in the northeast of India every February, which, if you can go, is a sight to be seen.
Yeah, and so all the tents are pretty much the same, and they kind of echo the tents of the Mughal emperors, and it's wonderful. We've only got 2 photographs here, but you have sort of Rudyard Kipling-esque desks, and you have 4-poster beds, and it's really special. And because, of course, being in a camp, you're right in the heart of the nature. And this is the monastery it overlooks. And the great thing is you can go and visit the monastery, and you can meet the monks and have tea with them, and it's a really interesting look.
Yeah, well, they organize a private audience with the Lama as well, which is very, very special. So you if he's available, you can sit with him and ask him questions.
And the Dalai Lama goes in July, so if you want to catch the Dalai Lama, he goes in July.
Yeah.
And they also do great experiences. You can do polo matches, ride on horses, and great treks as well. And it really is, and it's fantastic.
Rafting on the Zanskar River.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Incredible. Yeah.
Yeah. So it really is. It's a great place to let's go off the beaten track. And then Shamshir.
This is a smaller property. It's not very well known, but we included it in the book because I think it's very special, and it has been restored by the owning family, who are the Acroys, who actually built much of New Delhi along with Lutyens. They own the Imperial Hotel in Delhi, which is the city's foremost heritage hotel. And the Shamshir is, if you go back to the other picture, it was built in 1906 in this wonderful Greco-Roman style, with towers and turrets and Gothic arches. It's in Dehradun, which is another hill station in the foothills of the Himalayas. And you can see the interiors have been given a wonderful makeover by a British designer called Christopher Moore, and a real freshening up. But every room is filled with memorabilia and artifacts and antiques, and it's an incredibly restful place to go and stay and experience, I think, the quieter side of India, and also that kind of, which I think as South Africans would very much resonate with you as well, but that sense of I suppose the magic of the past, the colonial past, from an aesthetic point of view, if nothing else. Yeah.
And so this is, as we said, a big hitter, and it's
amazing bird watching at Shumshire as well, and
yes,
safaris. Yeah. And in fact, the family have got another camp called Jim's Jungle Camp in Corbett National Park, which, if you're looking for a safari, they have all kinds of people end up there. They've had the King and Queen of Sweden recently, I mean, it's a very, very good camp, Jim's Jungle Camp. So it might seem a bit strange to go from South Africa to India for a safari, but if you do, have a look that up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then this is Umar Bhavan Palace, and it's often voted one of the best hotels in the world. And not surprising, it's owned by Taj, who are another big chain in India. And their speciality, although they do have more modern properties, is restoring old palaces. And we don't have it here, but Taj Falak Numa Palace is another extraordinary palace. Definitely to visit.
Yeah,
that really is. But this is in Jodhpur, and it's actually one of the wings is still lived in by the Maharaja. And I remember we looked out our window and actually saw the Maharaja's.
Is it the largest palace in the world?
Privately owned, I think. Yeah, and it is. It's absolutely wonderful, and there's also a museum of the Maharaja's cars as well. Have wonderful. And you can go out in the Maharaja's Cadillac and explore the surrounds, and it's wonderful. And there is wonderful sort of peacocks on the lawn, and you're just entirely sort of swept up in a different world, aren't you? And there's also, we were there at Christmas, which was wonderful because they had this, you'll see this dome, which had this towering Christmas tree, and carols, which was so wonderful to hear, having been in there for quite a while, suddenly hearing sort of Ding Dong Merrily on High, and it really was very transporting. And so that is.
Well, I think hadn't we been on a bus or a train or something from God knows where, and we arrived, and we'd been traveling for 36 hours, and we were dirty and homesick probably, and exhausted, and then we walked into this dome that you can see, and they had the 50-foot Christmas tree and carol singers, and I think we both burst into tears.
It's just too exciting,
because it was incredibly it's like coming home. It's like Christmas had arrived in India.
Arrived. So now, last but not least, we have Uday Vilas Palace.
This is again a very little known place, one of India's lesser known palaces, but they've included it because for me it was the biggest surprise when visiting places for the book. I think we went together for the recce, and then I went back with the photographer. So you can see, you approach it from the lake, quite a plain frontage. It would give you no idea of what's awaiting you inside. Built at the turn of the century, and opened in 1993. Okay, here you can see this extraordinary, the inner courtyard of the palace. So the fresco that you can see on the wall, the present owner's father created from river pebbles that he'd collected, which I just think is an amazing story. And what you can't see in the shot is this is an amazing temple that the courtyard has been built around. So that in itself is extraordinary enough. Then you've got this pool that's the dining table. So you all sit around this, as you can sort of see the places are laid there. You all sit around this dining table, which is floodlit at night, and it's an open roof, so you've got the stars, and then suddenly there are these decoy ducks in very Indian touch floating on the water, but it is the most extraudinary dining room I've ever experienced in my life.
At all our hotels.
For the theatre of it and the surrealism of it. I mean, it's interesting because they've got a traditional palace dining room that's got a 20-foot long table, Belgian crystal chandelier, hunting trophies, and everything you'd expect of a palace dining room. But this is, to my mind, the real.
Yeah, no, it really is. It's a real wow.
Yeah. So 23 bedrooms of varying design. There's the iconic writer and photographer Henry Wilson designed some of the bedrooms. He was a great friend of the family. But then the more traditional Edwardian bedrooms in the palace are absolutely enormous. You'd never stay in a bigger bedroom, and full of atmosphere.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And the hosts as well.
Yeah, and the host families and the owner's wife does cookery classes if you're interested in that, extremely well. There's some very beautifully curated small museum. The garage, the Muse, have been turned into it's a museum of vintage cars and planes and boats, but they've made a bar in there, which is the best place to go and have a drink before dinner, isn't it?
Yeah, it's wonderful.
It is incredibly eccentric and stylish, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
Full of, so if any car lovers out there, this is definitely the place to come to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's it. Daryl, so I guess back to you. I think we've run over a bit of time, I'm afraid.
Yeah. No. I was just carry on because we've got time. But what I wanted to say, I've thoroughly enjoyed this.
Thank you.
Because my wife and her family and my family, they've all been to India, but I haven't been to India. And for me, this was really something to see it. It gives me something to work towards.
Oh, good.
Because when I travel in South Africa, I travel with dogs. So I sort of get the dog kennel to live in. So when I go overseas, I like to live it up a bit. You know, so it's been absolutely fantastic. Can I just ask, Melody, can you stop the screen, because I just want to see, I can't see on my side the comments for photographs for Cosmo and Harriet. If you can just remove the screen for me, then I'd be. Oh, I think I'm.
Cosmo and Harriet needs to stop sharing.
Oh, okay. So do I pause?
Stop share.
Stop share. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So now we can see. Okay. So we've got a lot of comments, spectacular photographs. This is truly beautiful. Absolutely wonderful. No, it really was magnificent. I wanted to ask you, and the rest of you on the chat, you can go, but I've been captivated by this. I wanted, what I really liked was that you gave a sense of the people behind it, that you didn't just take the photographs, that you tried to create the idea that the architects and the interior decorators were sort of artists,
yes,
you know,
absolutely.
and you wanted to foreground that. So that was the first thing that I picked up. And then the other thing I wanted to ask is, I never knew this, but you mentioned Jaipur is known as the Pink City.
Yes.
Now, is it known as the Pink City because of pink buildings, or pink as in gay?
No, pink buildings. Pink buildings. So it was, I think, as far as I know, it was traditionally pink from the kind of 18th century. When you go, Daryl, you'll see that all the city centre is completely pink. And then it was repainted for a visit by the future Edward VII, Edward VII or Edward VIII. I should know, I can't remember now, but one of the future British monarchs were going to visit, and so their Maharaja had it all completely repainted, and the present royal family have done a lot of restoring of it as well. So it very much is a pink city, but pink is in colour. It's a very conservative city.
Okay. I'm just looking if there's any other question, and just to give me an idea, because I'm a man of modest means, but I'm really intrigued by what sort of price range are we looking at? Give me the cheapest. Don't give me the most expensive. Give me the cheapest that any of these hotels would be.
Probably, I mean, down £50.
Yeah, £50 a night.
I'm not quite certain what that's in.
Okay, £50 is not bad, because in our money, that's about 1,100 Rand.
Yeah.
So you know, you could pay quite easily in South Africa for luxury accommodation 3,000. You know, so £50 is not bad at all. I'm going to India. You know, I'm leaving the rest of the family with the dogs, and I think I'll go. You know, it's really fascinating. And if I were to, I'm just looking, I don't want to hog the communication over here, but if you were to tell me one that I mustn't miss, that's not going to break my bank balance.
Oh,
Which would you say, Harriet? What do you think? Which one of the ones?
So, I mean, I think, what would we say? I mean, one of the going ones. What do you think?
Well, will you name one and I'll name one?
I think, I mean, Sunbeam always looks such fun. That's by a stylist, and that's just.
Well, yeah, except he's passed away, so I'm not sure what the status is.
Oh,
of
okay,
Sunbeam
so maybe
now.
Sunbeam.
Sadly, he's passed away. I think, to be honest, if you're interested in Rajasthan, Al Sisa Mahal. Al Sisa Mahal is not break the bank, and it is, you know, it's a bit of a drive into the desert to get there, but really just for this amazing experience of Rajasthan hospitality that isn't too over the top, Daryl. I would say Al Sisa Mahal, very much still a family home. The family are there, they're young and they're fun and they're down to earth, and that's I think probably what I would choose. Yeah.
Or Devshri, actually. Devshri is charming as well.
Devshri is charming.
Yeah, the hosts there are really lovely, and it's very much part of the family.
Yeah,
I think India's very
that's
good
a bit
at
more
that.
expensive,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we are.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, and I must tell you, thank you for making the session, because really, as I've been writing, it's 160 years in South Africa since Indians arrived from India to South Africa, and so it's a big thing in South Africa at the moment. So we wanted to give people and book festivals. You know, we've had Arundhati Roy and the other great Indian writers to certain book festivals, but we don't get the broader sort of landscape of books. And that is what I loved about your books, because it gives us a sense of India. That's what we want to see, because you always see the photographs of people poor on the street, etc. But you want to see now what else is there, and I think that this book is something just up my alley. Now, I just wanted to tell, so to Cosmo and Harriet, thank you so much.
Very well.
I hope it's not morning there, and I hope I didn't wake you too early. But thank you so much. And I just wanted to say that Alka thought that she was on at 2:30. So she said that she's going to join us another day.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do now, it's 15 minutes to go. I think I was supposed to fill in for her, but with only 15 minutes, I won't get through my slideshow. I'll hold mine back for another Alka who lets us down, just in case I have to fill in for them. So I just wanted to thank you so much for taking the time, Cosmo and Harriet.
Thank you for having us.
And just tell us the name of your publishers again, so that people, if they want the book.
So it's Glorious Hotels of India, and it's by Rowley Books, which I don't know if where it's.
Yeah, Rowley Books.
Rowley Books,
Yes.
who are India's foremost publisher of illustrated books, and they really do have a fabulous catalogue of books.
Yes.
And so they're very worth checking out. Yes.
Yeah.
And it's available on Amazon. And I don't know in South Africa exactly, but anyway, certainly on Amazon.
Okay, and just to tell people, when I was looking for Indian writers, I wrote to all the publishers and no one got back to me. And then I stumbled upon Rowley Publishers. And when I found them, I told them that I'm not going to go to any other publishers, because everything that I need is under one roof.
Yes, absolutely.
And for the next few years, for people on the chat and wanting to get these books, just Google ROLI, and you will find the most amazing books on India.
Yes.
So Cosmo, Harriet, pseudo-Indians, but we'll take it as an introduction to India, because as you said, no one has done this type of book about the great hotels of India. And thank you so much for taking us on that tour. And if ever you have a new book, feel free to drop a line to us and we will invite you yet again.
Oh, thank you. Very kind.
Okay.
Thanks so
Thank you
much.
so much.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. Melody, if you can just play a song for us and take us into lunch break, put the sign up to say that we will start again at 1300 hours. So you can get a bit of, okay, that's fine. Put the song, thanks. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the post-lunch session of the Madibaland World Literary Festival. It's day 2, and we're having a wonderful time with so many brilliant writers thus far. I've been wondering when I should do this, and there's no easier time to do this, but I think I have to do it now. I didn't want to mention it yesterday. But one of our writers passed away. Christine Barkhuizen-Leroux, who was on our program sometime midweek next week for her novel My Name is Prince, passed away the night before we started Madibaland. So as a sign of respect, can I ask that we observe a moment's silence in her memory? Okay. Sorry, Christopher Nicholson, that I had to do it before your session, but I thought there wouldn't be a better time with a book like Winter. Maybe it was apt that I should do it at that stage. But for those of you here, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Christopher Nicholson, all the way from England, not the Chris Nicholson, Judge Chris Nicholson from South Africa, but the novelist from England. And he is going to be speaking on his novel, Winter, which is about, it's a marvelous book. It's something that we haven't really seen in South Africa before, a book like this. But I will leave it to Chris to tell us a bit more about it. And Chris, I must say, it's been a pleasure dealing with you for this festival. Your humor has kept me going. Your warm spirit has kept me going. So thank you so much. We look forward to the next half an hour with you.
Well, thank you very much. Can you hear me clearly?
Can hear you loud and clear.
You can hear me, good. And well, could I pay tribute to you too for organizing this festival, which must have been a monumental effort, and it's a great thing to do. Winter, this novel, it's a novel that describes a domestic crisis in the late life of the great English writer Thomas Hardy. For those who don't know that much about Hardy, I'm sure lots of people do, but for those who don't, briefly let me just say one or two things about him. He was born in 1840, he died in 1928. He lived much of his adult life in the same part of the country that he was born in southwest England. He's both a poet and a novelist, which is rare. Most great poets don't write particularly good novels, and most novelists who are great write pretty bad poems. So Hardy is unique in that way. He of his novels, I mean, all his novels, the most famous and probably perhaps the best and most popular is Tess of the Dovevilles, which he wrote in his early 50s, describe English rural life. And in particular, they describe a kind of instability that was taking place in English rural life in the mid-19th, late 19th, early 20th century. And this was a time when, as a result of industrialization, cities were expanding massively, and all sorts of new ideas and new technologies were moving out of the cities and changing the English countryside. They were infiltrating and threatening, if you like, the stable, settled agricultural values and lives of people that had been there for centuries. And this tension, this process of the city changing and threatening the country is something, of course, has been going on in lots of other countries as well. So one way to look at his novels would be to see them primarily, I suppose, as documents that tell us a vast amount about history and culture in that time. They're sort of local documents. Another way, however, and this is more the way in which I like to think about Hardy's novels, is to see them as documents about the human condition, about something much more universal, about the human condition, particularly in relation to love and its entanglements and problems and difficulties. And Hardy knew a lot about that in his own personal life, so he was able to write out of that. Which brings me back to my novel. The novel is set in the winter of 1924-1925 at this house, Maxgate, that Hardy was living in near the town of Dorchester in southwest England. Hardy is in his mid-80s, so he's a very elderly man, and he is, if you like, in the winter of his life. With him in the house is his little dog Wessex, who makes quite a lot of appearances in the novel, and also his second wife, Florence. And Florence is much, much younger than him. She's in her mid-40s, she's 45. And the relationship is, in many ways, a very strained one. One thing I found, and this surprised me a little bit after writing this novel, was that there were certain dangers involved in writing fiction about real people. I hadn't fully anticipated this. I thought it probably only applied to real people who were still alive. What I discovered was that it also applied, the danger was still there in writing about people who died, but who were very famous and much loved, as Hardy was. And this applies to two other people in the novel as well. And there were people who felt that actually I shouldn't have written the novel at all, that in some ways it was too intrusive, that Hardy wouldn't have liked it. And I'm pretty sure that's true, because Hardy was a very private man, and that it would have been much better if I'd just kept quiet and left the whole thing to biographers. After all, you can trust biographers, you can't trust novelists. Well, this is a really big subject, and I've thought a lot about it since. And I think there are particular responsibilities which are incumbent upon novelists to do certain things and not do others. But in my defense, in the defense of this novel, what I would say is that it isn't a historical reconstruction. It's not a kind of fictionalized biography which simply looks at all the available facts that are there and then tries to arrange them in some sort of convenient story. It does follow the historical facts much of the time, but not always. It doesn't do it slavishly, it rearranges, it simplifies, it does the sort of things that novelists often do with facts. And I suppose the reason why novelists write novels rather than writing biographies or anything else is that they hope that through fiction they can get places that biographies can't get. Biographers are constrained by facts. Even if they try and slide around that fact, they are. Whereas novelists can go to other places. They can slip inside people's minds and eavesdrop on their thoughts. They can go to bedrooms and listen to private conversations between husbands and wives. And so the hope is that you get somewhere that you wouldn't get with a biography. You get closer to the truth. But of course, it is the truth as imagined in the mind of the novelist. So in this case, the Hardy that I present is very much my Hardy. And there are people who have their own ideas of who Hardy was and what Hardy was like, which is not quite the same. And that's where some of the dangers, I think, come in. My Hardy, well, the Hardy that's presented in the book is, as I say, he's a very old man, but he is extremely active. He's still writing poetry every day. He spends most of every day just sitting at his desk writing poetry. He's a very complicated man. He's privately extremely reticent, but in the poems, he is emotionally very open. He's quite pessimistic. Hardy always denied being a pessimist, but this is a period after World War I, and there was undoubtedly, which affected him greatly, and there is undoubtedly a big strand of pessimistic thinking in his thought. He's preoccupied by thoughts of death. He's worried about the world in general. And he lives quite a lot in that sense that he's right near the end of his life. But at the same time, he's very much alive to the possibilities of the present, and he's got a very mobile mind. He's able, I think, quite easily to jump back and imagine himself as a young man, just in the same way he can imagine himself fully dead and as a ghost drifting around a churchyard. So there's a strange sense in which his mind is disconnected from his body, and he's able to move around in different time zones and become not what he actually is, a very old man. This makes him, I suspect, in some ways quite difficult to live with. And this is a particular problem for Florence, who, as I say, is his second wife and much younger than him. And to make matters worse, Florence is a very anxious, neurotic woman. She's recently had an operation on her neck to remove a suspected cancer, and she dreads the thought that the cancer may come back. She is worried about she has a sense that her life is just drifting, that she's wasting her life. She doesn't like the darkness and gloominess that she feels is there in the house, this house Max Gate, surrounded by trees which she would like cut down, but which Hardy, who reveres trees, doesn't want cut down. So she is extremely worried about lots of stuff. But what worries her more than anything at all, is the sense that perhaps Hardy doesn't love her, or love her as fully as he might do, or perhaps not as fully as he loved his first wife. So there is a sort of tension there. On a day-to-day basis, she finds him difficult to live with, as I say, and obstinate. And I'm going to read a passage, if I can manage to find this down. Hold on. I'm going to read a passage from the novel in which she's reflecting on his obstinacy and trying to, well, she's simply railing about it. So this is a passage quite early in the novel, and it runs like this. Obstinacy is ingrained into his very nature. To give one instance, the telephone. I could not understand the nature of his objection. It seemed to be based on some irrational fear of the instrument, though when I suggested as much, he denied it. He murmured vaguely, human beings have succeeded in communicating for centuries without the use of a telephonic apparatus. I do not understand why it must suddenly become a necessity. Thomas, I said, somewhat exasperated, not least by the absurdity of the phrase telephonic apparatus in this day and age. Of course it's not a necessity, it's a convenience. It would be very convenient to have a telephone here. It would be convenient for ordering groceries and coal and for visitors. I went on to say that it was becoming odd for us in a house this size not to have a telephone. There'd be wires everywhere, he said. They're very ugly. We'll soon be used to them, I countered. He became a trifle petulant. Florence, I do not want to be used to them. Merely because the world happens in its way to have moved in a certain direction, it does not follow that it's necessary for us to move with it. Besides, there is the cost, as if he would even notice the cost when he's so wealthy. Later, he said that the press would discover the number and that the telephone would never stop ringing. The noise would be an intrusion and would prevent him from working. And what if it rings in the night? He went on. Imagine that. We should be woken by it ringing, and you will hurry out and fall down the stairs and break your neck. I did not know whether to laugh or cry. Is that likely? I asked. Who on earth is going to ring in the night? He gave me a particular look, a look that I have come to know well, intended to convey the message that he was impervious to all argument, however reasonable. I enlisted the help of Cockerell, who was coming to stay. Cockerell is a great friend of Hardy's. He's a director of the Fitzwilliam Museum in Cambridge. He always pays greater attention to Cockerell than to me, though I am his wife. He respects Cockerell and trusts his judgment. He does not respect me. I'm sure he does not. I intercepted Cockerell in the hall before he'd gone into the drawing room and asked him whether he'd had a telephone installed at his home in Cambridge. And he said that he'd had one for 4 years and that it had come in jolly handy, as it was so much quicker than the post and capable of carrying so much more information than the telegraph. Exactly. Well, said I, if you would persuade Thomas, I should be very grateful. So he said he would, that is, he would try. But Florence, he said, your husband is a very hard man to bring round once he's set his mind against something. Sidney, said I, he is an ox. He doesn't like anything new. He would like the world to be as it was in 1850. But the world has changed, like it or not. But please don't tell him I asked you to say anything. If you do, he will set himself against it on principle. He is so prickly nowadays. The argument that Cockerell employed was that if my husband were to fall ill and to need a doctor, a telephone would be immensely valuable and might even save his life. I had told him that much myself, had advanced the self-same point. He had paid not a farthing of attention. Once the point was made by Cockerell, however, it carried more weight. He nodded. Is it not the case that sometimes the apparatus malfunctions and remains alive when it should not? How do you mean alive? I said. It's still alive. It listens when it should not. Thomas, I broke in, a telephone is not alive. It is a machine. What I mean, said he, to Cockerell, not to me, although I had spoken, it was as if I had not spoken, is that the line remains open when it should not. The operators at the exchange have the ability to eavesdrop on one's private conversations without one's knowledge. Where on earth did you hear that? I believe it occurs very commonly. I doubt it very much, Cockerell told him. I doubt it very much indeed. The operators are far too busy to spend their time eavesdropping on people's conversations. Is that truly your main objection to the telephone? One of my objections. If something is possible, then human nature being what it is, it's likely to happen. You don't have newspaper reporters poking about all the time, trying to discover details of your private life. It's different for me. That may be true, Cockerell agreed, but I hardly believe... He stopped. You see, I never use the telephone for conversation. It's simply a very handy little thing to have for contacting people in emergencies. You don't have to use it yourself. Eventually, my husband gave way, which pleased me, although I admit I was slightly aggrieved that Cockerell had succeeded where I had failed. The truth is, he trusts Cockerell's judgment, but does not trust mine. That is the truth. On the day that the telephone was installed, and for several days afterward, he was very irritable and claimed he had been unable to write a word on account of it. But Thomas, I said, no one has rung. We have not had a single call. No, said he in a very melancholy voice, but I'm thinking of it waiting to ring. It will ring sooner or later. It's there in my mind, waiting. Well, that's a short reading from... Oh, sorry, I've lost something here. Can you still hear me, Carol?
Yes, yes, I can still hear you. We can see you, we can hear you. So it's fine.
Good. Okay.
Yeah,
Good. Sorry,
and if
I'm back.
Okay. If all else fails, your book is behind you. So if you lost it on your computer, I've saw it on your very neat bookshelf.
Thank you. Okay. Now let me go on. I mean, that's Florence's, thank you. That's Florence's rather agitated voice. And there are three voices in the novel. One is hers. The other is the voice of Hardy himself, who, the voice of this elderly man, Hardy, who is reflecting for much of the time on some of the great mysteries of existence, the great puzzle of its existence, life, love, God, and so on. But there is a third voice in the novel, and that is of a young woman called Gertrude Bugler. And she's a local woman who takes part in amateur dramatics. And in this winter of 1924-25, she is acting the part of Tess, the lead part of Tess, in a dramatization of Hardy's Tess of the D'Urbervilles in the local town. And Gertrude is a very striking young woman in her late 20s. She has long raven black hair. She has very wide, expressive eyes and a big mouth. And she is exactly the type of physical woman, in physical terms, that Hardy has been attracted to throughout his life. I mean, Hardy has a lot of past form in being attracted to younger women. And during the course of the winter, he becomes, and this is the difficulty where one has in choosing the right word, he becomes entranced, infatuated, perhaps obsessed, hard to say, with Gertrude. And this is where the crisis that the novel describes begins, because Florence, of course, is deeply alarmed about it. Now, this is not a story that is unknown. It's not a story I've made up. It's in all the major recent biographies. And there is a certain interesting element to it in that Gertrude herself, Gertrude's mother, Augusta, was the model for, one of the models for Hardy's character of Tess in Tess of the D'Urbervilles. So Gertrude herself, 30 years later, is rather like Hardy's heroine Tess come to life. There's a sort of sense in which fact and fiction are sort of looping around between them. But what the biographies don't know, and this is because there simply isn't the historical evidence, is what Hardy really felt about Gertrude. Was he infatuated? Was he not? And nor do they really know what Florence felt about it. How agitated was Florence? And this is the matter that this novel Winter, picks over intensively. And I mean, there are three reasons why I think I wrote the novel. One is that I felt, and I still feel, that the elderly are somewhat misrepresented in fiction. I think old people tend to be represented as people with straightened lives, straightened abilities, straightened emotional lives, incapable of feeling the kind of intensities of emotion, particularly in relation to love, that younger people have. And so I wanted to write something about the elderly, about Hardy, for that reason. Another reason was that Hardy himself has been a major presence in my own life. I was brought up on the edges of London suburbia, so I was extremely conscious of the division between the city and the country from a very early age. And when in my mid-teens I started reading Hardy's novels and looking at his poems, it made an enormous impression on me, this rural world he conjures and the vital, rich, emotional lives of the characters that are there. So that was another reason. But there was a third reason for writing the novel, and it is simply one of serendipity. 10 years ago this very month, I happened to meet a very elderly lady called Alice, who lived some way from here, quite close to Hardy's home. And she loved Hardy, and we started talking about Hardy. And in the course of the conversation, she revealed that she knew Gertrude Bugler. They had been friends in the 1950s. And she then told me that Gertrude had told her a number of things about Hardy, which I thought I hadn't ever seen in the biographies. And one of these, and this astounded me, was that Hardy, in this winter, had written a poem about Gertrude in which he had imagined eloping with her. Well, it seems a bit unlikely. I mean, the idea of this man in his mid-80s imagining himself eloping with a woman like Gertrude in her mid-20s But as I say, Hardy had a very mobile imagination, and it's entirely plausible that he might have written such a poem. Moreover, what she said was, what Gertrude had told her, was that Florence had found the poem and had burnt it. And as soon as I heard this story, I felt I had a light into the dynamics of this household. I had a sense about what was going on between Hardy and Florence and Gertrude. And I actually went home, I stopped what I was writing, and the very next day I began to write what became this novel. I haven't got much more to say, except that if you'd like to read the novel, I'd be delighted. But if there's one thing I would recommend, it wouldn't be my novel, but it would be for you to read some of Hardy's novels, maybe Tess of the D'Urbervilles, maybe The Woodlanders, which is a wonderfully atmospheric account of life in the English countryside in autumn. And then some of the poems, particularly the poems which he wrote after the death of his first wife in 1912, 1913. Woman much missed, how you call to me, the most beautiful lyrics about love and loss in the English language. And at that point, I shall stop. Thank you very much.
Chris, thank you so much for a riveting talk, really. It was all I had hoped it would be. And I'm not sure about other people, but it's my kind of novel. I've been chasing you for many years, like I suppose Hardy had been chasing that young woman in his mind. So I'm very happy to have you here at the Madibaland World Literary Festival.
Well, it's lovely to be here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So there's a question from Athol Williams, who's going to follow you next. He says, what drew you to Thomas Hardy?
What drew me to Thomas Hardy? Well, I tried to answer that in a sense, in what I said in the last minute or two. I was drawn to him, as I say, because of where I was brought up, on the edges of city and country. I could climb a hill as a boy, and I could look down, I could look over London as a big grey mass, which looked as though it was in a kind of smog. And I could look the other way at what seemed to me the green English countryside. And I was always much more drawn towards the countryside. And I was quite an emotional boy, quite, you know, I was very responsive to nature. And so I was very much drawn to it. And so when I started to read Hardy, the whole thing became much more important to me. As to why I wrote the novel, well, as I say, there were 2 or 3 reasons which were connected to the fortuitous nature of this bit of information that came my way about the poem and the elopement, and also a sense that somehow I needed to repay the pleasure that Hardy had given me. I wanted to pay tribute to him in some senses in the novel. And although Hardy, I think, would have really, as I say, would have really disliked the idea of someone writing a novel about him. I mean, who wants to have a novel written about them? I do think that the portrait I give of Hardy is one which, upon a lot of reflection, if his ghost is out there watching, I think it might, in the end, he might be reconciled to it and be happy with it.
Okay. Betty Govenden on the chat says, incredible, I have lived with Hardy. So it's just a comment. Chris, I just wanted to ask a question because when I was hearing you read, it's so convincing, that Hardy voice, right? And I wanted to ask you, you've written subsequent novels, you're going to be on the program for other books later on. And I wanted to ask, is there a sense that with each character, main character, that as you write, you develop a voice for that person? Or is this unique to Hardy in this case?
I think one of the difficulties I have in writing, to be perfectly honest, is that every time I have to find a completely new voice. So in this instance, the Hardy voice, I don't know why this voice of Hardy or indeed of Florence came to me exactly. There are three voices I say in the novel. Gertrude's voice I largely took from, she gave some interviews in the 1960s, and the voice is largely taken from her. Hardy's voice, I just somehow got from reading him. It's just some sort of sense of what he was like. Florence's, I don't know. I don't really know where it came from. But
Okay.
I think the voice is something that I have to have really early on. If I don't have the voice, I find it very difficult even to string a paragraph together, to be perfectly honest.
Okay, yeah, that is what I suspected. You know, when you can understand a voice, or when you hear a person speak in your head, even if it's fictionally, it makes it much easier. I think, yeah. But Chris, thank you. It's been a lovely talk. Definitely for all the people out there, the book is readily available. It's a beautiful book to read. So I want to convince people, you know, we must broaden our horizons, and we must start reading people from not only South Africa, America, but we must read the Christopher Nicholsons of this world. And when he comes back, be sure to listen to the next talk, because that also promises to be a wonderful session. Chris, thank you so much. We'll see you later in the program sometime next week.
It's been a great pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chris. Okay, next up, we have Athol Williams. And Athol is one of my favorite poets to come out of South Africa. I remember it's always with great anticipation whenever I get books in the post. I'm like a small boy in a sweet shop, eager to open that paper. And I remember when I can still remember, I was in my mother's house. I opened that parcel because all my books go to my mother's house, and it was a new voice, and it was such a beautiful, compelling voice. And I've been a fan of Athol Williams ever since. And you know, now I'm living in Simonstown, whenever I go to Boulders Beach, I always think of Athol Williams. He'll know why. So Athol, one of the few people, he's won the it's the Sol Plaatje Poetry Prize, isn't that so, Athol?
That's right, twice.
Twice, yeah. The only person to have won it twice. Then they disqualified him. They said you can't carry on. But I'll leave you to judge for yourself why he won that prize twice and why I consider him such a unique voice. So Athol, welcome to the second day of the Madibaland World Literary Festival, and take us to those high places yet again.
Thank you so much, Daryl. What a wonderful personal introduction. I feel welcome. I feel like we should be in the same room chatting over poetry. I'm really excited to be here. I really thoroughly enjoyed Christopher's talk. Thank you for that, Christopher. I mean, you used the word serendipitous, and I think it's bizarrely serendipitous that you talk about Thomas Hardy because of the some people have drawn parallels between some of my work and Thomas Hardy, in the sense that, you know, it's interesting because Thomas Hardy talks about one of his favorite political philosophy books is On Liberty by John Stuart Mill. And I'm a poet, but in my day job, I'm a social philosopher. So I spent a lot of time reading On Liberty by John Stuart Mill. And it's interesting, this is one of my recent books called The Book of Eden. And it describes a revelation that I get while sitting in a library at Harvard University. And in the preface, when I'm describing what I'm doing when this revelation comes, and I draw parallels with this revelation to the sort of revelation Albert Schweitzer talks about. You know, he was in the river and he had this revelation. I'm sitting very boringly at a desk in a library, but I'm sitting and the pine desk gleamed in the midday sun. I adjusted my chair and excitedly set out to indulge in a chapter from On Liberty by 19th century philosopher John Stuart Mill. So just incredible to draw that parallel again with Thomas Hardy. So thanks for that, Chris. Christopher, sorry. I want to, all the poems I'll share today are new in that they're not published in any book. They've been published variously. But I'm going to start with a poem. It just seems, given coronavirus and lockdowns, it's appropriate for us to start with something that talks to lockdown. Lockdown days. When I talk about these days in some distant hour, these days when the world stood still, emptying itself of our progress, as we huddled at home, reminded by a virus of our frailty and lists of what matters. Muffins. I'll talk about muffins, the hot banana muffins my wife baked. With coffee and muffins and movies, we cuddled under blanket on the couch, silence outside, the crossword puzzles we did, the Oki book we wrote. I'll tell of how we ran out of gas, how groceries got left at our door, how we wore masks and washed our hands incessantly. And our life went on, and normal went online, shopping, pub quiz, meetings, school, poetry readings. I'll describe the joy of video calls to family, text messages from friends, how books kept me sane and poetry held my hand, and how I stared out the window to a world wild with wonder anew. And then I'll speak of fear, the night that fell on our minds, the clouds that came dark and thick, and panic sprung on every tongue, jobs, food, masks. Will I be next? As thousands, then millions got virused, and final breaths pealed like thunder that shook us all. The weeks that passed, armed soldiers on the streets, anxious wait for president's updates, the struggle to see through the mist of the unknown. Enough time, ventilators, hospital beds, and the hope of coffee with friends. I'll tell of the anger at the neglect of the poor, of hearing a man speak the heaviest words. No one cares. We are on our own. And how we all rallied around him to show him love, our anger at the spike in men lifting evil fists and devil desires to women and girls. I'll tell how we stood outside each night at 8 to applaud the health workers, those standing up for us when we fell low. A reminder of our oneness, how I hoped humanity awakes from this nightmare hand in hand, all life with all life. How I was reminded of what matters, breaths of fresh air, the wealth of not being alone, not being forgotten. I'll talk of all these in that distant hour, but I won't forget those muffins, my wife's love in those hot banana muffins that she baked. And I guess we will all remember this strange time in different ways. And I can't imagine, in 20 years' time, telling people who didn't live through it, or 30 years' time, just what it was like. And I think what being forced to be closer to those around us has done is certainly brought out a greater appreciation of some of the simple things. And so this next poem just describes the simplicity of my wife and I, Taryn, and the simple things we do even on our vacations, which would be just to sit on a bench and watch people. Bench food. My best vacation was sitting on a stone step outside Windermere Library. Beauty at my side, our feet on the library lawns. We dipped chunks of warm olive bread into a plastic tub of hummus and maneuvered an awkward plastic fork to scoop pasta salad. Bench food, we called it, the simplest bits at the co-op. She ripped bread with her gentle fingers and shyly sipped from our shared orange juice box. Usually we find a bench pointed at life and in whispered communion munch our feast. This day, all the benches were taken, so we vacationed on a stone step. Step food, she giggled. I bellowed. It doesn't get better than this, she said. sunshine licking her lips. The next few poems I want to, I guess, turn away from personal experience, but look towards society. And most of my work sort of straddles these two elements, one of mysticism and beauty and celebrating life as individuals, and the second one around social justice and looking at the world. The idea of all life, holding hands with all life is a big theme for me. And in fact, I've got a book coming out before Christmas, which is a collaboration with 65 artists in South Africa, titled Fragile, where we focus through poetry and art on the fragility of life, all life. And there's a simple understanding of conflict, human conflict we've had through all time, and that's linked to land. And in fact, John Stuart Mill, Thomas Hardy's favorite social philosopher, spoke quite a bit about land. So this poem is called The Land. I place my palm to the ground to listen. I ask the earth, who is your master? But the earth is silent. I go still, inviting the sun's agents to empty my heart of want, to enable me to listen. With my palm to the ground, the pulses in my fingertips tap lightly on the earth's door. I ask the question man has gone to war to answer. Who is your master? Who owns you? Who owns the land? I belong to the heavens, the earth says, for they shaped me. But I offer you my back to carry you. I offer you my garden to feed you. I offer you my splendor as a misty window to the heavens for your delight. Like yours, time is my only master. With my question answered, I now know how to live in peace. And of course, land's a very controversial topic because so much of our cultures, our histories, our ability to survive and thrive is tied to land. But it does, to me, seem quite a bizarre idea that you put your hand down on the ground and pick up dust and sand and stones and say, this is what we are killing people over. To me, it just seems such a bizarre idea. And thinking about land and then our society and our world, it does seem to me that we need to stop. We need a global universal pause. And in many ways, the coronavirus has done that for us. It has forced us to pause, to stop. And I wrote this poem before coronavirus sort of came around. But when that happened, I just thought this is exactly what we need. Time to pause, to stop and reflect. So this poem is called 21st Century. The earth will keep turning, but we must pause if we want the oak to keep growing, the swallow to keep flying, and the river to keep flowing. We must pause, and in our stillness, we will discover ourselves and see each other. We will hear the earth's song, and we will heal. And we will heal the ocean. The forest will heal, and the dark cloud will pass. And we will know our earth anew, no longer blind to her tender majesty. And we will know ourselves and each other anew, filled with awe by our infinite beauty. And so we'll heal, and the earth will heal, and the earth will keep turning. But first, we must pause. It's so instructive for me to reflect on history and how we get to this point in time. So as a social philosopher, I'm often thinking about different social arrangements, different structural arrangements in society, thinking about ethics in society, and keep asking, how is it we get here? And it's fascinating recently to watch a program on Netflix by Richard Attenborough sort of covering his life. He's 92 years old as he's now reflecting on his life and what he's seen from traveling around the world, and lamenting the destruction of our natural environment that's just happened in his life. And importantly for me is this idea that how we see each other determines how we interact with each other. So if I see you as less than me, I will treat you differently than if I see you as equal to me. If I see the earth as existing for my consumption, then I will treat it that way, as opposed to the earth being something I must live in harmony with. And so how we see the world determines how we interact with the world. How we see each other determines how we interact with each other. And this next poem reflects on this idea a bit. It's called Staring at a Wall. We have learned to tame the earth. We build walls that hold back dunes, build dunes that hold back waves, forgetting it is the wild earth that we need. Not this manicured Gucci earth with high heels, unable to vomit our waste or produce our food, but the rough earth without makeup and hair perms, with calloused hands and dirty nails, with bushy eyebrows and hairy armpits. We seem to have gone blind to beauty, and so give up our lives. So the last two, three poems were reflected on nature a bit, at our role, our interaction with nature. The next two talk more closely to us as humanity, man to man, woman to woman, man to woman, and this idea of how we see each other determines how we interact with each other. If you look through history, a lot of colonial efforts were linked to the fact that Westerners were going to parts of the world where there were savages, and so they were going to civilize the savages. So if you imagine you interacting with savages, it's no surprise that we have some of the atrocities we have. So this one is called The Problem with Love. This is the problem with love. It draws us to woman when we are man, to gay when we are straight, to black when we are white, to wheelchaired when we can walk. Love draws us to Muslim when we are Christian, to the hungry when we have plenty, to the vulnerable when we have power, to the refugee when we are citizen. It is love that draws us to the shackled when we are free. Love seeks to widen us to include all them. So takes us across a bridge, an uneasy crossing, for love can draw us to what we fear. Love can draw us to what we fear, to that which might bear no love for us. This is the problem with love. It draws us to the other side, to a world often unknown. And this leads me into one of my dearest poems. It's a poem called Learning to See. And if I have this view that how we see each other determines how we interact with each other, then I want to learn to see in a new way, because I've been conditioned by society, by history, to see in a particular way. And so if that was the problem, the solution had to be for all of us to see in a different way, to see each other in a different way, to see the world in a different way. So this poem tries to imagine what it might be like to see in this different way. Learning to see. I want to learn to look deeper, to see more. Even as his fist strikes at my cheek and her words rip at my soul, even as they awake a volcano of violence in my chest. I want to learn to see them and not be blinded by pain. I want to see past his actions, her speech, their anger. See through his religion, her beliefs, their cultural norms, beyond his clothing, her skin, the sound of their voices. I want to nod to their being, but see more of their humanity. I want to look deep inside him. I want to see the unseen within her, to find the mystery flame that burns there. And I will know I'll see hurt there and disappointment. I know I'll see dreams there and hope. And I know that once I've learned to see with such eyes, I will see the real him, the true her, and I know I will see myself. I think that's what this new seeing has to be, a way of seeing less difference. So as the more I see you, I see me, which ties in so beautifully with the idea of Ubuntu, that I am because of you, or people are people through other people. I've got to see you. I've got to look at you. And this idea, this massive challenging idea of, even as he's punching me in the face, I must see him and see beyond his anger. And of course, a very idealistic idea. But I do believe that some of our challenges in our world require idealistic ideas. I'll close with this poem called Blue Note. I sing a note, not a whole song, or even a whole line, just one note. For my life is just one note in this universal song. Through this note, I honor those who have sung before me, the first notes, the beginning of the song. Like them, I sing my own note, singing with all of my life, through all my life. And when my note is sung, the universal song will expand, an extra star in the sky, another wave through the cosmos, another step closer to heaven for us all and for those to follow. I sing this note, for I remember and refuse to forget. I sing this note, for I remember and refuse to forget. I sing this note, for I am a singer and refuse to be silent. I sing this note, a blue note, for I am a black man, a white man, a short man, a gay man, a superman, woman. I sing this note because I am. Thank you so much.
Ethel, as always, a pleasure to listen to you. And I'm sure, judging from the comments on the chat, people have been moved. People going backwards, you know, Diane Stewart says, thank you for your superb poetry, Ethel. Almarie Fulyun says, applause. You can see it all on the chat, I'm sure. And people have picked up phrases from your poetry. But I want to ask people in the audience if there's any question that they may have for Ethel. Ethel, while people are thinking if they've got anything, just Dina Padiachi says, thank you, wonderful. I just want to tell you, I know that you are testifying at the Zondo Commission, and yes, my strength to you. And I want to say, don't let that episode drown your voice. Mm-hmm. Don't let the bitterness envelop you. You know, you got to stay above it. It, you know, as they say, this too will pass. Yeah. So, you know, it's a phase. I've been through these things myself, so I tell you these things. But you know, let's hope the season that we are in passes. You're making a brave stand, but we don't want it to drown out that beautiful voice, that poetic voice that you have. So I'm sure that all the people send you their wishes on this chat.
Thank you, Daryl. I appreciate that.
Okay, okay. There's a question here. Irene Fisher asks, where do you go to write poetry? is there a special place?
There actually isn't a physical special place. I've got a beautiful library. I'm not in the library right now. I would have shown you the beautiful library where I often do write, but it's not about, for me, physically where I am. It's often because poems often start in strange ways. Sometimes it's just a word that expands the poem, or the idea, or the emotion. Most of my poems come from mysterious places, and it sounds, for me, I'm trained as an engineer and finance and business, so that's actually my training, and I end up being a poet and a social philosopher. So I want everything to make sense and have everything explained perfectly. And often I can't explain where these poems come from. Often it feels like these are mini trances. So this idea of sitting, like I mentioned, at the Harvard Library, reading a piece of political philosophy, and then writing about a philosophical revelation. So, but it definitely comes from a point of quiet. I can't write when I'm angry. I might be angry about something or write an angry poem, but it only becomes a poem from a point of quiet, of contemplation.
Okay. Umesh Bawa has asked, how do you blend your engagement in the vexing political space? How does it affect your sensitive poetry? I think you've sort of explained that in your... Betty Govenden asks, in what way does your academic work influence your poetry?
That's a great question. Interestingly, Betty, it goes the other way often. Often my poetry influences my academic work, because I think in poetry you can dream. And it's a bit from what Christopher said about writing a novel as opposed to writing a biography. The novelist, you can dream a lot more. And I think as a poet, you can dream a lot more in an unfettered way. So academic work is often very regimented and very, very constrained. So I use my poetry as my place to dream. So I will dream of a world where we, even when someone's punching you in the face, we still love them. And then take that idea and say, how would it work in our legal system? Do we have a law that says we might behave differently when even exposed to violence? And so I use my poetry as my space to dream, and then take it to my academic work. And often my academic work, the reactions to my academic work is, this is all just very idealistic and crazy. But I think that's what I want my political philosophy work to be. My social philosophy work is to push the limits of our social engagements and our social structures, informed by my poetry, rather than the other way around. Although I often do have theoretical ideas that filter into my poems, but I think that's the exception, actually.
Okay. Athol, it's been wonderful hearing you speak and reading your poetry. Thank you so much. To Christopher, thank you. It's been really an uplifting session. People are writing to me and saying, Daryl, we don't know how you do it. But these words are like a drug. It puts you on a high and you can just keep going. Yeah. And I thank all of you. It's hard. The team behind the scenes will tell you it's hard work sitting here from 9 o'clock to after 9. That's 12 hours a day. But it's people like you and Christopher and all the writers who propel us to go for another day. And with that, I just want to tell people the next session will be at 14:30. So we've got a half an hour break. Let me go and pet the dogs. And Melody, if I could, I want you to listen to this song, because we're one of the few towns in South Africa who actually have our own song. When I say our, I mean Richmond. So listen to the song and enjoy.
In Richmond draai die windpomp en ek voel hoe waai die wind teen my gesig. Die silwer van die dakke en die bloekoms by die golfklub teen die lug. En oorkant teen die berg in wit klip staan geverf Richmond. 1843, dit was 'n lang tyd terug. Terug naar Richmond wil ek gaan. Terug naar Richmond, waar mense my verstaan. Waar jarenlange vriende en die winde op my wag. Terug naar Richmond wil ek gaan. Die wind kom draai op Richmond en ek voel hoe waai die wind teen my gesig. Die silwer van die dakke en die bloekoms by die golfklub teen die lug. En oorkant teen die berg in wit klip staan geverf Richmond. 1843, dit was 'n lang tyd terug. Terug naar Richmond wil ek gaan. Terug naar Richmond, waar mense my verstaan. Waar jarenlange vriende en die winde op my wag. Terug naar Richmond wil ek gaan. Naar Richmond wil ek gaan. Terug naar Richmond, waar mense my verstaan. Waar jarenlange vriende en die winde op my wag. Terug naar Richmond wil ek gaan. Naar Richmond wil ek gaan. Naar Richmond wil ek gaan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening to certain people on the chat. It's different time zones for different people. We're coming to our afternoon session on the second day of Madibaland World Literary Festival. I want to make just one announcement, well, actually two, before I introduce our next speakers. Our 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock session will fall away, but in its place, from 5 to 6, you'll see in the chat we have Father Michael Wieder with a poetry anthology, and Garth Newman and Yumna Sadan with a new book that they've just launched during the COVID pandemic. So those are the two changes to the program. But and the other thing is, going forward, Umesh Melody will take charge, but I will introduce the next round of speakers. So our next speakers for the first half an hour are Kirsten Miller and Andrew Miller. And these are, I think, our only brother and sister combination of the entire program. And we hope that they get on very well, because they are going to be introducing each other for the next, I would imagine, about 40 minutes. And thereafter, we will have Irene Fisher, and Irene Fisher will speak on her memoir, I Am Still Here. And I just wanted to say to the participants, if you go slightly over your time, it's not a train smash, because we do have a bit of time to play with. And I'm going to be handing over. Welcome, Andrew. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
I'm going to be handing over, because just now my wife will get home, and then the dogs, they start crying with joy for about 5 minutes, and then they won't stop. So I will be watching, but I will mute myself from now on. Okay, thank you so much. And so Kirsten and Andrew, over to you for the next half an hour to 40 minutes.
Thank you very much, Daryl. And I think I could hear your one dog barking in anticipation of your wife's return. So thank you so much for inviting us to this wonderful festival. And yeah, this is the first time that my brother Andrew, or Andy as I call him, have been on a panel or any literary event together. So hi, Andy.
Hi.
Yeah, I think Andy's novel Dubsteps won the Jacana Denan Literary Award some years ago. I forget which year, Andy?
2015.
2015. And yeah, since the coronavirus, it's definitely picked up in terms of people's attention, because of the echoes and the overlaps and the kind of perhaps yeah, seeing into the future that the novel might have had, or a potential future. So what, Andy, can you talk a little bit about that? What sort of parallels and overlaps do you feel that Dubsteps has had, or that people are picking up on about what's happened recently?
I think it's just circumstantial imagery, you know. So just to kind of have the world I needed for the story to tick on, I had to imagine an empty Johannesburg. And then I think in those initial stages of lockdown, when everyone headed indoors and the urban spaces became literally very empty, I think there was just a sense of people had that imagery again, and then they linked back to the book. Yeah, and I think it was just, from my perspective, a kind of a happy accident, you know. And here we are, and I get a lot of comments on it. Yeah, but I don't think it's much more than that.
Okay. So we had a question on Facebook yesterday about yeah, basically depravity, pain, loss. I mean, certainly in your book, there's a lot of loss. There's a loss of life as we know it.
Yeah.
So is melancholy, depravity, pain, loss, and all those dark emotions or experiences a necessary ingredient or propulsion for your art or for great art in general? I'm going to kick off with that question because it's going to lead me to my next question.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think it's a spark. You know, I'm not sure I would be a writer if I didn't have that kind of madness as the spark, you know. But then I feel like it's almost, it can often be almost like a trap, you know, to feed too heavily into the emotive sense of your characters or what you're trying to convey when you're writing. Because I find myself often in that trap, kind of over-emoting on behalf of a character or on behalf of myself, and then having to kind of come back later and unstitch all of that and actually tell a story, you know. So I think it's a kind of a dual dynamic that every writer has to grapple with, you know. And I think there's an element of kind of the sort of that mental emotional frisson that most writers have that get them to the keyboard. And then how you manage that in how you write, well, I think that's a question of personal style and tone and all those kinds of things. Yeah. Yeah. So it's kind of, for me, it's a 50-50. Yeah. And I think the part of the question, is it possible to kind of, has art turned real melancholy and depravity into lit porn, for lack of a better word? Yeah, there's always an element of that, you know, I think in today's economy where we all have access to communication tools, there's certainly a healthy living to be made off sort of lit porn, or sort of trading in the emotive and the melancholy. Yeah.
And yet, in my own writing, I think I always, you know, once you've written the first, second, third, and later drafts, when you've put it away and then you come back to it again, often I know that if I can't make myself feel anything through reading my work again, that it's probably not particularly good.
Yes.
So
yes.
it is a fine balance between suffering for your so-called art and not leaning too heavily towards that direction.
There's a great quote by, I think, DBC Peer, and it goes something like, write your first draft in a furious passion and write your second draft in a cardigan, you know.
Yeah.
And it's just sort of trying to get that balance between the kind of high emotive first draft sensibility and then trying to stitch it together in a way that it's an enjoyable experience for a reader. Yeah, it's almost a yin and yang thing.
Yeah. And that notion of suffering is very much linked with art, you know, suffering for your art. But I often question, for myself and other writers, I'm interested to know, do you see your writing as art? I mean, you write for a living as a profession in other areas besides fiction and poetry. You're also a poet and you write fiction. Is it an art for you, or do you prefer to see it as a craft? Or as a tool that you're trying to get something across?
Yeah,
or is it a pure art form that you suffer for?
Yeah, no, I think for me, like out of those options, I think I view it as a personal tool, you know. So there's many different shapes and forms of writing, but when it comes to prose and poetry, it's definitely for me the mechanism I use to work through that weird conduit between my heart and my head. You know, and unfortunately, being human, you have to feel things all the time, you know, and then the feelings create this kind of narrative loop that go on and on, and that goes on and on in your head. And for me, creative writing is a mechanism I personally use to take what's happening in that loop internally in my head and put it through a process so that I can, on the one hand, kind of neutralize it a bit, and also on the other hand, almost enjoy it, you know, and work with it. So from my perspective, I view it as a tool, really. Yeah, before anything else, before you get to trying to get it published and all that kind of stuff, it definitely has a place in my personal life as a tool. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that a tool, I mean, it can also be a tool to address external issues, but Tendai Mwanaka, the Zimbabwean publisher and poet and writer, wrote on Facebook recently, and I actually saved it because I found it, for me, it's a very interesting question. He wrote that he feels that there's a difference between art and activism. He says an artist is a creator, answerable only to his own, only to him or herself. Okay. I won't read the whole post, but then towards the end, he says activism, on the other hand, is to create socially accepted work. So with activism, you are creating what you believe to be right. So journalism, taking the right side, etc. So he's making that distinction between the artist and the activist.
Yeah, and I think it's an important distinction because, you know, I often write in an activist mode because I feel things. And it's almost always unsuccessful as a creative work, you know. Almost, yeah, 90% of the time, that mode of writing for me ends up on the cutting room floor, you know, which doesn't mean it hasn't performed a function for me personally. But I find it very difficult to deliver what I believe to be a polished work out of that activist sensibility, you know. And I feel like that's always proved to be a relatively poor spark for me. Whereas when I try and channel into the more kind of relationship dynamics of my emotional and kind of social life, that seems to be a better spark for more enjoyable or more polished creative work.
Okay. And maybe this is a little bit of an unfair question, but from that, do you feel, and even your impetus for becoming a writer, do you feel that you were a writer first, or did you first have something to say? Is writing a tool to say what you want to say, or were you writing before you had things to say?
No, I had feelings. I had a lot of feelings when I was growing up, and I needed it. I had to find a channel, and so for me, the feelings came first, and then writing as a channel and almost a flushing mechanism for those feelings came shortly thereafter. You know, and then they kind of knotted together into a weave. Yeah, that has kind of carried through most of my life. Okay. Yeah.
And you've chosen language basically as an arc across your life. You've chosen language as your career. You've chosen language as your tool. You've chosen language as your form of creative expression. What is it about language specifically, do you think? Yeah, that you use it across your life, as opposed to choosing other tools or other forms of expression or other forms of or modes of career.
Yeah, you know, it's I think, as with all of us, it's a lot of circumstance, you know. So I've kind of ended up surrounded by language in all the dimensions, but I'm not sure that it was ever an active choice, you know. But again, I go back to one's emotional existence. That for me was why I started writing, you know. And then once I developed a bit of a technique, and then someone said to me, "Can you write about hamburgers?" And I said, "Absolutely," because I was dead broke. And then that opened up the sort of professional side of my life. And then it just happened to involve language as well. But I was so broke at the time. If someone had said, you know, "Can you work at the till at Checkers?" I would have said, "Absolutely, show me the till." You know, so I think there's definitely a kind of a circumstantial element to it. But yeah, language is a wonderful thing. You know, it can be incredibly empowering to achieve things for yourself and to achieve things in your relationships with other people, you know. And so as I get older and I get to work with it more, I think it's a very lucky thing to be able to live and work in this particular paradigm for me, because there's lots of options, you know, always when you're working with language. Yeah, so I feel very lucky. Yeah.
And language is such a dynamic medium, and it has so many levels and layers to it that it can be extremely powerful, but also extremely dangerous. I mean, yeah. I think working with language, particularly being a writer and a writer of fiction, I'm always aware of that language also has a very dark side. Language can be used for nefarious purposes as well as, towards what you think is good or beautiful or art.
Yeah. I mean, on the commercial side, I do a fair bit of ghostwriting, and often that involves adopting someone else's personality over a sustained period of time and doing all the communication on behalf of the boss. And so one of the weird things about that is you get this sneaky little view into another universe, an organization, and you get to read all the emails from everybody coming in and out, and you see just how much pain and fear and anxiety humans have just as they're doing their job every day, and how much that gets channeled through the kind of language they use and the phrases and ideas that are circulating through an organization. It's a fascinating thing to see how the way people frame ideas and the particular words they use to frame ideas, how reflective that always is of a deep-seated emotional state. And I never tire of getting those glimpses into other people's universes, which are invariably more enjoyable than one's own, you know, to kind of voyeuristically look at. Yeah. But I always get a sense that, yeah, language is an incredibly kind of nuanced and powerful thing. Yeah.
And then just getting back to Dubsteps, it's quite a weighty book. It's not a small read. What was the initial impetus to write the book? Or can you just take us very briefly on your actual writing journey? How long did it take you? What was the spark of the idea? How did it develop?
I wrote it over about 3 or 4 years, half an hour before work every morning. And Robin and I were very involved in Unity Gallery in the city. So we were very involved in the Joburg urban art scene. And I was quite captivated by the spirit of everyone involved in that scene, which is very feisty, very hip-hoppy, filled with kind of sort of street level arts kind of confrontations and conflicts and projects, and everyone investing the money they had and losing it, and lots of stuff going on all the time. I was always very impressed by how gracious people were with each other, going through all these kind of tumultuous up and downs, and the relationship strength of that community fascinated me, you know. And so I wanted to write a story about a character who had absolutely no relationship skills and was thrust into an environment where the only currency was relationship. And I wanted to see what would happen, just because it was kind of a concept that was relevant to me at the time. And so everything flowed from that. Then I needed to create something that would allow that to happen. And I kind of went in this sort of spec fiction route, but in a very ad hoc kind of random way, you know, yeah. And that was the impetus for it.
Then if beauty is in the eye of the beholder, or if we interpret a painting or a piece of art individually, if each viewer interprets a piece of art on an individual basis, how would you like the reader to make sense of Dubsteps, or how would you like, obviously you can't control how readers interpret your work, but what would you like the reader to take away from Dubsteps?
Oh, I don't even know. It kind of, Dubsteps took me on a similar journey to, I think, what it takes the reader on. It wasn't a conscious thing that I constructed, but I guess the ultimate sense that I love about it now, it being an old book that's kind of come and gone for me, is just the sense of how Roy is such a terrible character, such an unreliable narrator, and such a pain in the ass for everyone to be with, you know. And yet, even so, there was this closeness and this little love in this very strange community. And I guess that's a reflection of my experience in the city art scene. And what I was saying earlier is there was this, and I guess that's the sensibility I like about it now. That human beings, even though we're so conflicted and pained in our interactions, we also have this incredible ability to love each other and progress in the most bizarre circumstances. Yeah, and that's what I like about the book now. Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, and talking about humans' ability to love each other. Yeah, you've been my brother, you've been a role player in my life, you've been actually one of my best friends, definitely. But I have very much felt, I mean, our writing journeys have been quite distinct and separate. I mean, we've definitely been on very separate journeys, although much of our lives have been in parallel or together. For you, what do you think the key factors or influences in your writing journey have been? Because I actually have no idea about that in terms of you.
I remember a year where I smashed my leg for the first time and I missed a year of school. And I remember sitting on your bed for most of that year talking about very random stuff. Yeah, but there was something about that time in my consciousness and my kind of intellectual development where at that time I spent with you, where I started to really enjoy wordplay and idea play. And to start, I was what, 15, I think. And I started to, which I later experienced in the more hip hop world and the, you know, and the spoken word and performative poetry and stuff, you know, which I really enjoyed as well. But I remember that being a very formative experience because I was, they were obviously fun times, but it was also, I started to spark, you know, yeah, and think, well, I really enjoy this. Yeah, this is quite an interesting sort of intellectual exercise. And that's when I can remember starting to play with words. And then I've never stopped, eh? You know, I still play with words. Yeah, yeah. Nice,
yeah. And then just a final question as to kind of broaden things out. But when I think or read about South African writing and South African writers, which we both are, I inevitably return to Lewis Nkosi, and I always feel that his insights are so pertinent even today into the South African literary landscape. And in the first sentence of an essay written in 1989, he writes that when you think about it, South African literature has developed almost entirely without the existence of any strong local criticism. The review essay in the academic and the literary journals have basically represented almost, I'm paraphrasing, the sole intervention of a critical consciousness in our literary activities. Yeah, so in some sense, I mean, do you think this has had a negative impact on South African fiction particularly? How has it affected South African literature and the literature, the landscape of literature? And yeah, do you think it's changed at all, or do you think we're still in that space?
No,
having no proper literary criticism tradition?
Yeah, I think the dynamic is very much still in play, and I experience our literary world as a very, very small, totally bankrupt feudal state, you know. And I think one of the dynamics of that is that relationships are key, you know, and that's difficult for writers. I think if you don't have an ecosystem and you don't have a critical environment, then it's actually very hard to get feedback on your work that you can then apply. And that's the only reason I sometimes wish I had come from or been involved in a more university environment, because of the feedback ecosystem that provides. And that's still my biggest struggle today, is to gain feedback, apply it, you know, that and criticism is part of that. And the problem in South Africa is there's no such thing as a bad review. You only ever get good reviews, you know, otherwise you don't get reviewed, you know, which can be sort of nice for sensitive souls, but it's also a pity, you know. I feel like if we could move forward into a more sort of good-hearted criticism environment, I think we would all benefit a lot from it, you know, including readers. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think it's also not about good and bad reviews, but it's also about critical thinking and comparison and introduction to a much broader range of literature or ideas. That perhaps spin out from one book, but yeah, it is interesting.
And that's the problem with the feudal kind of environment, is you get pockets of influence and such, but they become self-reinforcing little circles, you know. And you know, obviously for a scene to be more vigorous, it would be great if those could break down a little bit, and the criticism environment is part of that.
Yeah. And to my mind, it's also very much about access to that environment and access. Yeah, I mean, it's a very complex. Yeah, it's very complex because it's in South Africa, it's become about who has access to literary journals, who has access to the academic realm, you know, and only a very narrow section of our population has ever had access to that. So it becomes very complex. Okay.
Indeed. Okay.
Okay, I gave my copy of Dubsteps away. I'm really sorry. I have to admit that to you. So I look forward to buying another one.
So did I. I don't have a copy. Every time I get a copy, I give it away, and then no, I can't get another one. Okay, we're going to switch around for a little bit.
Okay.
I guess when I was looking through your titles, your novels, we're preparing for this, and I was thinking the one thing in my view, and I don't know whether this is your view, but one of the binding forces I think between all 4 books is a kind of a evocation of a very intense internal space. Each of the books, to me, the characters are deeply internal. It's almost like you're experiencing the inner voice inside the inner voice of a human as they kind of tracking through the world. And it's a very particular space that, to my mind, all 4 books seem to occupy in a different kind of way. Do you see it like that? And if you do, or if you don't, is this a conscious thing that you've wanted to pursue in your writing? Or is it like a more of a reflection of how you write and how you think?
That's a very interesting question. I don't see it like that. I've become aware that people view it like that, and I've become more self-aware, I think, as the years have gone, and realized that it must come from the way that I experience the world on a personal level. And I have become aware that on a sensory level, even, not everybody perhaps experiences the world the same way that I do. And so I know that that detail is very important to me, and the reflection of the inner state found within detail, broadening out to the surrounding landscape as a reflection or a mirror of the internal state. I think that I've always felt very connected to the surrounding world, particularly the natural landscape, as something that can be used as a writing tool to mirror the internal state. And I think that perhaps because I think that I do that in my writing, and I think that then compounds the intensity of the experience of the characters in a state of being.
Yeah.
I have always been an emotional person, and I think my responses are first emotional before they're cerebral. And as a writer, I definitely start any book before even the germ of an idea comes. There's a germ of a feeling, and that germ of a feeling usually emerges from a sense of place. So I can be in a place and experience a feeling, and that'll come first before story and the people and their complexities emerge from that place and that feeling. Yeah.
Interesting. When I was reading All That Is Left, there's this very strong Biko Black consciousness hook threaded through the book, and it's interesting because it's mostly about white characters, and so I had this sense of, is there such a thing in South Africa as white consciousness? And then I thought, well, that's an intriguing kind of idea. I'm not sure that there is in a coherent way. But then I thought to myself, what would the feature of that white consciousness be if we presumed it existed? And I kind of experienced it as silence, and so when I read some of the kind of ideas coming through the book, I got this feeling like you were almost traveling through a house that hadn't been touched in 200 years and kind of fiddling with the cover sheets on the furniture and stuff. And it was quite a strange feeling. Did you have that feeling while you were writing? Like I'm going into like a really strange environment in terms of white South African emotional thought. It's weirdly something that white South Africans, it's a place we don't go that often in an overt way.
Yeah, definitely. And I think in my writing, although I do think that writers are a bit like actors, in that you can embody a whole variety of people from different backgrounds. In terms of when I am perhaps being even vaguely critical of people in my writing. I feel that I can only really cast those kind of judgments on my own kind, because that's where my richest emotional experience comes from. And I think if you look at our past, that notion of silence amongst white people is vast, because the implications of white people breaking their silence, just in terms of they would then have to face the magnitude of what was going on around them on a social, political level, just to start with. There's the whole economics of apartheid and how it benefited. We know who it benefited. And so I think for a whole lot of even very apolitical white people, there was and still is an emotional shutdown on taking true responsibility, or truly facing what has been and how it has created the lives that we live. And I still believe, and it's got a lot to do with the construction of space, which we inherited from the apartheid era, etc. But we still, on an emotional, spatial and social level, are very much living with that. White people certainly are very much living with that silence and that immovability almost. And not to say that every white person is like that, of course not. No group of people is a homogenous group that doesn't diverge out of a single mold. However, it was the discomfort of this from which the character of Rachel emerged in All That Is Left. And interestingly, this wasn't conscious, but Rachel in the book, she has an eating disorder, and I realized that also for me was kind of a symbol of her spiritual starvation, basically, because of her silence and her inability to act in her own life, actually. Yeah.
And
that answers your question.
I was going to actually ask about Rachel, and I'm intrigued about your relationship with her as you wrote her, and how do you feel about her? How did you feel? Did you purposely set out to create a character like that, who's kind of sort of spiritually abrasive, you know, and kind of, when she's a page turner for me, in the way that I almost wanted to see her come to face with her own myopic sensibility and get some kind of just desserts kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think initially I you know, who Rachel was at the beginning, I felt sorry for her. I felt pity for her. But, you know, I loved what Ethel Williams said in his, I don't know if you listened to that, but in his previous session, how we see each other determines how we interact with one another. I absolutely love that. And for me, that resonated in terms of All That Is Left as well, because I wanted Rachel to interact with other people through the book, people from different backgrounds. And if you follow the narrative arc of All That Is Left, it really is a series of interactions of people from across the board of South African backgrounds and ethnicities and life experiences. So Rachel interacts with a whole lot of different South African people. Opinions and reflections emerge about a whole variety of issues, such as immigration and art and love and friendships, etc. And I think it's her encounters with people who she perceives at the beginning as different to her. It's these encounters that actually change her. And I strongly believe, and this is why the isolation of different groups really worries me, is I believe you when you encounter and interact with another person, that's when you can truly be changed with it from within, because interaction is a dynamic thing.
And
I see you, you see me, and I allow myself to be changed by you, and that's the only way that we can grow. Yeah.
And I think one of the complexities with when you live with, when you're a privileged person in whatever way, is interacting with people and taking your privilege with you, because it's a hard thing to carry. And I think there's a great moment in the book that I just want to read a paragraph, which I think sums up Thomas. You know, Thomas tells Lucas that despite his previous life of privilege, he's never wanted more than this, exactly what is before him. He places the bag beside the cupboard and pulls the zip to open it. Lucas sits on the edge of the bed as Thomas unfolds his clothes piece by piece and hangs them. So like Thomas is trying to have this experience, but he's also trying to leave who he is behind. And that's what makes his attempt to kind of become who he wants to be such a farce, you know, is because he refuses to carry his true bag, which is much bigger than the single little bag with him.
Yeah, and it's exactly that. It's when we, it's, you know, to encounter other people who are different, or who have different life experiences from ourselves. We actually have to be truly open to have a meaningful experience. And once we are open and we can have a meaningful experience, then our transformation and our growth, I think, can be authentic. Yeah, and not just something. Yeah, not just kind of, you know, what's the word?
For Instagram.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, and so one more question before we end is, I'm intrigued. I know you write poetry and publish it very quietly, and then you're an artist as well, like a great artist as well. And I wonder, how do these two things, which are very kind of strong creative mechanisms in their own right, how do they kind of feed into your prose, your creative writing, your novels? Do they feed into your novel writing process, or are they kind of sort of parallel dimensions for you in your creative life?
With the poetry and the visual art.
Yeah.
So that is something that I do touch on in All That Is Left. I believe so strongly that the creative process and the creation of beauty and the creation of creative works is transformative. I mean, for me, there's love and there's creativity, and these are the two things that give life meaning. And that is something that I touch on in All That Is Left, when Sizwe and Rachel are go out in Joburg, and Sizwe buys her painting. And that interaction about art. For me, art, creativity across the board has been transformative. For me, it is an essential process in my life that I have to have to feel truly alive, and that I am moving forward, and that I am interacting with something inside myself that is meaningful. And I think there's a lot of cross-pollination. I think that the poetry relates because I also have a musical background, and I believe strongly in the musicality of language. For me, that's where it starts. The sound of language, the relation of language, how it sounds to music, to the drum beat, to the essential rhythms of life that are pre-language. So these are also very much linked to the early development of visual art, ritual. For me, there's so much connection in everything that we do to where we come from as a species. So they're all very linked for me. Yeah,
I find that as well. You know, when I do, most of my writing, creative writing, seems to feature pop music, just because it's part of my life. You know, and I find myself unable to write creatively without mentioning a band name. Yeah, and I think that just speaks to the kind of how it's all interlinked. Yeah. Okay, I think we've nailed our 40 minutes. Hey, I think that's about it.
Okay, guys, I must say, a highly impressive talk. You can take over my job now, and you can lead all the discussions. I need a break every now and again. I may have to just mute very quickly because my wife hasn't come home yet, but it's going to happen soon. and then all hell's going to break loose with the dogs. But anyway, we're getting some wonderful comments, mainly over here, from lots of people. I'm just trying to see if there's any questions. Yeah, what I wanted to say was, I don't know, I think it was Andrew's comment about the silence. I found that to be an utterly riveting sort of insight, and I was especially, you know, when people read like a novel like Disgrace, people have been very critical of Coetzee's silence on certain matters, and straight away it triggered that kind of thinking in my head. Well, you know, now that you brought it up, maybe there's another way to see silence as not just a cop-out, you know, and yeah, I don't know if you want to comment, but for me, that was really something that I took away from the interview.
Yeah,
For me, very strongly, I feel it's time to talk about the silence. I don't know about you, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, that was the joy of those years we spent working in the city, is just being given the freedom by Black South Africans not to be silent as a Mlungu, you know, and to have these conversations. I was given a lot of spiritual oxygen by that experience, from other people, and I think it'd be a great thing if white South Africa had a more political consciousness in general, and then within that had a more advanced ability to have these sort of more tricky emotional political conversations, because you don't come across them that often.
No, you don't. And because you don't as well, it can be from a white experience in a white community, it can be an incredibly, at times, frustrating and even shallow experience, which on a spiritual level it can cause a lot of discomfort also.
Yeah. And look, I mean, it's clear that God invented rugby and cricket and soccer to break that silence down and give us something else. But there are times, I think, where you still need to kind of, even around the braai, kind of, I don't know. Yeah, that's my feeling.
Andrew, if I may ask, are you Joburg based or
Yes.
Durban?
No, Joburg.
You Joburg. And Kirsten, you are Durban based.
I'm Durban, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. You know, it's really been a fascinating 40-odd minutes with you. The time just flew, and I was just you know, contemplating all the comments that you made. But Kirsten, I think I'm going to quote you when I write about the festival, because you said love and creativity is really in that's your philosophy. And I thought, you know, it's so simple, but it's so profound. It really was. So thank you. You know, I think if we lock the two of you up long enough, and you're both ghostwrite for each other, you should have a winner on your hands. In a month's time, you should be fine. Okay.
Thanks, Daryl.
Through the window.
and
thank you, Daryl.
Yeah,
thanks.
One last question. Sorry, Kirsten. In your family, your parents, either of your parents, writers, poets, how is it that the both of you ended up in this sort of sphere?
Our mom is a wonderful proofreader and editor and occasional writer. And our cousin, Janine Stephen, is a quite well-known journalist. And our other cousin, Vanessa Stephen, is also kind of a journalist writer type. And so there's a strong strain of kind of wordiness running through.
Okay.
Yeah, and our mother encouraged reading from a very young age, and we read prolifically. All of us, actually, our cousins and Andy and myself and our older brother, we read prolifically when we were young. And I think that's a great starting point for a writing life.
Okay. Well, next, Kirsten, I've heard that you're a closet poet. we'll bring you out of the closet for the next festival. So be warned, be warned. Okay, thank you so much, Kirsten, and thank you so much, Andy. Okay.
Thank you for your
Okay.
festivals, Daryl. They are
Okay.
fantastic. Thanks very
Okay,
much.
no, thanks so much. Thank you, bye-bye. Okay, next up, we go to Irene Fisher. And Irene Fisher, I would imagine I met her about 4 to 5 years ago. And it's been a singular pleasure to have met this young woman. And I always tell her that she cost me a few tears. And as it is, I have dry eye syndrome. So it's not the kindest thing to do to a person like me. Irene, I'm not going to introduce her. She was a radio announcer, and she also is very talented on Facebook. That much I've seen. But I'm going to let Irene tell you her story. So Irene, welcome to the Madibaland World Literary Festival. And it's wonderful to see you across the screen after quite some time.
Thank you very much, Daryl. So can you hear me? Not?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you clearly.
Okay, this is cool. I can go. Okay, cool. So I want to start off. Thank you so much for inviting me. I want to start off by saying why I wrote the book in the first place. But before that, I want to say, I just want to mention, I am chewing bubblegum. So I promise my mom did teach me manners, and that was that you can't chew with your mouth open. But I don't have any saliva. So the gum makes my makes my mouth moist. So I just want to mention that beforehand. And then I happen to think of myself as an accidental writer. Actually, quite literally, but I'll get to that in a moment. The reason why I decided to write a book was I felt the hunger to be understood by other people, but I also needed to understand my own body because it was quite new to me. I was in an accident that was in 2009, where I sustained a traumatic brain injury that left me as a hemiplegic with a speech impediment. So I felt people didn't understand me. So I had to write a book to teach people. Maya Angelou said, and she's quite an inspiration to me. She said, teach people how to treat you. And that is what I decided to do with the book. I wrote, let me show you like this. It's a non-fiction memoir, and I wrote it in Afrikaans as well, originally, because I'm actually Afrikaans. But you can hear I roll my R's quite enthusiastically, but I don't care. At least I can talk. So the silent R is not my speciality, but I'm quite down with that. So a million little things can change when the brain breaks. I learned that personally. So for example, I lost my voice. I had to relearn how to speak. And for me, I was actually quite shy because, as Daryl mentioned, I used to be an on-air personality in radio in South Africa. And then all of a sudden I saw my voice as, for lack of a better word, quite wonky. So I felt naturally I was ashamed, even though I knew it wasn't my fault. I didn't like speaking because as soon as you don't speak or sound like the general person in society, people assume you're dumb or not all right up here. So then eventually my sister told me I should rather look at my voice as a battle scar. And battle scars don't form on the dead. They only form on the living. So my voice, that's why I'm terribly proud of it, because my voice shows you that I survived. It makes me, it's part of me. It shows I'm a survivor. And then the brain, I think a lot of people don't give it enough credit. It's my favorite organ because it is the most valuable possession you'll ever own. Because you know that breath of air you just took and your eyes winking, you know, it means it's your brain. Your brain is responsible for your heartbeat, for my hands moving around like this. So I think people should treasure it more, because I know I'm quite fortunate that after I sustained a brain injury, my IQ wasn't affected. And I know I'm very fortunate, and I praise my brain nonstop. So, as I said, people didn't know how to treat me or what to say to me, because I think when you become disabled, most people are uncomfortable around you. And now I'm speaking of myself as well. Before the accident, you know, I was nice and friendly whenever I saw someone in a wheelchair, but I hastily made my retreat because I didn't know really how to communicate with him. So the reason I wrote the book was just to tell people I still bleed red, just like you. And I still have a heart. I have feelings and emotions. Sometimes I burp, as do you. So even though my body was repackaged, I remain a human being. And I think I demand, I'll go as far as to say, I demand the basic human dignity and obviously respect. I think that that's a big thing for me. And the thing is, what I mean by I want respect is just look me in the eye and smile, you know, acknowledge my presence. Because I think any human being, actually every creature, take for example dogs, love acknowledgement. Just that little tick, that little wink to say like, hey, you matter, I see you, and then be done with it. So I'm still here. The name of my book, it has a double meaning. It means, yeah, sure, I'm still here after the accident, I survived. But the bigger meaning behind it is to notify people that inside this body, I'm still here. You know, I'm still a human being with emotions. I look differently. I might sound differently. But the body is only a shell, you know, like a vehicle to move you around. So yours is a shell, and as is mine. So obviously, don't want to make people uncomfortable. What I do want to do is I want to invite you. Give me a try, talk to me, try and have a conversation before you shy away. Because I think a lot of people rather look the other way than talk. Just talk to me. They spoke about how powerful language is. Something. Okay, cool. So it was my lip eyes fell over. So I got a bit distracted. So the thing is, I wanted to read you a quote out of my book, as we are on the subject of a body, as I see it as a vehicle. But my one friend had this to say. My friend Didi told me that one's body is like a spacesuit in which you came to visit planet Earth. It's just a visit. Everything is temporary. It is not important what it looks like because you are not going to need it forever. It is just an overall, and all the tools you need to survive, and that may help you to make a difference. So how beautiful is that? I wish everyone would think like that, that you can use your body to do good as you can do language. So I think, unfortunately, there's this massive information gap concerning brain injury and any other disability. And this is mainly, in my opinion, you aren't taught in school, at church, at university, even at work. Any human being, uh, we are not equipped with knowledge about any disability. Think about it. In school, I learned about the grasshopper and the amoeba and the sexual organs of the human being, but never anything about a disability. And I think that is why in society, we are kind of pushed to the side and people don't want to engage with us because they just don't know how. And that is mainly why I wrote the book. I felt I had something to say. And also, writing helps me whenever I feel frustrated about an issue. And I did. How people treated me was degrading, as if I'm a lesser life force, just because I'm disabled. So I felt I needed to write a book. I have a voice, and I wanted to give a voice to other people who suffered brain injuries. So what I hope to achieve through my book is better understanding, and hopefully this cultivates compassion and consideration, more kindness. I think that is what the world needs, is more kindness, especially now and, well, forevermore. So I think a big mental shift is needed worldwide. But also I wrote the book because I needed a mind shift. And so the book was kind of like my diary to put things into perspective, because I needed to rebuild my life. So I'm going to take you back to 2009. That is when the accident happened. So by the time I was 24, I already completed a diploma in film and television production, and I obtained a degree in journalism at the University of Pretoria in South Africa. Then I started working at a radio station as an on-air personality. But when I was 26 years old, my life changed dramatically. And what happened was a truck carrying 26 tons of maize skipped a red traffic light and slammed into me. So to give you an idea, the average elephant is 6 tons. So on the back of the truck, there were 4 elephants. So I think that is mainly my biggest claim to fame, is that in South Africa, I survived a miniature sorry, I need some water. I survived a miniature stampede of elephants. So I was rushed to hospital and with serious brain and chest injuries. And my parents were told I'll only live 72 hours. But here I am. It's a bit longer, a month longer than 11 years. So some people, I said, no way. We are all miracles. I mean, if you can talk and breathe and see and hear any one of those things, if you can love, you're a miracle, because you are miraculous. Because I think that is special, shall I say, characteristics or senses all of us are given. And I took mine for granted. And like, for example, my saliva. If you have saliva, it's a miracle, because not everybody is that fortunate. So when I discovered I have damage to my brain, it was quite a shock. Those words taste bitter, brain damage. You know, I felt, it was rough because I had the preconceived idea, and I am much in shame for having it, that brain damage render you basically, let me just say, I thought it lessens your IQ and this affects your logic, your personality, your behavior. I thought that was the only effect that brain damage could have. But in my case, it affected me physically. As you can see in my face, one half is weaker than the other half because a brain injury causes hemiplegia. So I only discovered the word hemiplegia and hemiplegic exists when I became one. Again, I blame school. So because I don't know, I know quadriplegic and paraplegic because of the Paralympics, and quadriplegia because of the late Superman, Christopher Reeves. So with hemiplegia, an easy way to explain it is the Earth consists of two hemispheres, north and south. Now, just like that, your body can be divided in half, left and right. So it's almost a mirror image. So hemiplegia is when one half of your body is either completely paralyzed or experiences some form of weakness. So because of my hemiplegia, I had to relearn how to speak, talk, because half my tongue was literally numb or paralyzed. So I had to, start it up again. And that's why I have difficulty speaking, not fluently, but I sound very not inarticulate. I can't find the word now, but I have trouble pronouncing words like easily, shall I say. So that is also the reason why I had to relearn how to talk, because my leg was completely paralyzed, and through a lot of physiotherapy, I managed to regain a lot of movement and strength. And so eventually, after 4 years of exercising and physiotherapy, I could walk again. So roughly that is 2 million minutes. So I dare you, try to count to 2 million. Actually, try to count to 1,000. And you'll see it takes a lot of determination and patience to get where I am now. So I'll be darned if I am ashamed for being disabled, because I think, not to boost my own ego, but my body and my brain, I think, testifies the amount of potential that hides inside. I think the human spirit and the human body is capable of so much. And I think a label like disabled or hemiplegic boxes me. So I just feel I'm a person, that walks slowly, that talks a bit, difficultly. But other than that, I'm a strong human being. So let me think what else I wanted to mention. I made notes. It's like crypt notes. The thing was, hemiplegia was quite a reality check for me, because it showed me how much I took for granted, like brushing my own teeth, making a cup of coffee, getting dressed, showering by myself. I couldn't do that anymore. And I didn't think twice before the accident. It came naturally. So it was part of my routine. And for the first couple of years after the accident, my mother she was my hands. She watched me as well. The other thing is about hemiplegia. You lose function or control of your bladder. So I, unfortunately, and I'm not shy about it, I wore a nappy for a couple of months of the accident, and it made me humble. Again, it made me realize that I took, take going to the bathroom by myself for granted. And that's why I live every day with vigor and intense appreciation for the things my body can do. So, the thing is, that what was very important, because people asked me how did I continue to go and to stay motivated, and my family played a big role, especially, well, my mom, dad, and sister. They each taught me something that I could put in my backpack to keep me motivated. My sister Juliet said, I shouldn't be so hard on myself. I must remember to just breathe, be conscious of my breathing, and then you can do anything, literally. My father taught me attitude determines altitude. So you can think your mindset, whatever energy you exude, will influence where you end up. So it's very important to think, obviously, think good thoughts, because whatever you think multiplies, and that's why you should rather spend your time thinking of things to better yourself or the world. So I feel that a mind shift is needed worldwide, so we can be a diverse yet integrated, not just society, human race. And I hope you learned something out of my talk. I feel like a teacher, and this is my virtual classroom. So thank you for listening. I just feel the need to make a difference, and I think you can help me. So spread the word, pay it forward. I would appreciate that. Thank you. So, and I want to mention that my book won 2 independent South African awards, and they were awarded to me at the JM Kutsia Literary Festival in Booktown, Richmond, by Dr. Peter Baker, and the man himself who's responsible for this marvelous virtual book festival, Daryl David. So I just want to say thank you.
Irene, thank you. Thank you so much for such an inspiring talk. You finding, I don't know how good your eyesight is, but all the time on the chats, everyone is saying what an inspiring talk it was. It wasn't just an inspiring talk. I think we must say you're an inspiring woman. So congratulations on really all that you've achieved. And I just want to say, maybe I shouldn't have given you that prize, because when you said you're an accidental writer, I thought to myself, that was a great title for your memoir. If ever you come out with a new book, I'm telling you that is the title for your next book.
Okay.
It's a beautiful title. Beautiful title. Okay, there's a question here from Umesh. He wants to know, how was your experience of the medical community as you were recovering from this tragic accident?
I had a really good experience in the hospital. I was in Medi-Clinic, and I think basically, obviously, they saved my life, because my heart stopped twice. And here I am. So I stayed in hospital for 3 months, and I have to say they were so kind. I hallucinated so much because of all the medicine, and they stayed patient, and so I had the best care in the world.
to see if there's anything else that people want to ask. I just want to tell all the people listening that I have now saddled Irene. She has now officially become the Madibaland World Literary Festival person for our Facebook page, because we're useless at Facebook and things. And Irene is a genius. So if you're going to see, if you're going to see anything on Facebook, you must know that this is the woman who is going to be responsible for all the posts that we are going to put out on this Facebook post. And I must tell you, you know how witty Irene is. So last night, she's trying to get some information from our IT guy on our website. And he wrote to her and he says, you know, basically he's very busy. And he says, he's a farmer. And he says, like shoveling goat shit in the barn. And Irene responds, good luck with all the shit on your side. So, I mean, I read that and I thought to myself, sure, you know, this is just wonderful. You know, it's so funny to work with people like this. It just makes life a bit more bearable when you have to, you know, sit from 9 to 9 effectively, and you've got such funny people working at your side. So Irene, all the best to you. We're going to be talking a lot, I'm sure, over the next few weeks. And we look forward to your Facebook posts. I give you creative license to do whatever you want. And so go ahead.
That is a bit dangerous.
It's fine.
Are you sure?
I'm absolutely certain. And Umesh says, Irene, you are resilience and compassion personified. And he says, thank you. And then he says, don't complain, Daryl, you love it.
I just want to thank everybody for the compliments. You know, they're putting my ego on steroids, which is always a good thing. And as well, I wanted to invite everyone, if you haven't yet, go like our Facebook page, Madibaland World Literary Festival. That is quite an exercise for my tongue. So I'm hoping really by tomorrow I have it up and running properly. So I'm going to make you proud, Daryl.
Okay. No, thanks. We're really looking forward to it. And I hope that everyone who's been listening has been inspired. I just want to say that, remember, our 4 o'clock session has been cancelled, but we will have a 5 o'clock session. And then we pretty much go into the evening session thereafter. So let's close with some music. Irene, thank you once again.
Sorry, Daryl, can I just say, Irene, it's a distinct pleasure meeting you, and it's really wonderful to do that. Can I just speak a little bit about the 5 o'clock session?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. The 5 o'clock session, we have 2 books that are being presented. The first speaker will be Michael Wieder, who's the Dean of and a priest at St. George's Cathedral, and he is writing about, he's had a book that he wrote during lockdown called Lockdown, Love and Lament, and he'll be talking about it for half an hour. And then following that, we have a lovely children's book that is written by Garth Newman and illustrated by Yumna Sadan, and it's called Luna and the Astronaut of the Mind, and it's about a young girl who struggles with difficulties of anxiety and fear and bullying, and takes a intergalactic journey to manage this with her therapist. I think you'll find the book fascinating and lovely, especially now during our COVID-19 time. Thank you, Daryl.
Okay, thanks so much, Umesh. Yeah, so to everyone, put your feet up for a while, go and make some coffee and tea, or both, if you prefer. and we'll see you again at 5 o'clock. Thanks a lot.
In Richmond draai die windpomp en ek voel hoe waai die wind teen my gesig. Die silwer van die dakke en die bloekoms by die golfklap teen die lug. En oorkant teen die berg in wit klip staan geverf Richmond. 1843, dit was 'n lang tyd terug. Terug naar Richmond wil ek gaan. Terug naar Richmond, waar mense my verstaan. Waar jarelange vriende en die winde op my wag. Terug naar Richmond wil ek gaan. Die windpomp draai op Richmond en ek voel hoe waai die wind teen my gesig. Die silwer van die dakke en die bloekoms by die golfklap teen die lug. En oorkant teen die berg in wit klip staan geverf Richmond. 1843, dit was 'n lang tyd terug. Terug naar Richmond wil ek gaan. Terug naar Richmond, waar mense my verstaan. Waar jarelange vriende en die winde op my wag. Terug naar Richmond wil ek gaan. Naar Richmond wil ek gaan. Terug naar Richmond, waar mense my verstaan. Waar jarelange vriende en die winde op my wag. Terug naar Richmond wil ek gaan. Naar Richmond wil ek gaan. Naar Richmond wil ek gaan.
Hi, good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome to the Madibaland World Literary Festival. It's really wonderful to have all of you here. And for this 5 o'clock session, we are really very honored and pleased to be able to have Michael Wieder, who is the Dean at the St. George's Cathedral, and he will talk from 5 to 5:30, where we will have a chance to talk with him about his book and some things, and perhaps on the chat, if you get a chance, ask questions that Michael would not like to answer, so we can have a poet and the religious and spiritual character that he shares stuff with us. Then at 5:30, we have Garth Newman and Yumna Sedan, who are a psychologist and a creative director who have done this beautiful book called Luna and the Astronaut of the Mind. As psychologists, as you all know, the mind is a very strange place, and generally most of us think that psychologists are tarty themselves. And Daryl, we can explain that to you a little later. But we'll have a chance to be able to talk about their book. And then also, just feel free, start collecting money from your neighbors so that you can buy these 2 books. Having said that, I just also want to thank Graham Julies and Melody, who are from UWC, and the team there, and they're supporting this festival beautifully. So thank you for that. So Michael, I'm going to just share the screen now and do a small PowerPoint about you. There we are. So this is a cover of Michael's book, and Michael would be able to talk to us about the title, the picture, and a little bit of his thoughts around what made him think about doing this during lockdown. And that is Michael, as you can see, as good looking in the flesh as he's in picture, and is very modest. So it's the only time any of us are going to get a chance to tease him. You can't, Bishop Tutu has done the foreword to the book, given the close relationship they have. I'm particularly proud and want to boast about this because Michael's also an alumni of UWC. And as you know, from UWC, even if you came to sell chips there, we would adopt you immediately. So anything that we can do, that we can bask in your glory, we're very happy to do that. Then Michael also, even though he's a spiritual leader, he has been deeply involved in the political struggle that has got us to where we could vote for the first time. And some of that, Michael, I know it would have informed his poetry and his writing. And, sometimes when they tease priests in church, they say that the congregation falls asleep. So in this instance, it's the police who are arresting Michael here for standing up against the violation of colleagues and individuals, and was tear gassed. And there is Michael. There are other pictures that we have, but we can't show them. This is it's a PG rated, so we'll leave that for a while. And finally, this is just a lovely picture of Michael at the in St. George's Cathedral reading his book. So thanks for that, Michael. Okay, so let's just see. All right, Michael, welcome to the festival. It's just really wonderful. Tell us a little bit about yourself so that the audience here, who are all bibliophiles, are quite keen to connect with you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be part of Umesh's Comedy Hour. And just to say, I was born in Cape Town in the Cape Peninsula Maternity Home. And the first 4 years of my life was in District 1, which is down the road from the traffic department known as Gallows Hills. And then my parents forced removal to Kensington. And then a year later or so, my mom and dad separated. And we ended up, my mom and my one brother and I, in Cravenby Estate, which is the Indian quarter of Elsa's River, which influenced the way I sound sometimes. And sometimes my head go like that also. That was my formative years. And what it did to me was to focus me very strongly on who I am and who I'm not. Because I came into a working class, poor area with a very clearly established identity of who belonged and who didn't. And speaking English and looking not like I was directly of Khoi descent, I had to literally find my way into not being seen as a Hindu, as a Muslim. I think my first fight where I was being beaten up was, you know, flailing away with my first, ek is a Islam, ek is a Chris, you know, and so having to almost define myself in an antagonistic way to other faiths and other community helped me to realize the whole thing of dislocation and what it means to belong and what does it mean to not to belong. So I came to understand that I didn't belong specifically to one group, but I had a very particular relationship with a variety of people. And I think that kind of influenced my decision-making when I, at a later age, sort of embraced Black consciousness and understood my being. And you know, you come out of a faith tradition where everything is white. God is white, God speaks English, Jesus looks like Brad Pitt, and there's nothing there that enables you to relate to that. And part of my awakening politically was to also to kind of kill some of the idols of the idolatry of a religion that was framed by whiteness and by the British Empire. So I think politics, Karl Marx actually saved me in terms of helping me understand what it means to be the child of a factory worker, to be in a struggling community. And I think the seeds of writing poetry was already sown in those early years, because there's an intensity of life, you know, of living in the backyard of a Mr. Singh, who was an Indian businessman. And I remember saying to my mom, we had a room, one room which made up our house, you know. So there was one corner was the double bunk, and then in the middle was a yellow formica covered table with plastic flowers, and in the far corner there was a Vita stove and a prime stove, and the toilet was a few doors away, a communal toilet and bath and so on. And I remember saying to my mom, I'm tired of being poor, you know, because I defined poverty in relation to that. And then she took me through all history lessons about economics, that we, even if breakfast was a cup of coffee and 2 slices of bread, it was a meal. So yeah, that is my background, and eventually, I think I was always meant to be a priest. At one time, I wanted to be a radio DJ. You know, as Radio Capital Radio just came out, I had a fantasy of being a radio DJ. And for a while, I used to carry the speaker boxes for a very prominent DJ, popular DJ on the Cape Flats, in Grassy Park area. Eli's Coming. And the tour used to be at the Jolly Car. And the first song that turned my mind more seriously to music away from the California rock of America and Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, was Michael Frank's Lady Wants to Know, you know. And it was the first time I got a whiff of jazz. And I think that was 77 when the song came out. I was sitting after the scene at the Jolly Car, in a car outside the Cozy Corner, just past midnight. And this good friend of mine then, the late John Esterhazen, he's also alumni from UWC, social worker. And it was him that brought me into that first step of consciousness of how things are different. Because I came out of a very conservative Christian background, very strict mom, caring mom, but she had to exercise very strict discipline. So that was my kind of niggling, slow journey into onto the path of freedom and carrying poetry as my path course. I can't hear you.
It's a very, very nice that you put that, Michael, because it resonates, and I imagine our the others in the chat here or on this session also can resonate with that, those images of the primer stove and the room and the communal toilet, which you didn't want to go to in the evenings, you know, because it was dark and scary. But also, I think something that you said, that the effervescence of where your consciousness was raised and developed came through with the engagement with people on ordinarily on the ground, which is what you are known to do so much now as well. And that poetry, a way of channeling that experience, has come through poetry. How has this influenced your latest book, and what happened?
There's a quote from Oscar Wilde who says that the gallows focuses the mind. And I think the intensity of the very dark, remember we thought lockdown was going to be like, not quite a weekend special, but it'll be like 14 days or something, and then it's okay. You know, so we'll kick the parasite back to wherever it should have been. And then suddenly seeing the streets empty and the uncertainty of life that caused me to go into a very dark space within myself. And I think the more, and so this thing about the gallows, the darkness of doom around you, you're compelled to be inward looking. So the Arabic, your nur, people like to say your nur is sterk. And my inner light, I had to come to terms with my own fear, my own anxiety, my own uncertainty. And that is kind of another well that you drink from to make sense of what is happening to you, to look for hope where nothing seems, where there's so much bleakness around you. I remember that one night, my daughter, she works at ETV, and we got a call saying that she'd just been stopped. The Uber driver had just been stopped because it's beyond curfew, but she's got a permit. And then she just told me it's getting weird. So I got in the car, and by the time I got to where the roadblock was, that I had been dismantled, and I saw her walking about 200 meters away. I was so filled with fear, because here's a young woman just abandoned by the police. And in fact, they wanted her to get into the car with them. And she said, no. And they said, you must. And she said, how can I trust you, given the way that you've treated me? And the other man was I think he was a Congolese. And so all that was played out, you know, and it was also the antagonism to the other. And I think that for me was one of the most bleakest periods, when you realize that this is a game. It's not a game, you know, it's not something that's new, because as much as the deeper we went into the lockdown, the criminality, the base human instinct surfaced in the area where women were being raped in police stations, and that started filtering in where people are drinking in their own backyard and they get beaten up by soldiers. So I realized there's a kind of dystopia that's happening within our society. So that also, in terms of some of the poems that I then extracted either from my archive or that I rewrote again, or wrote from that sphere of anger, that space of anger and of fear, and of knowing what we've overcome, all work together to bring us to give birth to this book.
It's you know, that blending of being a observer while at the same time being a participant in what was going on around you, with a common denominator that across the globe everyone had the same kind of experience, was something people spoke about a little spoke about earlier in one of the other sessions, and what they said about is how sometimes it was so hard to hold on to one's humanity when it seems so crazy and as you say, dystopian, but there was a lack of reality. It just was a strange kind of reality. And in your book, and the forward, Bishop Tutu really speaks very beautifully in saying, that your sensitivity and your credentials as a liberation fighter supports the strongest traditions of service to humanity. And in this, and your poetry is similar in that kind of way. Is there a poem that you want? Does it resonate for you from our beloved Arch?
Yeah, there's quite a few. And in fact, I was really fortunate to take a copy of the book to him.
Okay.
Just when I received it the Monday, and the Tuesday I gate crashed his house because there's a whole lot of what do you call it? Not quite gatekeepers, but protocol. Yeah. I just went there. I said, Father, I kom met my boek bring, and they will a gebed maak. And 10 minutes later, I was out again. And for me, what was nice was when I stood at the door, and he was at the far end of the lounge, and he came with a thumbs up. It's a great affirmation from a very beautiful spirit in our lives. So there's a poem that I've got, there's quite a few, but I'd like to read one that centers the galaxy.
Well, now we're talking.
Tell me. The thing is, I love, so jazzing is a colored thing, to jazz or jazz. I remember on my first date with this girl, I asked her, she said, I like jazz. Yeah, I'm thinking of John Coltrane. It was jazz. So colored people jazz, and so-called colored people, maybe they do ballet or flamingo or whatever. But what I like about jazz, it's our nod to the salsa, and there's a lot of improvisation. And to see two women jazzing, and just the way they improvise, and the virtually touching fingertips, and twirling. For me, it's a fascinating, and I love watching it. I'm a Kabzela guy. I'm from that I can los dance. Yeah. And I can improvise. I can't do dancing with a partner. No. My wife has accepted that. But I still love it, So I had a conversation with a friend of mine, Jackie Jo. I don't know what it was that she said, but it just brought forth this poem. Because I asked her, where did you learn to jazz? I thought it was at the Galaxy, but it was a place in Madibaland called the Village Pub. So, you guys are nodding. I think, maybe I'm taking you out of another time period. But anyway, so I'm asked, it's a conversation. But in the conversation, I'm bringing together various elements that is escapist, but it also speaks to who we are. So tell me, who taught you to jazz? That two-step samba sass of your teenage years. Was it on a Saturday at the Galaxy when you stole with a listening glance the basic moves as Herb Albert's rise rhythmed you away from shyness? Or the boy who caught your eye and then after a while you forgot about him as you twirled, backstep, fingertip poised in the freeing magic of improvisation? Now tell me, do you know why birds sing in the dark? Why a praying mantis silent on your bedroom wall pauses you? And tell me, who feeds the squirrels in the silence of Government Avenue? What do they gossip about us as they chuckle in the fallen leaves of autumn? Tell me about the dance, the bird song before dawn, the prayer life of a mantis. Tell me about the hunger of squirrels and why we miss them. Tell me, and I will tell you of why I dance afraid in the dark. Tell me, and I will tell you what God is saying to the angels when you hear their laughter above the thunder of the storm. So that's my tribute to Jesus.
Beautifully said, and you know, in your accompaniment to the poem, you know, you talk about the delinquents in the cabinet, and your own principal position always has been very clear that, you know, you side you're always on the side of good, and you have people think about their contributions to the difficulties around us. A lot of your poetry speaks a lot about that, as has been your experience in your life. My wife has another favorite, and I don't know which one it is, but I'm sure she's going to read that to me at some point. Your other favorites, Michael, that you want to share with us?
That's a more overtly political thing about identity, and it's, you know, people often say, you know, Cape Town is not really Africa, it's not really South Africa, it's another republic. And then we also live up to that, you know, in the way we behave as if we made Table Mountain and as if we created Table Bay. It's our work, you know. But there is also, I often have to tell people, yeah, but you know, Cape Town that you're talking about is a Cape Town that mocks us when we grew up in the Cape Flats, because the further the distance you are from Table Mountain also speaks so much what has been taken away from you. If you can have this wonderful panoramic view, when we were actually lived on the lower slopes of the mountain, where I am now as Dean, I live in this house. That's opposite of our park, and I remember when I moved in here, the neighbors didn't quite know, they couldn't read who I was, you know, and then some of the more kind of open-hearted people would salam alaikum, alaikum salam, and so on, and then one day I came up with my clerical shirt, so they didn't know how to relate to me. I said, no, salam alaikum, it's still the same. But so, my Cape Town is part of my response to the way we have been defined and redefined. My Cape Town is not an African city like Joburg, Dakar, like Abidjan or Cairo. It is African, like Manenberg, like a bullet-borne message from the motherland of dread to the mansions on Kabia Hill saying, we are here. You can't forget us. My Africa, like Kigali, Abuja, or Mogadishu, laments freedom's stillbirth in the ICU ward of the first Uhuru ballot. My Africa raises its heart to no flag, but to the banner of the just, blowing like truth over the graves of Quitaquanaval, Darfur, of Mitchell's Plains, young blood, uncovered toe. When Jesus comes, my Africa knows the terror of Marikana, of drive-by devils slow cruising in the dark of a weeping Hanover Park, of Nyanga East. Khayelitsha, like the Delft, is my Africa, where feces kisses the bare feet of my children, running to school, all from life that denies them the grace of old age. My Africa sings its rage, my Africa, where amnesia is the first step in the dance of healing, remembers the empty pot of no work, the hard bed of broken promises. My Africa remembers the power of the clenched fist raised all over the world. My Africa.
That's so beautiful. It resonates so much with that poem, Ingwa Pele Madinguwane, Africa My Beginning, Africa My Ending. I'm sure it was said at the cathedral during those, the early struggle days. Something that I was wondering about was, in terms of our solidarity, our poetry, and as Africans, we have this experience so strongly. We connected to the world. It's a cradle of humankind, but we also, and I think your work in your work during the struggle against apartheid, but also now that continues, is around a thoughtful connection and solidarity with the struggles that people have all around. And the other day when we met, you spoke about some of the young person who had passed away, the trans colleague that you spoke about with such depth. What's your thoughts on solidarity and how we can use just the way we are in being in solidarity with the struggles that are there around the world, both political but also personal, because that is so intertwined in your work, and then what is the what you think where we should be going to with that kind of compassion and with the depth of feeling in our hearts?
The thing of power, the capacity to change and to make things different, in contrast to authority, which is the ability, because of law that mandates you in a certain way to affect. There's a tension that we hold, and a lot of times we have authority. As a father, as a parent, I have authority, but I also have the power to be abusive, to bully. And so I often feel as a male priest, that's a tension that I hold within myself. And I think for me, the transgender community, particularly growing up on the Cape Flats, where we were very casual about how people were redefined, the boy child, how we had to dress and how we had to. I remember sitting on a playing field, and I was maybe 12 years old, and I realized I'm sitting so lekker here, but there's something wrong. And I was sitting with my legs slanted under my body like a girl. And I was so horrified, sit there, And I often think of that moment of self-correction and that consciousness that I had so early, being socialized into how I ought to be, and how we isolated young men and women that didn't fit the norm. And for a long time, we didn't have an understanding of what a same-sex love means really, and how is it embraced. And when I arrived here in District 6 in that section on the other side of the boulevard that's often called Woodstock, but it's still District 6. So that was 2001. And there was a fellow that used to come and ask for coffee or for tea. Sometimes he would ask for anyway, that fellow's name was Marco, right? And when I arrived here at the cathedral, around about 2011, so almost 10 years later, I found Marco was now transitioning into becoming Netta and would wear clothing and would be at the cathedral car park on a Sunday. And then when the lockdown set in, within the first week, Netta was here at my door, and she had become my opposite neighbor living in the empty park at that time. Because her story was, die jongens het ons 'n tent afgebreek. Ons het goed gevat, because she was still living behind St. Philip's, there in the vicinity of Rahmania. So the original Rahmania, not the one that used to be the George Golding school. And I remember this is Netta that used to ask for warme milk, and now she asked me, do you have, het vader nie 'n tent vir my nie. So I sadly had to decline it. But I managed, because of, and then a partner, Bronwyn, a tall fellow, was also with her. And then I suddenly saw, in the days that followed, a lot of people moved in. And I was concerned about the particular vulnerability of Netta and Bronwyn. So I got in touch with an organization, and the Saturday at about 7 o'clock, they called me and they said they got an accommodation for Netta. And about 8 o'clock, I went to look for them in the park across the way, and I just couldn't find them. And for half an hour, I went into the Vaal Park, because I was so excited that, you know, when you're able to do good, that was driving me. And I was walking back very disappointed about 8:15. And I realized that I was walking in my slippers, in a big coat, with my Harry Potter onesie underneath that. Another, if people see me now. And so that is also, how long that is kind of like, you know, redefine our presence in society. But the Monday I got Netta, and Netta wasn't interested in going to this place because she felt unsafe in some of the safe havens that was available. And then I discovered 2 weeks ago that she died. 45 years old, she died. And Bronwyn came to tell us at the cathedral, and yesterday was International Transgender Day, and we remember that in the service and so forth. But the relationship between, and I knew them only at a kind of patronizing distance because I was a giver. And Netta particularly would negotiate the space in the way she had to portray herself to me as a priest, as a man. And I think Madiba somehow also, not so much in the transgender, but anybody that was outside his cultural and political reference points, he sought them out, you know. So that's why he has this particular woman that becomes his PA, his relationship with his one-time jailer and so forth. And so the poem that I've got here is When They Say, you know, and the thoughts about Madiba being a sellout and so forth. So in this context of When They Say, and it's for Madiba, when they say you sold us out, I think of the places where it's hard to be black, to be a child, to love, and where they sing about you, to remind themselves of what can be because of you. I think of prisoners in the jails of the countries of the unfree, where the mention of your name is a shield and a spear in the everyday struggle to breathe. When they say you forgave all those white people, but you could not forgive Comrade Winnie, I name those who I can't forgive because of the memory of your smile. On the day you dragged freedom from the prisons out of exile, onto the streets of everywhere where the blood of our martyrs, the fading sign of love, still signals the price of freedom. When they say all these things about you, when your songs are seldom sung, I think of Auntie Mari, sitting in my kitchen after a lifetime of farm labor, her bare feet too hard for shoes, and a comment on the first photo she had seen of you, of how beautiful you looked, how you looked like her, and the glory of her smile at the thought of how she looked like you. And I know when they say these things about you, the time is longer than the truth of today, when they say these things about you.
Oh, that's very beautiful, Michael. I really appreciate your sharing, and it resonates so wonderfully. I think for all of our people on the group. I want to do finally to wrap up to say we'll have some questions. If the questions are as they're coming in the chat, I will share them. But Michael Wieder, thank you very much for sharing. As you said in one of your other poems, that freedom is not a permanent address. It's about a continuous struggle that we need to be vigilant about, but vigilant with care and compassion. So please join me in thanking Michael for the presence here. And please buy the book. No? Don't be now slap, buy the book. You can, the book is available online. You can send also to the Madibaland Literary Festival to Daryl or to me, and we can send you the details for being able to purchase it. And it's not it's not buy one get one free. It's buy one and then buy one for someone for Christmas. So thank you very much. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. And this is a good space for us to welcome Garth Newman and Yumna Sadan, who are doing exactly taking up that cudgel of making available their intellectual knowledge and their soul capital in bringing stories to the young, to be able to help them balance it, to help people manage what they do. I'm going to just share. So Garth and Yumna, welcome. I'm just going to share a small PowerPoint, and then we can get going. We have some time till 10 past, so we'll have a fair amount of time before the next session. Okay. Okay. Now. Sorry, guys. Okay, so as I said earlier, we have the two lovely presenters, the authors of the book, Luna and the Astronaut of the Mind, Garth Newman. I think he's the one on the right with the very short hair, and his partner and wife, Yumna Sadan, who's illustrated just magnificently beautiful book, and who are joining us this afternoon. Am I doing this right? I think so. Maybe not. Can you see it in full screen?
No, it's fine though. You can see it.
It's okay.
All right. Before I mess it up some more, let me just go with this. So this is Luna, and Luna is a character that Yumna will tell us about what brought her about, what her vibrance about her is, those beautiful brown curls, and how they needed to have the helmet specially designed for those curls. And this is the copy of the book, and buy the book. Don't be snoop, just buy the book. It's a fantastic book. And the website that you have is it's called it's Superbooks super3books.co.za to purchase this copy. But I think what our audience need to know is that they also did a series of other books which are free online. And these are the authors of the ebook series, the Super 3. And these characters were characters that they may want to share and talk about, of how they were taking on the adventure of supporting people during the lockdown period, and that how either young could take on the responsibility that sometimes when adults were finding it struggling a little bit with. Garth, who's the clinical psychologist, will talk a little bit about the work that he does around with play therapy and how that has informed his book in supporting parents and children in managing common mental difficulties. Okay. And all right, so these are the books, and this is the only 3 books you're going to get for free. The others, I don't think if I mentioned, just buy the book, please. Just buy the book. I don't think I mentioned that. So before I start misbehaving a little more, I want to just say this is Luna, their new book, and both Garth and Yumna, really, really pleased and honored to have you at the Madibaland World Literary Festival.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, man. So, Garth, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and Yumna, and just what is it that inspired you to have Luna?
Well, I'm a psychologist. I work with kids all the time. I spent a lot of time working with children at the Lentegee Hospital in the child and family unit. So that was the first part of my career, was just working with children and families. And yeah, I don't know if you want me to explain the origin of the book.
The floor is yours. The floor is yours.
So I was driving one day with Yumna in the car, and then we had our niece in the back seat, and she was probably about 8 at the time, and she just asked me the question, what is a psychologist? What do I do? And in the moment I didn't know how to answer her. I wasn't sure, and I just said, I'm an astronaut of the mind. Just kind of blurted it out. And her eyes went lit up, and Yumna's eyes also lit up, yeah. And we thought immediately there's an idea there. And later that night, Yumna and I, we were just chatting, and we started then to ideate this idea, or formulate the idea. And we then started thinking about writing something for children who are going into therapy. Often they don't understand what the process is about. They don't know why they are going to see a person, a therapist. Sometimes the parents don't even tell them that they're going to see a psychologist. They don't explain it. So that was the initial thinking behind the story, to create a story that will help children to actually, understand what this whole process is all about. Yeah.
And ultimately, the story evolved to extend beyond just what the psychologist and the therapist role is, but also to help children in general to navigate their internal worlds. And this is how we came up with Luna being in space, because what was so amazing when Garth said that, it just sparked so many ideas, because it would be a little girl with her guide being the astronaut navigating her internal world. And so we decided it would be a chapter book, and each chapter deals with some sort of obstacle or different emotion. So from anxiety to depression or grief, as well as bullying and anger. And the astronaut kind of just serves as her guide as she navigates her way through these different spaces. And that's how we actually came up with it, because we realized that the most important thing was to tell a good story. And in order for children to really be engaged, we didn't want it to be overly factual. We wanted it to be something fantastical that could really take them on this amazing experience and leave them with some important messages afterwards.
Mm-hmm. You put that very, very beautifully, Yumna, because trying to convey for the young who have a large ball of fear around their daily struggles, and for us, and Michael spoken about this as well, which is in our South African context, we have really terrible difficulties around gender-based violence, violence in general, and poverty and inequality, and that these were exacerbated and heightened during COVID, because there was parents, we were all anxious ourselves, and Garth would tell us that, you know, that is something that we convey osmotically to our kids without even saying it. And we all know that kids know when we don't want to tell them anything, they know exactly what's going on in the room. So the way you've done the book, both in terms of the sense of adventure, and I was very moved for myself by about how just powerfully strong the character is, you know, being able to talk about their struggles, be a little wary about them, but you translated the psychological knowledge in such a beautiful way across, whether as you said, you know, whether they were in the sad lands, which you then changed to the glad lands, or the fear, the fear factory. And I have a 14-year-old son who is absolutely loving that story, even though he's 14. And I'm loving it as well, because he's 14 and adolescent, and I'm scared as hell now of him. So, you'll know that on that side. What was in terms of the character development, what was Yumna, you the illustrator, you've done this beautifully, and Daryl Davids, who's the organizer of the conference, of this in the chat, has spoken about how sad lens versus glad lens is very clever. Daryl, you ain't seen nothing yet. This book is just magnificent. So, how did you what was your thinking about this character? Because she's so vibrant and feisty, but also so tender and authentically a little girl and vulnerable. Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, when we thought about this character, we knew that we kind of had an idea of what she had to be. She was, she was vulnerable, but she was also brave. And she was fearful, but she was also feisty. And we wanted her to resonate with many kids. And we thought that it was important in terms of the character development that she be a brown child. Growing up myself, in many of the stories that I read, many of the dolls that I played with, I never ever saw, protagonists or heroes in books that were brown-skinned children. And I thought it was just something that happened kind of organically. It was a conscious choice that we made, but also we thought that it was an important thing, and in terms of representation, because children need to see themselves represented in stories and to be the heroes and protagonists of these stories. So it was never something that we brought to the forefront with regards to talking about race or identity, but we just thought it was one of those important layers to add to our book. And in terms of her character, like, just as much as her character evolved in terms of the illustration and the creation of the character, which was started as a pencil sketch, then it became a watercolor, then I illustrated on the computer. So did the character itself evolve in terms of her personality. She grew a little bit stronger and braver and more feisty as we wrote and crafted it.
Yeah, and she also learns a lot through the story. So her coping mechanisms for these challenges of life also, they kind of grow as she goes through the story.
And in the narrative, as they grow, she develops a growing trust for an adult who is accompanying her, our Mr. Thomas, and who is the astronaut of the mind, and he accompanies her, but allows her to be able to take on the struggles that she needs to at the pace that she can, with the gentle support that he can offer. And Garth, I mean, I think that would be something that you know and would do so well, and are known to do so well in your own work as a clinical psychologist. Can you tell us a little bit about what informed you there?
Yeah, well, so my cat has just decided to join. His name is Jack.
Welcome, Jack.
Sorry about that. So the astronaut being the steadfast, sort of supportive character that is helping Luna along this journey is essentially how I see the therapeutic process with the child. As a therapist, you provide a sense of safety, but also, you know, encourage them to explore. Encourage them to explore. In my world, it's the playroom, because I do play therapy. So you're providing a safe space for them within a contained space, you know, but for them to explore their own emotions, and they do that through play. So that's actually the metaphor there is, you know, the astronaut of the mind is essentially the play therapist who, from a position of safety and quite a steadfast guy, you know, encourages the child to explore and then learn in that way. So yeah.
And you know, I'm certain you've read this to families. You've read it to Ariana, who's your niece, who first seeded the idea. What's been the feedback that you've been getting around family? I've been talking with friends of mine who I've given had a good sense to share it with, and what they keep saying is across the whole age range, whether they are littlies or even, you know, the teen that I got now in the other room here, what they find is that they pick up, they are able to get into the shoes of Luna, and that she helps them navigate it at their own developmental level. What's been your experience and feedback on this?
Yeah, we've got a lot of feedback from various people about the fact that the whole age range can actually resonate with the story, and even adults. So that has really been quite remarkable for us, is that, you know, it really doesn't matter what age you are. Somehow people find a way to resonate to the story. I think it's because there's a universality to this process of discovery and actually self-discovery, and that somehow that gets translated through Luna's, you know, journey, and people can just connect with that somehow. We found that a lot of sort of tweens, you know, between 10 and 12, they can resonate with the story fairly well, and they can read it themselves. And then the younger kids, they are just loving the fact that their parents can read the story to them. I have my brother's two kids. His eldest is about 5 years old, and he's actually said to me that she insists on reading the same story every night since they received the book, which has been about a couple of months ago now. So,
which is
yeah.
which is her favorite?
She likes the Frog King.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's my absolute favorite. I resonated with that myself, because I'm also I'm that same grumpy Frog King, you know, puffed up, especially after a day at work in meetings. And I think Michael, you will absolutely love the Angry Wind, the story about the Angry Wind, because it resonates about, it's a little bit also how you are, which is you bring together the volatility that's within the society, and bring it so that it converges into with a flute into a beautiful melody. And I think, you know, it's really serendipitous that we have Michael and you here. Michael, you really would absolutely love that. And I think, given that you also the dean at and it would be nice if we can get you a copy to give to the Arch. Obviously, no pressure. I'll get that copy. I'll get that copy to you. So there was something, Yumna, you want to, you know, it'd be nice if you guys thought about reading something.
Yes.
You know.
So just, you know, at the beginning of the book, we wanted to start it off with something that makes you feel as if you're about to go onto a journey. And so we scripted a poem, which I'll read to you, and I'll read you a small excerpt from the first chapter. Okay. You're on a journey to places unknown, astronomical places only brave ones have gone. You'll touch the stars, away you will zoom, in a zingy rocket ship around the moon. You'll own the sky, away you will soar. Star child, this world is yours. From the hairs on your head to the tips of your toes, you are made of stardust, everyone knows. Travel safely, make the most of each day. Choose the best travel buddies along the way, because a journey is best with friends and fun, and always remember to put your helmet on. So that's the poem, and now I'm just going to read the first page of the book. Chapter 1, An Astronomical Meeting. What's a psychombolist? Asked the little girl with the puffy curls and raised eyebrows. She gave the man with a round head and equally round spectacles a quick once-over, and before he had a chance to answer, she said, "Hi, I'm Luna. Who are you?" "I'm Mr. Thomas, and I'm a psychologist." "What do you think that is?" he asked. "Mom said you're like a doctor, but for thoughts and feelings, but I don't know. Sounds kind of weird." She shrugged her shoulders while sneaking a look at him. Mr. Thomas had a kind, round face. "Well, I'm here to find out more about your universe, what you like, what makes you happy or sad or mad, and how to make sense of all that stuff," he replied. "You're interested in my universe? So you're like an astronaut?" Luna sat upright as excitement started to rise in her belly. Maybe this visit to Mr. Thomas wasn't going to be so boring after all. He paused for a moment before answering, as if giving it some real thought. "I'm more like an astronaut of the mind, and whenever you visit, we'll travel to every corner of your galaxy." Luna's face lit up. "Can we wear helmets? There's no way I can go on a space voyage without one." "Absolutely," said the astronaut of the mind. "Maybe we should get going then. We have so many places to visit." Luna hopped off the couch and tightened her pigtails. She was ready for adventure. The astronaut of the mind wore a big helmet and a puffy suit. He traveled in a rocket called the Friendship. It was powered by only the most incredible imaginations and ideas. It made a cozy little ship, just perfect for traveling through Luna's galaxy. So that is the introduction to our book. Oh, Mesh, you are slightly frozen.
Hi, sorry about that. I just had a bit of an angry wind that I'm trying to change into the flute.
No problem.
It's beautifully read, and the illustrations, your ideas around these illustrations, because they're very, the stardust is there, they're vibrant, when there's a worry about the large worries around anger or the depression, they come across so powerfully. How did you channel that?
It really was quite a process. I think I sketched Luna about 2 years ago, and she evolved over time. And when I think the entire illustration process was a huge part of it. And after we had written the story, we went back, we revisited and re-edited, and a lot of it actually happened during the lockdown. And just like Michael was saying, there was a lot of things to process and a lot of our own feelings in terms of anxiety, and being stuck at home was also quite stressful. And then somehow we managed to channel that in a positive, creative fashion. It all actually started, Umesh, you mentioned it, with our Super 3 series. At the beginning of the lockdown, because we were also feeling quite anxious, and every time Cyril, was on TV and he said, "My fellow South Africans," I would get complete heart palpitations. And I think we just needed a way to channel our energy into something that was positive. And that's actually how we created that free ebook series. We wanted to do something, to do something positive in a really bleak time. And, Garth and I both love writing stories, and we kind of had parked Luna for a while, I think probably for almost 3 years. And then when we started this whole thing with the Super 3 books, it really gave us the energy and the drive and motivation to finish Luna. But the Super 3 also is one of those things that I think because of the circumstance, we actually ended up doing something creative that we could share with the world.
And the feedback that we got from the Super 3 books was overwhelmingly positive, and that also gave us a lot of motivation. Then we thought, no, we have to go back now and actually finish Luna, because it's there, and we just needed to finish it. So the Super 3 books gave us the motivation to actually just take it over the finish line.
Absolutely. As creative people, I mean, you often question yourself 1,000 times before saying, yes, I'm going to go for it. And that was one of the reasons why we always would park Luna. We'd say, no, we'd get back to it, because it was something that we were going to, you know, self-publish. And it was actually because of the Super 3 and the overwhelmingly positive response. I mean, it ended up being translated into Zulu, and then it went to Spain, and we have copies of it in Spanish. And it was so wonderful. And I think there were so many schools and places that gave us feedback that said, you know, we really were helping the kids to navigate their feelings around COVID. We just thought, okay, maybe we really do have something here. We should really put our energy into finishing Luna.
You know, Luna is not only, Luna is probably going to follow the journey of the Super 3, because certainly from my experience, the Super 3 are also in Belgium. The Nordics are there. We've got a big, Europe's just got a big Southern African Nordic community coalition, and they also have those books there, and they're speaking about it beautifully. You know, the Psychological Society also is, you know, if you look at their website or the SUNOD website, University International Relations website, your books are there, and you know, there's such a need for more of these cards. So there's and Yumna, so there's no pressure at all, please, for Luna 2, and Luna 3, because to be able to translate complex psychological experiences and worries for the young is really a talent that is not everyone doesn't have it, and you guys do it just so wonderfully, because it's about getting it to the majority of the people. And if we look in our community, and Michael spoke about it, and they spoke about it on the chat a little earlier, is that it's very hard to have books that speak to and resonate with the experience of someone who is a brown person, a black person, a person of color. You talked about it earlier, Yumna, and Michael spoke about it, about how to identify, to have representation that is your identity. Michael was talking about how in the church the iconographies didn't look like any of the people he was around, and you spoke about it yourself in such a powerful way. If you had to, and this is a very unfair question, so if you had to sort of adopt Luna, right? What would be the first thing you're going to say? What are you going to ask her to help you with in the difficulties that we experience on an everyday in South Africa or Africa? What would Lona's tips to us be?
Well, funnily enough, we've been ideating and working on a second book as well now recently. So and one of the key sort of component, or the key element of that book is diversity and acceptance and self-love. Those are the sort of key parts of the second Luna book that we are going to write. I don't know if that answers your question, but I also can't give too much away.
Look, you do know, you know, as a psychologist, we can read people's minds. So, you know,
of course.
I was just asking you to confirm it, you know.
If I could
go
just
ahead.
say something I see the comment from Juliet. I see that, you know, there are lots of families struggling at the moment, and this is reminding me of a colleague recently, someone who I've never met before, but I know he's a psychologist, who purchased a couple of copies of the book, and she's involved in an NGO in the Eastern Cape, and she gave the books to some families in rural areas there. And she emailed me to say that, you know, there was one family that really was going through a very difficult time. They had a series of losses, and the one boy had been involved in an accident, and it was a really horrific situation. And he read the book, and his grandmother then reached out to her and said to her, you know, he's read this book, and he really wants to know more about, you know, what it means to like let your feelings out, to express yourself, and and that sort of thing, you know, because he was actually struggling to verbalize and so on. And it was just something that was such a foreign concept to him, this idea of, you know, being able to express, being able to talk about how you feel. Because I suppose many people just go into autopilot and you just survive and you just do what you have to do. And this young man was so struck by the book that he you know, he actually needed someone to talk to him, to explain to him what it's all about and so on. And so yeah, I've committed also now to being in touch with him. But the point I'm trying to make is that, you know, a story like this was the vehicle which actually was able to kind of
spark conversation,
to spark the conversation with this boy. And for me, that's the biggest kind of, you know, reward, is to see the responses that, you know, people can connect and they can actually gain something from it.
And you know, you're very modest about this, but the impact that your books, both you from Yumna and for you, the impact that your book has is really huge, because it gives permission to be able to speak about feelings. It gives permission to speak about thoughts, and it also gives the permission for South African society, and I imagine any patriarchal society where we socialize for boys not to be able to have the vocabulary of feeling, to be able to express this through a medium that would help with literacy. So this is really absolutely wonderful. They are just, I mean, I'm sure you both are monitoring the chat, but they're just wonderful comments there. Juliet Stoltenkamp, who is the director of the IT, Juliet, I'm going to get this wrong, so you can scale me later, but at IT at UWC, and who runs the digital space will be able to tell you that some of the anxieties and struggles that our students have been having now during trying to do online and shifting that level, and given the high levels of inequality in our country around the digital access, that this is really important. And Juliet, so thank you for that comment. I also want to just as we start to round up, to check with both you and Michael as well. Are there any some comments, final comments you want to make? You're getting all sorts of things about how wonderful you guys are. The books are there. Don't listen to Daryl. Daryl is also at UWC. He's incorrigible, as you can see, where he says that that he's not negotiating an authorial fee for his niece. Look, she's an adolescent now, and they will unleash her onto you. Daryl, be careful.
As God mentioned, she's his awkward tween and wants nothing to do with us.
Very nice. Michael, there were some very nice thoughts about in the chat, and if you've been tracking them. What I will do also at the end of this is something that Daryl very kindly suggested, which is both of you are self-published. And so he is very keen that you enter the South African Independent Publishers Award, which Madibaland grouping organized. And so if you know, we will get, you know, we'll get in touch with you, or Daryl would be able to give you a little bit more information. We've got the emails here, and obviously the cash prize that Daryl is offering is a 2 weeks to Durban South Coast, given that he talks about Durban and misses it so much. He had a chat yesterday with Erika Platters, and they were talking about all the wonderful curry, because she's written 2 books on Durban curry. And I don't think that Daryl has an idea of what a Wembley Whopper is, and you know, and Cozy Corner's chicken tikka burger, Michael, and you know that from here in Wynberg. So we would help him, and then perhaps some of the funds for the award can go towards a little bit of his culinary education as well.
Yeah, it sounds fantastic. a food explanation.
Absolutely. Look, it is 6 o'clock, so you know you can hear the rumbling. And it's not
some great ideas for supper.
Fantastic. Can I ask first, Garth and Yumna, some final comments on your side? It's just really wonderful that you joined the festival and sharing of your work. You are going to be, and for all the participants, there's a 1 hour webinar on Thursday at 5 to 6:30 to the Psychological Society of South Africa, which is the first the first non-democratic, non-racial psychology association that was formed in 1993. Is having a webinar with these two rock stars of the intergalactic world, Garth and Yumna, where they'll be chatting a little bit more about their book, their work, but also the impact that it has and how it can be of utility for us as a collective in helping kids and adults manage some of the difficulties they have. So final comments from your side before I hand over to Michael.
I just think we are so pleased to be here and to share our story with you. Thank you so much, first and foremost. I mean, if we haven't said that yet. It's actually been such a roller coaster and such an incredible journey with this book. We had no idea that Luna was going to travel as she has. We also had no idea that the Super 3 would take flight. And it's just such a wonderful thing in order to be able to convey our stories and to, be storytellers in this time. And, I was thinking about it, and Garth and I, when I met him for the first time, it was actually because he messaged me on Facebook and he told me that he was in the process of writing his first book, and that's actually why I went on a date with him to start off with. And and at least he wasn't lying, it wasn't false advertising, because here we are and we're writing together. so and I did promote myself as an artist, so it's really ultimately it all worked out in the end. So it's just great that we're actually manifesting. And I said to him earlier, it's such a scary thing to put yourself out there creatively, to put your words, onto paper, to back yourself. I mean, self-publishing is a whirlwind. We've learned so much in the past year. It's been an incredible journey, and it's such an honor, in fact, to be spoken of in any way in a positive light, and to impact children in particular. So yes, we're just hoping everybody enjoys the book, and yeah, and please, share the Super 3 as well. It's free.
Yes. Buy the books, please. Michael, some final words on your side?
Well, I just want to say thank you. I'm really grateful for the opportunity. My book only came out about 3 weeks ago, so I'm sort of fledgling publisher in this regard. But I must say, one has been introduced to a great generosity out there. People like Umesh and Hassan Babir and I met yesterday. And just the way people are quite keen to lend a helping hand, but also enter into acts of solidarity. And I discovered that I know God's cousin, Kim Dixon. So I see there's another name that came up now. My great-grandmother lived on Lotus Street in the Cape Quarter, and she was Maria Magdalena Stoltenkamp. So I'm sure there's, if not by blood ties, but through marriage, Juliet and I are also connected. So it's a wonderful way our storytelling connects us on so many great levels. So I'm delighted.
Well, thank you both, and I think special thanks to Daryl David, who's the organizer of this wonderful book festival that's going on for the next 8 days now. We finished 1 day, so we're in the second day. For the next 8 days, Daryl, just all kudos to you. And as Julia says, she's actually connected to you. So, Michael, it looks like it's family, and for the change, it's not family just going to come and eat at you when whenever you have a good meal, then everyone's family. So, colleagues in the other lovers of books here, please join me in thanking Garth Newman and Yumna Sadan and Michael Wieder for sharing their work with us, and we look forward to a lot more of your interaction. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Colleagues, I know that our next session is with Chris Abani and Paul Weinberg. Chris is going to be in conversation with Jean Meiring. So can I ask Daryl if you can just lead in the salams for the next session, and then we can hand over. Thank you. And this is Daryl. Daryl, Garth and Yumna and Michael.
Hi, Carol.
Hi. I can't see myself, but anyway, I'm somewhere here.
You're very handsome. Don't worry.
Okay. No. Thanks. It was a great book, great session. I must say, Umesh, you're a natural at this. So tomorrow I'll put my feet up the entire day. You can run with the whole session.
My maturity levels only help with children's books, so I can't go beyond that. Thanks.
Okay. No. It was really wonderful. Thanks for a lovely session. And I think, guys, let's play our song so long to close off the session and start the new session. Okay, Michael, thank you so much as well for the poetry reading. The squirrel, as I said, the squirrel imagery was divine. Okay, thank you so much.
Wonder how you are. I love you. Oh, how I miss you. 'Cause you're my way of life. Can't forget how you looked when we fell in love the first time. Won't you give a little love this time? Hold me in your loving arms this time. Oh, how I need you here today, 'cause yesterday's gone away. Looking back in time, I see you. It's only daydreams, 'cause you're my way of life. Oh, how can I see the sun when you're not around anymore? Won't you give a little love this time? Hold me in your loving arms this time. Oh, how I need you here today, 'cause yesterday's gone away. Won't you give a little love this time? Hold me in your loving arms this time. Oh, how I need you here today, 'cause yesterday's gone away. Won't you give a little love this time? Hold me in your loving arms this time. Oh, how I need you here today, 'cause yesterday's gone away. Won't you give a little love this time? Hold me in your loving arms.
Okay. sorry. Good evening. Okay, I'm so relieved. I see Chris Abani is here. I see Jean Meyring is here. So to everyone, welcome to the evening session of the Madibaland World Literary Festival. This is day 2 of the festival, and it's been an absolute blast for all the people who have attended over these last few days. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Chris Abani, one of the world's great writers, one of the world's great novelists, to the Madibaland Festival, and a poet of note, one of the great voices to come out of Nigeria. I'm not sure whether he's a Nigerian or an American, but I'm sure Jean will clarify all of that for us. And I also want to specifically thank people like Jean Meyring and all the people who are helping out with interviews, because it's a mammoth undertaking, and without people like this, it would be impossible. So to the both of you, welcome, and we look forward to the next half an hour together in your company.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Daryl, and the thanks must, of course, largely go to you for having this extraordinary imagination that you can imagine bringing people together in this form as you clearly are, and congratulations on what has already been achieved by the end of day 2. Chris, it's lovely to see you. You outdo me, though, with your background. I'm sitting in my very mundane lawyer's chambers in the heart of Johannesburg. Had I been at home, I could have given you a run for your money, but on current show, really enjoying the beautiful art behind you. Daryl introduced the session by saying this is the evening session, but of course for you it's not an evening session. What time is it where you are?
It's 10:24 a.m.
You're in California, are you?
No, I'm in Chicago.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll get to all of that in a moment. And what an Irv, what a writer to have to speak with, because you have produced such a wealth of work. Sadly, very difficult to come by in hard copy in South Africa, something you may need to speak with your publishers about. But happily, Kindle comes to one's aid, and you are amply available, if you will, on Kindle. So that made the task somewhat easier and more joyful. Shall we perhaps start at the very beginning? You published your first novel at the age of 16.
Yes, that's correct.
It caused a bit of trouble, didn't it?
Yes, not because I planned for it to do so.
No, of course not.
Yes. Yeah.
So tell us a bit about that experience.
Well, I mean, it's so long ago. All I'll say is that it got, history kind of intervened in an odd way, and it got placed in the wrong hands of the wrong people, and things were read into its intent that weren't part of my plan, and then I ended up sort of as a repeated guest of the security services.
But Chris, even to get, and leaving aside, yes, that traumatic aftermath, but publishing a novel at 16 is quite a remarkable feat. How did it come about that you wrote so early and with such confidence?
Well, precocious child, I suppose, a little bit. I think so much of it has to do with whether people say no or yes to you, right? So I started writing pretty early, and I think I was 10 when my mother used to work for a newspaper. And so when I was 10, I wrote a short story, a really terrible one called The Lion, which my mother decided to enter into, for I think, a competition for 18-year-olds, and I won. I was 10. And I think from then on, I kind of felt, well, it seemed to create a stir. People seemed surprised that a 10-year-old could do this. And so I suppose a little part of you starts to think, well, maybe there is something here, but you too young to kind of think about it in those kinds of ways. And so then I just said, and I think it was like 15, I said to my mom, I'm going to write a novel. And she said, well, go ahead then. And so I wrote the novel and I handwrote it, and she would type it. And so I think a lot of it, just like I said, it has to do with whether, and I was located and grown up in a very sort of intellectual privilege. And in many ways, Nigeria, when I was growing up in the 70s, was very cosmopolitan. And so my father had been a member of parliament in the First Republic, and for a long time was a school principal. And so I grew up in a home where books and thought and conversation was very important. And my father, who's been raised Catholic, but sort of grew up partly in the sort of traditional mysticism, was very interested in religion. And so every Sunday, the local imam would come over, and then the local Ganesha, he was a Ganesha temple priest, would come over, because we had so many Indians living in Nigeria post-Civil War teaching us. And so I was exposed to these kinds of Sunday debates from being a kid. And so I think that exposure to books, no books were banned, no kind of thinking was really not allowed. Sort of makes space for you to take things for granted that perhaps other people look at as more rarefied, if that makes a sense. So it was all quite mundane for me. I didn't think, oh, I'm going to do this big thing. It just seemed natural that you would flow from talking and thinking and reading to writing. It just seemed like a natural thing. And when you're a teenager, a very young teenager, you don't have neurosis yet. So there's nothing, you're not worrying about anything, because you're just doing something. And it's very much, I think that's what's kept me working, is this notion of you worry about later, but you do first. And so I think the Yorubas call it kulu kulushe. And so I just, that's just how it came about. And then a young novelist, very controversial novelist himself, Dilibe Onyama, who had been living in England and gone to Eton. He was the first African student to go to Eton, and had quite the escapades. Had written a book in England that shocked the aristocracy, because it was basically about him being hired as a student to pleasure the aristocracy wives and stuff like that. But he'd come back to Nigeria and he'd set up a publishing company, because there were only 2 other publishing companies that were local, and he ran a competition. And again, I entered the book, and it won 3rd prize and went on to be published. That's just, so it seems like my life has been a series of accidents that have, put me on the path that either I was supposed to be on, or that I usurped from somebody else. Who knows? It's probably another writer now going, that damn Chris Abani stole my career when I was 10, So,
And Daryl speaks of whether you're a Nigerian or an American writer. Of course, there was a period in the middle that you were in the United Kingdom, and the United Kingdom also features in your writing. Now, you write in your 2014 essay, The Face, you write very poignantly about the different strands of your heritage, your ancestry. That, of course, was also, I would have thought, a type of accident that contributed to this inquisitive, precocious mind that you did. You, from the outset, as a young kid, were you already aware of these different strands that fed into Chris Abani?
Well, I mean, I suppose that, yes. Well, I mean, if you asked my grandfather when he was still alive, he would argue that it was an accident. I come from a lineage of traditional priests who believe that they manipulate their lineage in certain ways. And so they would argue that they had brought my mother there for particular reasons. But viscerally, I mean, even as a child, you perceive multiple layers of difference, you know, you're a kid in Nigeria, you're growing up, you're running around with your friends about the same age, 7, 8, and you're like, you know, you go to school, you come home, you're chasing lizards, you're shooting squirrels, to reference the squirrel poem from earlier. And then at sort of 4 o'clock, my mother's tea bell would go, and then you're sitting on the veranda with your mother, high tea, cucumber sandwiches, Earl Grey, listening to like Glenn Miller, and your friends are sort of sitting on the grass making fun of you. So even at that level, you're aware. Linguistically, I'm aware because my mother's family are from near Windsor, from Buckinghamshire, and let's just say lean a little bit in towards the being illegitimate children or offspring of aristocracy. So there was that, and then there's London English, and then of course there's Nigerian English. So even linguistically, then there's Igbo and Central Igbo. So even linguistically, there was all these amalgamations, and I would flow from one to the other. And then there's always differences within siblings, within family, and where you come ranking in the family depends on how much trauma you can claim, and so on and so forth. So I think viscerally we're all aware of it. I think that the difference for me was largely that I perhaps got introduced into monastic leaning traditions. I went to seminary to be a Catholic priest at 11 and got kicked out multiple times. And so I think when you're odd, like you're really odd, and then there are reactions to your oddness, I think you start to process, perhaps even intellectually, much quicker where the strands what these strands are. And so you're trying to probably at first erase the ones that embarrass you or make you odd, but then later you realize you're braiding something. And so even the resultant mixture of those strands is also an invention. You know what I mean? So who knows? I don't know.
And this early production, you wrote a second novel a year or two later, then spent just shy of a decade, I think, in the United Kingdom before moving to the US. Along the way, you did an array of degrees, also a PhD eventually in creative writing. Did the stream of production sort of continue unabated? Of course, you've got a huge oeuvre for a person of your comparatively young age. Or did from your perspective, did your writership and production of novels, and then increasingly of poetry, did it undergo a certain significant changes as you moved across the world to where you are now?
Well, what a beautiful question. Yes, I think it did. So I mean, even post that first novel, and then you're a young student and you get involved in student politics and that, you know, I mean, it's just something that South African writers and South Africans as a whole probably know very well. And then so much of your creativity is put into a movement, and so you're not making things. And so when I went to London, I had come up, you know, my first novel was a bizarre thriller about neo-Nazis taking over Nigeria to start a Fourth Reich. I mean, it could kind of get more improbable. And so my expertise was in the thriller genre, but then, you know, I was then hanging out with Ben Okri and people like this, and I was trying to figure out what my voice could be. And so there were many novels in London that thankfully never saw the light of day. So there's a long fallow period, and I think in which I was retraining myself, figuring out the craft, figuring out the voice. And the beautiful thing about that is because I had access to other kinds of employment, I was not sort of like under so much pressure to produce. But I think it was in the UK that I started to have a breakthrough in taking poetry seriously, when I started to attend sort of like the Afro Style School of Poetry, and then started to kind of have mentors and things like that. And so when I came to the US, I think the beautiful thing was I got scholarship for a PhD in literature and creative writing, which was a lot of time where I had fellowships, and so I think everything finally, because one thing I will say about the US is that they really know how to professionalize things. So when it came to the craft of writing, you could learn things that you had only been stumbling around trying to figure out. Because, you know, in Europe, and I think much of Africa, there's this bizarre notion of like mysticism and talent, and And the Americans are like, no, if you can run fast, we can show you how to run faster. And so that really was a big breakthrough for me. So in like a comparatively short amount of time, from like 2002 to, you know, before 2006, I had like 5 books out. And at one point I was doing 2 books a year because I had some space, and I suddenly had the kind of direct mentorship that wasn't available when I was growing up. So yeah, so I would think of England more as my fallow. So Nigeria, very, very sort of fecund. England, very, very fallow. And then the US was sort of a burst of fecundity. But then that says a lot about the British, doesn't it?
Well, of course, you raise the theme, the very interesting theme of teaching writing in the way that the MFAs in the US have been doing for a long time, and England sort of started catching up with the school at UAE, and South Africa, of course, of late, you may or may not know, but we've in the past 15, 20 years, we've gone from no creative writing equivalent MFAs, they simply called masters, MAs here, if I'm not mistaken. But we've gone from having none to having 10 or so that are really popular and productive and have produced very good work. Would you, I mean, I read from what you say that it's something that you're in favor of.
Yes. So writing is a skill. It's just a skill like any other skill, right? So it's a skill, it's like learning a musical instrument. There are just simple things to it, right? And I use simple mostly in the terms of elegance. You know, there are chord progressions and so on and so forth. And you practice them over and over and over till you get good. And then you start to study sort of like the elements of composition, the way a photographer studies elements of, it's only writers who think that they're somehow mystical people downloading things from the universe. Every other art form, you know how long it takes to learn how to paint with oil so that it doesn't look dark and muddy? You know, so people have the notion of apprenticeship, of skill acquisition has been old. In fact, in Renaissance art, people like Michelangelo and Da Vinci and others were renowned for, and Raphael, for turning back up to a fresco that they had painted 14 years later to redo the knuckles, right? Because Da Vinci's thing was that he didn't get the knuckles right. And so the idea that you would come back to an old piece of work and reinscribe it with newly learned skills, sort of, I think, speaks to the core that all art needs the frame of a skill set. Now, what individual flair might be within that is what's beautiful, and that's what you can't teach. But you can teach people competent sets of skills. So Usain Bolt had a trainer. Now, what Usain Bolt himself becomes, we can't teach that. But to assume you can't teach a whole range of runners who can kind of average his speed or come close to it is to be too superstitious. I don't believe in superstition.
And your own, I mean, productive sort of cycle, you by all accounts are a very productive writer. You teach as well. Is it, I know you did teach creative writing. I'm not sure what your current professorship, does it also entail focusing upon creative writing or English more generally?
I do a mix of both. So I do a lot of creative writing, but I also run it as English classes. So because I think you have to figure out a tradition, you have to see things, but I think I've over the years come to, you know, I think I work in an academic environment, but I'm a little bit more of what you might call an intellectual, because academics subscribe to scripture. You know, it's like being a lawyer, I'm afraid. Precedents and non-precedents in this case versus, whereas I come to it much more sort of about exploration. So even if we were revisiting Jane Austen, we would come at it slightly differently, which is why I love things like movies like Jane Austen and vampires and things like that. That ability to kind of break scripture open. So for me, scripture is a living human body. So I teach a bit of both. In fact, I've been in South Africa many times running workshops, and even now with Zoom, I just did a workshop for the Poetry Festival and others. So yeah, I teach creative writing all the time. I've had many jobs, including washing corpses at a morgue, and I think teaching writing has been the easiest one.
But in the context of that, how do you, just practically speaking, from the intellectual and the ethereal to the practical, how do you fit? I'm always intrigued as to how writers fit their own creative output into all the other duties in the day. Are you one of those where the alarm goes off at 2 a.m. and you're writing before the day starts? How do you practically do it?
I think that because I started doing this so young, my brain around it is very flexible. And so all those things, you know, I went through those kinds of ideas, waking up at this time, writing for this long, having to use Underwood typewriters instead of computers, you know, all those things are just ritual. And I realized later they're just ways of allowing you to slip from one way of being into another way of being, because to write is to let yourself go for quite a while before you rein in the left side, which then has to make the analysis, right? So I'm very lazy. So when you add all that together, I don't know how it happens. I think things percolate in me for a long time. And I've come to understand my process of percolation, and I trust it, even if it's a 10-year percolation. And then things come out in a rush, and then I spend some time shaping them. It's really that. But you know, I've never had the luxury of not working. So I've had to fit writing from the beginning around working, even as a kid, around chores and things. And so I don't know, I think if I didn't have a job, I'd probably write even less, because there's something about being held to a different set of obligations that forces, when you do get a spare moment, it forces you to quickly go deep into this freedom, as it were. Yeah. So that's practically how I get it done.
Fascinating. What dictates whether it's a poetry or a prose day, or moment, or hour?
I think more in terms of the project itself. So some things, you know, because I think writing is a continuum. It's like sexuality. So it just depends on where you're comfortable. So I clearly am quite fluid on that, on the writing spectrum, because I think it's the same set of skills, just pointed differently, that you used to write a critical paper, that you used to write a novel. So I think for me, the writing is determined by the subject matter. So it's difficult to write a novel about grief, because it becomes overwhelming for a reader and also for the writer after a while. So, but you can write a beautiful set of poems about grief, because then just the way, the nature of the poem, the brevity of it, and the way in which people don't, if you do it well, even if it's like a very defined arc, they can dip in and out wherever they want to. So I think it's more to do with what you're writing about that determines the form. And then the laziness determines which one I do first. So if it's a day when I'm feeling particularly lazy, then it's just a lot of watching Netflix and no writing.
Unfortunately, we have only a few minutes left. I want to, before we close off what to me has been an immensely enjoyable short conversation, is do two things with your permission. One is, you spoke a little ago about your your first novel, which was a thriller which envisaged neo-Nazis or Nazis for that matter, taking over Nigeria. Against that background, I do want to know in a few sentences what your thoughts are on what's happening in the US at the moment. We from the shithole countries in Africa look on with some measure of perplexity. If you could just share a few thoughts, and then perhaps in closing, we didn't precognize you, but perhaps if you have something you'd like to read us, a few lines of poetry, if you have something to hand, I think it would be much appreciated.
Okay. Well, let's see if I can find something to hand while I'm answering that question. So I think what's happening is that America is finally beginning to have a long overdue confrontation with its own darkness. I think that partly what's happened over the years is that there's a lot of reckoning that had to happen that has been buried under very sophisticated language manipulation. You know how Americans, it's funny, my mother didn't think they spoke English very well, but it's sort of beautiful the way we don't have Iraqis, we have insurgents, you know, just these beautiful sleights of hand. And I think the most recent president has been very useful actually as a catalyst to force things that have been pretended away to come up to the surface, to be dealt with. And I think, you know, in South Africa, this is something you're very well aware of and have dealt with. And even post-apartheid, there has been a real attempt to attend to discussing history rather than trying to paper over history. And I think for too long, we've just papered over history here. And so now we're having that reckoning. And I think the way it has gone now, even in more benign regimes, because they're literally, you know, two parties galvanized around capital, one extreme and one who perceives itself as more benevolent. I think even now under that benevolence, people will be held to different standards. And I think the conversation has shifted dramatically, which is a generational thing. And you will see this happening in Nigeria now and other, you know, South Africa and other parts of the world where a new group of people are no longer content with the old mythology and are asking for new things. And so it's beautiful to watch, but of course it's heartbreaking because we often imagine change to be quite elegant and full of kumbayas, but as with all kind of spiritual enlightenment, you have to rip up the old ego. So here's a short poem from a new book that's coming soon called Smoking the Bible. It's called Incantation. What words can you wrap around a dying brother, still dying even now? A man who has not eaten for a month sips at water and says, even thirst is a gift. He asks what other gifts God has given him. I'm your gift, his daughter says from a corner, and he smiles and rasps. You can only unwrap a child once. The rest is prayer and even more prayer. I sing softly to him in a language only the two of us speak, and he snores softly into my palm, breath and blood. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Chris, for a really wonderful conversation, open and generous. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you, Daryl.
Okay, no, thank you so much. Let's find out if there are any questions and any comments. Lots of praise coming through. Chris, I'm afraid to ask because you know, you're always breaking down genres, but it's such a beautiful title, Smoking the Bible. And it sounds like poetry, but sometimes your prose sounds like poetry as well. So if we may ask, is it going to be a novel or what is it?
It's a book of poems. I think it's 2 years ago my immediate elder brother Gregory passed of cancer. So it's sort of like an elegy about a particular summer when he was 13 and I was 9. And as we do, we smoked the entire Psalms section of my father's King James Bible. So
no.
sort of, it's, you know, and it's tropes of the Old Testament, you know, smoke, burnt offerings, smoke, incense, but it's really about brothers and loss, and because a lot of my work is always looking for what I often find lacking in masculinity, which is a language of tenderness. How do men reckon with tenderness? And so a lot of my work catalogs these both linguistic gestures, but also small gestures in which men demonstrate real affection, which if you pay attention, you see it in every shebeen, you see it in every bar. There are these little ways in which very masculine men will take care of other men, but pretend they're not doing it, that kind of thing. So it's always uncovering a certain kind of maybe slippages that exist within patriarchy, where you realize that men are as much a victim of patriarchy that they are supporting as other people are. Not in equal measure, but you know, as you know very well, you can't oppress without also being oppressed yourself.
Okay. Yeah, as someone saying they love the line, "You can only unwrap a child once." You
Mm.
know, it takes a great mind to notice that, I suppose. Chris, and the other thing I just wanted to ask you quickly, because I noticed that Jean asked you about your creative writing.
Mm.
Are you a person who feeds off your students' work in a sense that it sort of ignites something in you, or do you find it draining sometimes? Because I've had this chat with creative, because inevitably creative writing people are novelists and poets themselves, and some become more prolific in the job, and others become dormant. What's your take on this? Let me go and put the light on it. So long, but talk.
Well, so I think it has to do with really much to do with your approach to teaching and what you perceive your role as a teacher is. So if teaching is, if you perceive teaching as a vocation, and all the people who have impacted me as teachers thought of it as a vocation, then it can frustrate you, but it won't drain you. And by frustrate, I mean that sometimes you want more from the people you're working with that they even realize that they want for themselves. And if you're not careful, that can be frustrating. But in terms of, I love particularly teaching undergraduates, because once you capture their imagination, they will follow you anywhere. And oftentimes you read their work, and if anything, I would say it humbles me. It doesn't inhibit production anyway, because you're literally at the moment where you're watching an intellect develop a sense of beauty and a sense of power. And that is quite humbling. And sometimes you read sections of your students' work and you realize all the flaws around it, but then there's a section. And I'm notorious in class for calling up, people that I know, writers that they may know from a distance, and reading their work to the students' work to that writer, but not telling them. I say, hey, check this out. And then they hear and they give this feedback. And they're like, is that from a book you're writing? I was like, no, this is from this kid I'm teaching in class. And just watch that young person light up in this way. So no, it feeds me, but it can frustrate me but I think most of my frustration is also very recent, because with COVID, we're doing things virtually. And that inhibits, there's a certain kind of energetic exchange that the screen doesn't allow. And so I think we're all in the moment of learning how to be vulnerable on the screen, because you're unconsciously watching yourself all the time. Whereas in the classroom, you're picking your nose, you're trying to hide with the phone. Here you become so hyper alert that it detracts from a certain kind of flow. But otherwise, it's a gift. You get to talk to smart young people about something you care about, and then you get given money. So, you know what I mean? Anyone who has a different, and then if you find yourself not writing, yes, it can happen sometimes because you're given too much of your own time. And that's why I say that the wanting too much for people can be draining, because then you're giving away your space to try to make space for people who are not always ready to step into that space. And then you can get just tired and then not produce. But I think if you're not producing because something in you is shut down, then this is my theory about writer's block. I think for any artist, I think it's an emotional block. It's never an intellectual block. And it's always something from our own lives that we have come to, and we don't know how to get around it. And the moment we do, I think sometimes is a challenge to the writer, that the next step of work you have to do is work you're not ready to do. And you want to continue to do something you're familiar with. And so when you hit that emotional blockage and break through it, then the work itself. And so if you're lucky, every book you write is so different that people sometimes, they can see you in all of it, but they sometimes can't put it together in a cohesive line, which is a beautiful thing, I think.
Okay. No. That is really so lovely. Betty says, yes, that is profound. Okay, the other things, but I want to encourage a lot of people here. Maybe there's people here who have never heard of Chris Abani. So, sorry, Chris, but I'm just saying.
I hope they have it, because then they get discovery all the time, which is a beautiful thing in life. No?
Yes, and that's the thinking behind festivals like this, you know, is to go beyond what we already know, to sit through names we may never have heard before, and to discover, you know, beauty in words of other writers, and that is how I see it. And I must tell people, you know, I always tell people, I've heard Chris Abani read The Face. It's a pity he doesn't have the book here. We didn't warn him in advance, and it's quite old now, I suppose. But go and read that book. It is beautiful, like nothing you have read before. So you know, just go and out there and my you know, it just goes to show you, at my old university, Chris Abani wasn't really studied, and then a master's student came along and insisted that that is what she wanted to study. So it shows you, sometimes, you know, lecturers don't know, but the students, they know, you know. So it really was fascinating. Chris, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Jean, sorry I took over, but you ended a bit early. So, but it was a great interview. Thank you so much. It has been recorded, so I'm sure that people who've missed it will definitely go out, because you know, I watch these things and people have been saying, you know, it's been a great festival thus far. And I think after this session, they're going to say, well, it's getting stronger as the days go by. Okay, thank you so much. And thank you so much. Okay. Next up, we have one of my favorite photographers in South Africa, and that is Paul Weinberg. And Paul Weinberg, nowadays pretty much my neighbor, lives in the same neighborhood as me. They tried to keep Indians out for a long time, but I've gate crashed the party, and I've moved to the Southern Peninsula, to the end of the world. So we are now neighbors, and Paul Weinberg will now speak on his 30-year journey with the sand. So sit back and enjoy. And Paul, I hope that we get the slideshow up and going as soon as you need it. Okay.
Thank you, Daryl. And it's great to see the surfboard there in the background. Let me just see. Is that working for everybody? If you can.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see it.
All right. Great. So it's been thank you so much for inviting me, and it's really wonderful to be part of this august company. It's been a privilege for me to have, you know, lived and photographed and documented the sand of Southern Africa. It's a journey that's taken over 30 years, more or less, even longer. And there have been various iterations, but primarily I entered into the fray, if you like, into the field as a photographer. And the more I worked, I realized that, you know, the whole story needs more than just photographs. So I wrote text as well, and I thought it was important to go beyond, you know, just the visual, to understand the complexities and nuances and the contradictions. So I wrestled to find a vocabulary and that expressed all of that. So I'm a little bit of a all-round, you know, I do bits of everything. I'm a photographer, I do work in film, I'm a writer with a little R. I work as a teacher sometimes, curator. But essentially I would describe myself as a storyteller who uses a camera. But my tributary really began when I was conscripted as a young South African, as white boys were in those days. I was exactly 17 years, 2 months, and I was drafted into the South African Army to do apartheid's dirty work. I was sent to the infantry, and then to the border of Namibia. In the same year, the San were also recruited into the South African Army to fight the liberation forces of Namibia, namely SWAPO, and they established what was called then the Bushman Battalion. It was a traumatic event for me, and I'm sure it was equally, if not more traumatic for the San, traumatic for the San. And when I did become a photographer, I started to fight back with my camera, and I took this image, which in a way reflects the militarization of South Africa at the time. Before I set out on the journey in the 1980s, this book appeared in South Africa. It was called The Bushman. It was written in the present tense. Captions would be something like this: Bushmen collect felt food in the Kalahari. No name of the particular Bushman they were referring to, quote unquote. No location, no group attributed. It was just a generic essentialist concept. It was a constructed reality, actually. And that kind of constructed reality continues. I recently picked up this from the internet, and these images abound, generally of people pretending to hunt. This photograph down at the bottom of the San in a pose that is associated with Aboriginal people. I've never seen a San person stand like this in my life, but here's the quote. Bushmen San are hunter-gatherers, Kalahari, South Africa. And I'll unpack that more as we go along on the journey. But prior to my trip in 1984, I had the privilege of studying anthropology at the same university Daryl has just alluded to, the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And I gained some insight into the San and their lifestyle, albeit the romantic version. It left me in a way with more questions than answers. So in 1984, I embarked on my own journey. I met the celebrated filmmaker John Marshall, and he was my guide. We arrived in a place called Tsumkwe in Bushmanland, now known as Nainai, and we found people lining up at the shops, bottle stores, and the community in some kind of disarray. 25 kilometers further at a place called Gaucha, I encountered people who were living a mixed economy. They were hunting, there was some animal husbandry, cattle were around, there was gathering, but it was a far more peaceful community. So these two vastly different experiences of the San were the kind of foundation that set me on a course. And what I learned at university and academy and what I'd seen in reality were desperately out of sync. And it set me on a path to ask questions and find some answers. In the last 30 years, I've done a number of collaborations, exhibitions, films, books. I worked with John Marshall, the filmmaker. I also worked with Megan Beasley to tell the story of the modern San and to get the message out, because we felt it was very necessary and that people needed to understand what was going on. In my own right, I also published and wrote what I could. But just to give you some sense of the landscape, there are about 130,000 San who live in Southern Africa, mainly in 3 countries, Namibia, Botswana, and South Africa. They speak 35 different languages, and the vast majority, and they share this in common, have been dispossessed. As I have alluded to, militarization has had a dramatic and devastating effect on the San in this region. And they've been drawn into civil wars not of their own making in Angola and Namibia. Here is a photograph of the San being discharged from an army base shortly before the 1989 elections in Namibia. But the representation of the San is by far, in a sense, the most problematic issue to be tackled. John Marshall coined the term death by myth. Feature films, television commercials, documentaries continue a kind of presentation of the San who live in primitive affluence and never land in some kind of Stone Age warp. Nothing could be further from the truth. I encountered this Thai group who were doing a recce for an advert that was directed by Jamie Ace, the famous director of The Gods Must Be Crazy. In that encounter, when I met him, he asked me, "Are these Bushmen?" I said, "Yes, these are the Kumani San." He replied, "I don't think they're Bushmen. I think they're Nama. But, you know, in Thailand, no one's going to know the difference." In my journeys with the San, I met the star of The Gods Must Be Crazy, Kalkana. And when I asked him how much he was paid for his work as an actor, he said in the first film, he was paid 2,000 Rand, $150. And the second, he was paid 5,000 Rand, about $300. That film grossed 100 million Rand, $100 million in its first year. So let me ask the question rhetorically, how much of that income came back to the San community? Not one single cent. In 1984, I began my trip with John Marshall, and I was working mainly in black and white photographs in black and white. So when I decided to return to the communities many years later, I had a kind of existential crisis because we're now shooting in digital and you can't get black and white film anymore and you can't process it. So I called up David Goldblatt and I said, "David, what do I do? I just can't put these images into Photoshop and render them as black and white. Just doesn't feel right." He said, "No, Paul, put them all together, black and white and color, just go ahead." So I followed his advice. When I started out wanting to take photographs of the San in South Africa, the prevalent academic position was the San had been wiped out. They simply didn't exist. However, in 1990, the San were kind of somehow reconstructed. A group of 4,000 Kun and Kwe people were relocated from Namibia. They had fought for the South African army and came to live in a place called Smithsdrift. Between the Vaal and the Orange Rivers in South Africa was where the Kam people had lived in the 19th century and many, many millennia before. They were decimated and subject to genocide. And those who weren't killed were incarcerated in Breakwater Prison in Cape Town. And I think the only positive thing that came out of that was that Blake and Lloyd created the first orthography of the Kam people and their folklore, and it's still a seminal publication today. But the presence of the San in South Africa are everywhere. On your left is a museum in the Drakensberg, and there are over 50,000 rock paintings that are testament to the San of Southern Africa and their presence. On the right are rock engravings that proliferate the interior and speak to the San not just being South Africa's first people, but Africa's first people, and some would argue the world's first people, long before black or white settlers came to live in that part of the region. In the 1990s, I also encountered the rediscovery of a group of people called the Kumani San. At the time, they were living in a nature reserve called Kakakama, not far from Cape Town. They had been evicted from the Transfrontier Kalahari Game Reserve and were a kind of showpiece for the Bushman experience. People came to see the San of today. They took photographs, and their charismatic leader, David Kruiper, loved to tell stories. But his family, he told me, also lived in scattered communities outside the Kalahari Transfrontier Park. And I went to visit them and found the Kumani who were still living there. In the 1990s, after the elections in South Africa, the Kumani San returned to a place called Welkom to embark on a land claim. In 1999, they were successful, and Thabo Mbeki, then president of South Africa, handed over 5 farms and a small part of the Transfrontier Park, where they had lived before and were evicted. In 2013, I went to visit that area, not far from where the celebration took place. There were standpipes, there wasn't any waterborne sewage, and it left me with questions that you might have the land back, but you're really but are you really empowered to be full citizens of this country? I accompanied Dirk Pienaar, who led the eco-tourist project, into the frontier park that had much promise and hope. The militarized San who lived in Smitsdrift, who I'd encountered earlier, were about 2,000 kilometers from where they actually came from in Namibia and Angola. They are the Kun and the Kwe. And they have stayed there for 13 years. They were subject to a lot of influences. And here is a man praying in the Zion Church service. Quite a far cry from the perceptions of what one associates with the San. And then I encountered this rather bizarre scene where 36 couples were remarried because they had been married traditionally, but felt it was in their interests to assimilate and be part of the modern world, and possibly under duress from the church they were part of. They needed to have a white wedding. And so they went in hired gowns, suits, traipsed through the dust of Smitsdrift and got remarried. That same group of people now live in a township outside Kimberley called Platfontein. This is on a cultural day with the Kung people, where they still try to keep alive their traditions and their cultural past. Post-1994 emerged what we've understood as the secret San. And to believe that the San just became extinct and were wiped out just didn't sit with me. I encountered the Duma people who were part of a group called the Abattoir. And they took refuge amongst Zulu, a Zulu clan known as the Duma. And they still had kept their San roots. So this was a ritual to invoke their past in a sense and rekindle their identity. The San have been involved with crafts for millennia. Many of these crafts today, and beautiful ones, I might add, are made for tourists, not for themselves, and are translated into a cash economy. There are, however, a number of San artists who have become world famous. And this group of San people in Botswana who work in a collective called Kuru are some of the most famous San artists in the world. My journeys also took me to Botswana. Botswana is the richest country per capita in Africa. However, its relationship to its first people is disastrous, and it has essentially dispossessed the first people of Botswana. This photograph is of a Naro family who are itinerant farm workers who move from farm to farm to farm. In the 1990s, my research took me right into the heart of the Central